from external aggression. Is Taiwan preparing to defend itself from a Chinese assault? In several pockets within Taiwan, there is another drill underway in the past week. The all-out defense mobilization exercise is also to prepare the people of Taiwan in case of emergencies, from war to disaster relief. Drills that are underway in Taiwan include mass evacuation of people to emergency shelters, including taking them to bomb shelters. Apart from civil defense and military teams, fire department and medical teams are also a part of these exercises, prompting the question, is Taiwan preparing to deal effectively with China continuously upping the ante? China has been carrying out a series of very aggressive drills around Taiwan. Chinese missiles have flown over Taiwan, and this is being seen as a serious escalation. A top US commander has said this cannot be the new norm. This must be contested. But what does this mean? Taiwan, of course, is carrying out its own military drills, air, land and sea, to push back against expansionist forces. The question remains, are we looking at the fourth straight crisis? With cameraman Sachin Chandok, Gaurav Sawant in Taiwan for India Today.
Meanwhile, China plays down docking of its spy ship at the Lankan port of Hambantota. Chinese envoy to Lanka, Ambassador Ki Zhenhong, has said that it is a natural process and has been happening in Lankan waters for a while. The envoy was reacting to India's concerns over the spy ship, which can snoop on military and space installations in South India. The Chinese reaction comes after India had made its concerns quite known. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar had said, and I quote, "What happens in our neighborhood, any developments which have bearing in our security, obviously is of concern and interest to us." The minister was reacting to this Chinese spy vessel docking in Sri Lanka in response to a question put up in Bangkok.
This kind of the vessels visit Sri Lanka is not the first time. In 2014, the China also, this type of the vessel visited the Colombo. So it's very natural, very natural. Yeah. So I hope our media friends to how to tell the Sri Lanka people, tell the whole world the objective of the issues. Yeah.
So why do you think there was such a big diplomatic such a tussle in the last few days about this coming? It was delayed entry. Why?
I don't know. Maybe this is life. It's natural.
What happens in our neighborhood, any developments which have a bearing on our security obviously is of interest to us. I think our spokesman had said some time ago that we obviously monitor any development which has a bearing on our interests very, very carefully. So I think I would leave it at that.
Gaurav Sawant for more on that. Gaurav, where you are, we're seeing Chinese aggression. China, even across Indian waters, close to Lanka, has put up its spy ship and called this a routine affair. We know that this is concerning in terms of security for India. China responding, saying that this is nothing to worry about. But what do you say?
So when you look at Chinese actions, whether it's in Ladakh, in eastern Ladakh, or in Arunachal Pradesh, or in the Taiwan Strait, or now in the Indian Ocean region, the dragon seems to be trying to spread its tentacles almost everywhere. And everywhere it is being countered. What China is doing is, like the White House said, trying to establish a new normal. How? The simile that White House gave was like boiling the frog. If you keep increasing the temperature, the frog does not realize it's being boiled and suddenly it's dead. That's exactly what China is doing. It sends in a ship, then it sends in a research vessel, which technically is a spy ship. Then it'll send its warships and then submarines, and then they'll start docking there. As of now, China is doing this for 1 week. Tomorrow, they'll do it for 1 month. Day after, they'll establish a full-fledged naval base in Hambantota. And because that port is already leased to them for 99 years. So it's a cause for grave concern. And India has rightly raised this, saying it's unacceptable. But Sri Lanka is in China's debt trap. And that is why the kind of pressure China mounted, including saying that your loan only gets sanctioned if this ship berths here is an indication of the kind of pressure China is mounting. It's also an indication that the world, democracies across the world, really need to come together to be able to counter China. It's entrenched itself in so many institutions, whether it's the United Nations or various other bodies, that an effective counter mechanism needs to be found. As of now, India is individually taking effective countermeasures. There are enough ways to jam signals of the Chinese vessel. But then it's added pressure on India in the Indian Ocean region. What will those countermeasures be? Will it be this exercise pitch black in a more advanced version in the years to come, where 15 democracies with 100 fighter jets carry out a joint exercise in Australia? Or as the US 7th Fleet Commander, Vice Admiral Carl Thomas says, that you cannot permit China to fire live missiles over Taiwan and let it be the new normal, because there will be an escalation further in next time. So effective countermeasures is something that democracies need to talk about, Nabila.
Absolutely, Gaurav. Thank you very much for joining us with those details. Here's some big development coming in from West Bengal. TMC strongman Anubrata's daughter now at the Kolkata High Court. In fact, she's been summoned in the teachers' recruitment scam. Remember, the father itself was caught in the cattle smuggling case. Now, daughter Sukanya has been called in with regards to the teachers' recruitment scam. Kolkata High Court summons Anubrata Mandal's daughter and 5 other relatives in connection to the teachers' recruitment scam. They have to appear before the High Court tomorrow morning in connection with primary teacher recruitment case. A single bench of Justice Abhijit Ganguly has today directed the Superintendent of Police of Birbhum District to ensure that the concerned person appears before the court tomorrow. Let me quickly cut across to Ritik Mandal joining us for more. Ritik, Anubrata's daughter now summoned in the teachers' recruitment scam. This is the same man who himself was caught in the cattle smuggling case. Now his daughter been called in for the teachers' recruitment case. What more do we know of her involvement in it?
Right. The Calcutta High Court on Wednesday directed Sukarna Mondal, the daughter of TMC strongman who has been arrested, the Anubrata Mandal, and the court has asked to appear before the court today in connection with an allegation that she and 5 others were appointed in primary schools without having cleared the TET exam. And a petitioner who filed this case has alleged that some people closely associated and related to Anubrata Mandal, Nabila, have been given jobs as teachers, and including his daughter Sukanya, who never visited, the particular, Kalikapur primary school in Birbhum, where she was appointed. And allegations are very serious against Sukanya, who is the daughter of Anubrata Mandal. That the petitioners claim that the school attendance register was sent to Sukanya's residence for her signature, and Justice Abhijit Ganguly yesterday, directed 6 persons named in that particular affidavit to appear personally on Thursday and to the court, and with their state certificates and their appointment letters. And we are given to understand that Sukarna Mandal, she has been alleged in this multi-crore, cattle smuggling case. On the other hand, CBI also alleges that Mandal's daughter is not cooperating with the central agency. Yesterday, a team of officials had gone to Bolpur to interrogate Sukarna Mandal, but she refuses to talk. And it seems like more pressure is building for Anubrata. And what I given to understand that Sukarna Mandal and 5 others, they left Bolpur this morning, and they are arriving here in Kolkata to appear before Calcutta High Court. It seems like it's not a matter of fact that how could it possible that she was a school teacher appointed in a particular school, and amount of the property has been freezed by the central agency, and of now it's the amount of property that has been frozen by the central agency.
Right. Ritik, thank you very much for joining us. Anubrata's daughter now summoned in the teachers' recruitment scam. Of course, she's in court. Investigation to continue. Meanwhile, a war of words has erupted between filmmakers Anubrata Kashyap and Vivek Agnihotri over the film Kashmir Files. Filmmaker Vivek Agnihotri has lashed out at Anubrata Kashyap after he said that he doesn't want the film Kashmir Files to be India's official selection for the Oscars. Vivek Agnihotri has slammed Anubrata Kashyap, accused Bollywood itself of starting a campaign against his film for the Oscars. This comes after Anubrata Kashyap in an interview spoke about India's Oscars entry this year. Anubrata Kashyap lauded S.S. Rajmouli's RRR, saying that the Junior NTR and Ramcharan starrer film has a 99% chance of winning an Oscars or being nominated in the Oscars under the Best International Film, Feature Film category. And if at all, it is selected officially by the Indian government as an entry into the Academy Awards. But later added that this would happen only if at all Kashmir Files will not be the government's pick. This did not go down with Vivek Agnihotri, who calls them genocide deniers, a lobby in Bollywood trying to defame his film, as per Vivek Agnihotri. All right. Meanwhile, we're looking at an India Today exclusive news break here. While speaking to Taapsee Pannu and Anubrata Kashyap about this whole boycott culture, cancel culture against several Bollywood films, Taapsee and Anubrata Kashyap, both of them, in fact, they mock this boycott trend. Taapsee says that every film should be boycotted. In that case, the way that things are progressing and the cancel culture is so rampant today that even her film should be boycotted. She feels left out in this trend. Taapsee asks, who is this boycott brigade? Anubrata Kashyap questions this boycott brigade, asking, do they even go to theatres in the first place? Let's have a listen.
People on Twitter have been the boycott calls and the cancel culture that we see in Bollywood. It's been
मुझे पता है, पर आजकल तो ऐसा लग रहा है हमारी पिक्चर अगर बॉयकॉट नहीं करी तो विल फील आउट ऑफ प्लेस. तो प्लीज बॉयकॉट करते ना हमारी पिक्चर भी करना थोड़ी बॉयकॉट. हमें लगना चाहिए वी शुड बी इन द लीग ऑफ लाल सिंह चड्ढा एंड द लीग ऑफ रक्षा बंधन, द लीग ऑफ ऑल द फिल्म्स दैट आर गेटिंग बॉयकॉटेड बिकॉज़ ऑल द फिल्म्स आर गेटिंग बॉयकॉटेड. सो वी आल्सो बी इन दैट.
The only boycotted was Jeffrey Boycott, the best cricketer ever. So if you're saying my film like boycott, that means like हम लोग क्या बैटिंग करने वाले हैं बॉक्स ऑफिस पे देखो.
No, but on a serious note, I want to know what do you take of this thing, because obviously, like you mentioned, every film is getting boycott.
तो अच्छी बात है ना. We don't want to feel out of place यार. हम भी बॉलीवुड का हिस्सा है, हमारे को भी बॉयकॉट करो.
सबसे कमाल की चीज़ मैं तो बता, ये जो लोग पिक्चरें बॉयकॉट करने की बात करते हैं वो पहले पिक्चर सिनेमा हॉल में देखने आते थे क्या? सवाल है जनरली वो लोग डाउनलोड करके पिक्चर देखते थे.
Now moving on, days after stabbing author Salman Rushdie in Western New York, Hadi Matar has said that he was surprised to see Salman Rushdie really surviving the attack. The 24-year-old New Jersey-based man is been charged with attempted murder and assault since this arrest. He's, however, pleaded not guilty to the charges. Satanic Verses author Salman Rushdie had suffered damaged liver and severed nerves in the arm as well as the eye. The author's health has in fact improved. He is no longer using a ventilator, so he's shown progress. Leaders from across the globe condemned the attack on the Indian-origin writer. But here you have this man, surprised that he did not really kill his target. For more on that, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more. Stay tuned. I'm going to come back with the top headlines.
La main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi ? Parce que les aides-soignants aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel, où on demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment des difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University. In association with Brokerage Kyun Dena, nobroker.com hai na.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. The top headlines first. Escalating Savarkar showdown in the south. BJP workers gherav Siddaramaiah Askar in Kodagu, Karnataka, while Congress and Muslim groups protest against a school in Kerala for having a kid dressed as the Hindutva ideologue Savarkar. Islamist group PFI sees bread over Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations in Karnataka schools, says the move is against Muslims as the same government had banned hijab in campuses. Film Kashmir Files triggers new Bollywood fight. Filmmaker Anubrata Mandal doesn't want the film to be India's Oscar entry. Agnihotri responds with genocide denier jibe. Buddies over lawless Bihar. Teen student critical after being shot from close range in Patna. War over wanted minister taking oath in Nitish Kumar government. China calls its spy ship the spy ship misadventure here in Lankan port as routine affair. India publicly raises concerns over the security threat. And India's biggest telecom player lauds clean and super-fast 5G allocation process. Airtel boss Sunil Mittal says he has never seen such efficiency in his 20 years career. In a big development in Sidhu Moosewala's murder case, the charge sheet has finally been filed in Sidhu Moosewala's murder case. India Today has accessed Moosewala's murder charge sheet. 15 accused have been named in the Moosewala murder charge sheet. Gangster Bishnoi, Jaggu Bhagwanpur have been named as masterminds in that charge sheet. Gangster Lawrence Bishnoi as well as Jaggu Bhagwanpur, both of them named as the mastermind behind Sidhu Moosewala's murder. This comes, of course, as a huge development considering the police had extensively launched a manhunt to try and understand how this murder of Sidhu Moosewala was carried out with great impunity, brazenly in broad daylight. Moosewala was gunned down by a bunch of gangsters, not one or two, but at least 5 to 6 of them who attacked him in broad daylight while Sidhu Moosewala was out in his car alone. In fact, a charge sheet now that's been filed very clearly states 15 names as the accused for the murder of Sidhu Moosewala, and the main mastermind, gangster Lawrence Bishnoi and Jaggu Bhagwanpur, have been declared as the mastermind by the police. Arvind Oja joining us live. Arvind, वो चार्ज शीट में क्या और लिखा है? 15 accused उनके नाम लिखे हैं और जग्गू और लॉरेंस बिश्नोई मास्टरमाइंड करार कर दिया है चार्ज शीट में. और क्या है चार्ज शीट में, हमें बोलिए.
जी देखिए, आपको बताऊं कि 90 डेज के अंदर चार्जशीट दाखिल करनी होती है, लेकिन पंजाब पुलिस ने अभी तक चार्जशीट इस पूरे मामले में दाखिल नहीं की है. लेकिन सोर्सेज ने इंडिया टुडे को बताया कि बहुत जल्द 4 से 5 दिन के अंदर सिद्धू मूसेवाला मर्डर केस में जो मानसा पुलिस है वो अदालत में चार्जशीट दाखिल कर देगी. जो चार्जशीट की एक्सक्लूसिव डिटेल मिली है उसके मुताबिक कुल 15 अक्यूज्ड अभी तक इस चार्जशीट में शामिल किया है मानसा पुलिस ने. बाद में सप्लीमेंट्री चार्जशीट भी दाखिल करेगी जो मानसा पुलिस. सिद्धू मूसेवाला केस में जो मेन मास्टरमाइंड है वो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई को बताया गया है. लॉरेंस बिश्नोई वो जिस वक्त ये पूरा हत्याकांड हुआ उस वक्त वो जेल में बंद था, तिहाड़ जेल में. तिहाड़ जेल की ऑडियो क्लिप भी इंडिया टुडे ने एक्सेस की थी जिसमें बाकायदा ये बातचीत हो रही थी. लॉरेंस बिश्नोई को उसका जो एक एसोसिएट है हत्याकांड के बाद वो बताता है कि जो सिद्धू मूसेवाला का मर्डर हो चुका है. तो सिद्धू लॉरेंस बिश्नोई है. उसके अलावा जो एक और अक्यूज्ड है जग्गू भगवानपुरिया, ये भी उस वक्त तिहाड़ जेल में बंद था. पंजाब का बहुत बड़ा गैंगस्टर है, ड्रग में डील करता है. उसके अलावा जो शूटर एक और अक्यूज का नाम है संदीप केकड़ा, इसने रेकी की थी.
जी अरविंद, I'm going to try and patch Arvind's correction there, but we got an understanding. The charge sheet of Sidhu Moosewala there names 2 people as the mastermind for Moosewala's murder, Jaggu as well as Lawrence Bishnoi. Both of them named as the mastermind, while 15 other accused have also been named in the charge sheet. Huge development surely in the Sidhu Moosewala murder probe. All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to Manish Sisodia of the Aam Aadmi Party, who's speaking on the Rohingya rehabilitation issue.
ये रिक्वेस्ट किया है कि पहली बात तो ये कि आप केंद्र सरकार का स्पष्ट रुख देश के सामने रखें, दिल्ली के सामने रखें. और दूसरा, ये जो साजिश हो रही है या हो रही थी कि दिल्ली की चुनी हुई सरकार से छिपाकर, और अगर केंद्र सरकार भी ऐसा मानती है कि रोहिंग्याओं को नहीं बसाना है, फ्लैट नहीं देने, तो फिर केंद्र सरकार के भी रुख के खिलाफ जाके ये डिसीजंस किसके कहने पे लिए जा रहे थे, कौन ले रहा था, कहां से इसके आदेश आ रहे थे, ये सबकी बहुत निष्पक्ष तुरंत जांच होनी चाहिए. और जो भी लोग अगर केंद्र सरकार के रुख के खिलाफ जा रहे थे तो केंद्र सरकार के रुख के खिलाफ, और दिल्ली की सरकार से चुनी हुई सरकार से छिपा के डिसीजन लेना चाह रहे थे तो उनके खिलाफ सख्त कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए. ये मैंने केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री जी को अभी चिट्ठी लिखी है.
मनीष जी, डिविजनल कमिश्नर ने ये तैयार किया था, प्रस्ताव किया था कि उनको यहाँ से शिफ्ट करके और बकरवाला में रखा जाए, और चीफ सेक्रेटरी ने उसको पास किया. उससे पहले ये एसडीएम के लेवल पे भी ये तैयार हुआ था कि उनका क्या विकल्प है, कहाँ पे रखा जाए. इस पूरी प्रक्रिया में कहीं से भी दिल्ली सरकार को लूप में नहीं।
मैं इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ कि फिर दिल्ली सरकार दिल्ली के मंत्रियों से नहीं पूछ रहे, मुख्यमंत्री से डिस्कस नहीं कर रहे, अचानक कोई FRRO की चिट्ठी आती है, उसके बेस पे NDMC को लिख देते हैं। फिर एक केंद्र के मंत्री जी कहते हैं, आवास मंत्री हैं जो कि हाँ बहुत बढ़िया है, फ्लैट दिए, आवास दिए जा रहे हैं, हम अपने तारीफ करते हैं सरकार की। फिर जब हम कहते हैं भाई चुनी हुई सरकार को तो पता ही नहीं है, पूछ ही नहीं रहे, फिर गृह मंत्रालय कहता है हमें भी नहीं पता या हम ऐसा नहीं चाह रहे। तो फिर ये साजिश क्या हुई है, किसने की है और किसके कहने पे की है, कौन लोग ये डिसीजन ले रहे थे और क्यों ले रहे थे?
दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट के जो होम डिपार्टमेंट के सेक्रेटरी हैं उनके वो भी लूप में थे, वो भी आप।
मैं वही पूछ रहा हूँ ना कि जब केंद्र सरकार भी कह रही है, अगर केंद्र सरकार का ये रुख है, पहले तो केंद्र सरकार अपना रुख स्पष्ट करे और फिर मैं तो स्पष्ट रूप से लिख के दे रहा हूँ।
सर, आप ये जो फ्लैट वाली योजना है इसके विरोध में हैं या फिर ये रोहिंग्या ही दिल्ली में नहीं होने चाहिए, आप इसके विरोध में हैं? नीति और विचारधारा क्या है?
नीति और विचारधारा इस रूप में स्पष्ट है कि रोहिंग्याओं को किसी भी तरह के स्थायी निवास के लिए, क्योंकि अगर कोई भी इलीगल माइग्रेंट है या इलीगल ऑक्यूपेंट है और वो देश की नीतियों के खिलाफ देश में रह रहा है, तो उसके खिलाफ तो केंद्र सरकार को एक्शन लेना चाहिए।
लेकिन अभी रह रहे हैं वो जमीन किसकी है, वहाँ फैसिलिटीज कौन प्रोवाइड कर रहा है? क्या दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट 7 लाख रुपए महीने उनसे खर्च कर रही है?
ये तो दिल्ली पुलिस बताएगी ना कहाँ रह रहे हैं, ये केंद्र सरकार बताए कहाँ छिपा कर। ये तो आप अपने बेस पे पूछ रहे हैं ना, अभी तो दिल्ली सरकार के पास ऐसी कोई जानकारी नहीं है कि कहाँ रोहिंग्या रह रहे हैं, कहाँ रह रहे हैं।
एक इम्पोर्टेंट सवाल ये कि दिल्ली सरकार बार-बार ये कहती है कि हिमाचल में 6 महीने में हिमाचल का CM चेंज होने वाला है, गुजरात में 6 महीने में गुजरात का CM चेंज होने वाला है, या उसको पता चल जाता है कि उनका कौन सा मंत्री कब गिरफ्तार होने वाला है। उसका इतनी सारी नॉलेज होती है, इंटेलिजेंस की सब कुछ इनपुट होते हैं, लेकिन इसके बारे में डिप्टी सेक्रेटरी होम से लेके ACS होम तक, DM से लेके,
यही तो मेरे लिए भी है ऐसी
इंटेलिजेंस इस मामले में एकदम से फेल रही है।
मैं वही कह रहा हूँ कि ऐसी चीजें पता चल जाती हैं और ये इतना सीक्रेटली किया जा रहा था, तो क्या साजिश है ये, इसकी जांच होनी चाहिए।
सर, जम्मू कश्मीर में नॉन कश्मीरी भी वोट डाल पाएंगे?
सर, रोहिंग्या पे एक सवाल है। सरकार MHA ने कल चिट्ठी में कहा कि दिल्ली सरकार जो प्रेजेंट लोकेशन है रोहिंग्या कैंप की उसको डिटेंशन सेंटर घोषित करे और ये इमीडिएटली किया जाना चाहिए। इस पे क्या आपका रेस्पॉन्स है? आर यू गोइंग टू डिक्लेयर?
पहले केंद्र सरकार अपना रुख तो साफ करे, कल से कंफ्यूजन फैला रखा है। एक मंत्री जी कह रहे हैं कुछ, एक मंत्री जी कह रहे हैं कुछ, नीचे अफसरों से कुछ करवा रहे हैं। पहले केंद्र सरकार इसकी पूरी जांच कराए, उसके बाद में ये कैंप, कौन सा कैंप चलेगा कौन सा नहीं चलेगा, ये तो सब पुलिस के निर्णय है। यही तो हम पूछ रहे हैं।
सर, बीजेपी कांग्रेस आज भी करा है, उन्होंने कहा कि उनको बिजली पानी तमाम सुविधाएं जो है वो दिल्ली सरकार मुहैया करा रही है और दिल्ली सरकार ही सब कुछ करवा रही है, उस पर आपका क्या?
तो बताए ना कहाँ रोहिंग्या है, क्यों रख रखे हैं, केंद्र सरकार ने क्यों रखे हुए हैं, बीजेपी ने क्यों छिपा रखे हैं, किसने छिपा रखे हैं, और फिर पीछे से मीटिंग करा रहे हैं, क्यों करा रहे हैं?
All right, Manish Sisodia there accusing the centre of trying to, in fact, protect Rohingyas and then eventually blaming it on the Delhi government. They claim that Delhi government is not even aware of the kind of decisions that were taken. Meetings were held with Delhi officials without keeping the AAP government, the Delhi government here in the national capital, in the loop. Big allegations against the centre as Manish Sisodia blames the centre for carrying out decisions to rehabilitate the Rohingya Muslims without keeping the AAP government in the loop and now taking a U-turn on the entire issue. Now, mega showdown between BJP and AAP over Rohingyas has erupted. Delhi government has slammed the centre, saying the BJP is indeed conspiring to settle Rohingyas in Delhi. AAP government has also said that the chief secretary took decisions at the behest of the centre and the Delhi LG without keeping the AAP government in the loop. BJP has hit back at AAP, calling it Kejriwal government's appeasement politics. The Saffron Party has also said that they will not compromise on national security. The party has also cleared that Rohingyas will be deported. India Today has accessed this crucial meeting note, which was chaired by Delhi Chief Secretary on the issue of flats for detention of Rohingya immigrants. In fact, the meeting here, chaired on July 29th, the Delhi Chief Secretary has cleared at least 240 detention flats for Rohingyas. The proposal was kept before the Delhi LG by the AAP government. The Home Ministry has issued a clarification now on the issue. putting the onus of declaring the present location as detention centres on the Delhi government. The ministry has said that AAP government proposed to shift Rohingyas to Delhi's Bakarwala area, and it was not the BJP. MHA has also distanced itself from Hardeep Puri's statement, which welcomed Rohingyas' rehabilitation. All right, a big breaking news coming in. A suspected terror boat has been found in Raigad. This is the latest update that we get here. A suspected terror boat that's been found in Raigad. In fact, an AK-47 as well as bullets have been recovered from that boat. This is the big breaking that India Today is now tracking. We're looking at high alert across the region there as they suspect a terror boat. In fact, a boat that was found in Raigad where they've found some kind of arms, AK-47 and bullets on that boat. This boat has been found on waters of Raigad. In fact, this boat was found with AK-47, rifles, bullets, all found on that boat. A big find here for the police as they've managed to track down a terror boat where AK-47s, rifles and bullets all found inside that boat in Maharashtra's Raigad. Let me cut across to Devesh joining us live for more. Devesh, give us an understanding on what and how did the police find this boat? High alert has been issued across the Raigad district as this boat has been found with AK-47s, rifles, bullets. Tell us more.
This boat has been found at Harihareshwar in Srivardhan Taluka of Raigad district, and as of now, district officials have reached the spot. Police officials have reached the spot. Reports are that AK-47 rifle and some ammunition has been found in the boat, and that is why an alert has been sounded across the district. Senior officials like the local Tehsildar, the DYSP and other senior police officials from Srivardhan have already reached the spot. They are checking with local fishermen and people who stay near the coast regarding this boat, whether they had seen any movement, they had seen anyone near the coast with this boat. But as of now, details are expected. Details are expected from officials. An alert has been sounded across Raigad district, and senior officials along with the anti-terrorism squad has been alerted by the Raigad police. Over to you.
Tell us more in terms of how this boat was nabbed. Did the fishermen find it? Was the police informed about it? Or what really led to this crackdown where they found this boat with rifles, AK-47, bullets? Anyone on that boat?
See, this boat was found across the coast, and this was left over there. This was deserted. This was found in an isolated location along the coast. There was no one around the boat when this boat was spotted by locals. Police was alerted, and now police is on the spot. They are trying to find out more details on of who had brought this boat at this particular location. There was no one on this boat when this boat was spotted by officials, by locals. As of now, details are being sought from locals. Few locals from nearby areas are being questioned by police officials. But as of now, this boat which has been found, there was no one around the boat. This was a deserted boat. This was left at the spot, left along the coast, and there was no one around the boat when it was spotted. Nabila.
While you say that the police have found this boat abandoned, how do you think it's gotten there? Any word or suspicion that the police have on which way this boat has come from? Because they found ammunitions like AK-47s, rifles, bullets, whatnot, and that's not something that a commoner could have found or stacked up. This has certainly come from some kind of terror group or a terror zone.
See, as of now, details are expected from official sources, but there are the basic details that we've known from officials of Raigad police is that
that the boat was spotted along the coast in the sea at Harihareshwar. There was no one around the boat. There was no person who had been attending to the boat. This boat was left at the spot. After which some people spotted it and police were alerted. Police has already reached the spot. Tahsildar has already reached the spot. In some time, the district collector and the superintendent of police, Raigad police, is expected to reach the spot, and a team of anti-terrorism squad of Maharashtra police could also reach the spot, because banned items like AK-47 rifles have been found on the boat. That is what our sources say.
You know, Divyesh, tell us, what kind of boat is this? This looks like a sophisticated boat. You know, give us an understanding on the image that we see on our screens here. What kind of boat is this?
Well, as of now, it seems like a boat which was a sophisticated boat, a speed boat, which was being used by some unidentified persons. And this was left at the spot. It could be that the boat had been adrift in the sea and had come along the coast at Harihareshwar. It would have faced some engine problems, some other mechanical failure. But as of now, everything is being investigated by officials. As of now, the details regarding how the boat has reached the spot is not known. Officials are trying to find out details about how this boat reached the Harihareshwar coast and how this boat was lodged along the coast only.
Okay. You know, Divyesh, it's worrisome because Maharashtra, yet again, in the eye of terror groups, because at max, we can only think of what happened in 26/11. A situation like this, we cannot afford a rerun. And a boat with ammunition such as AK-47s, rifles and bullets on it coming to the shore of Raigad, Maharashtra, raises a lot of concerns on this front.
Well, as earlier we said that officials are reaching the spot. Local officials from Srivardhan have reached the spot. They are trying to find out. They are questioning locals. They are questioning local fishermen to find out details on how this boat had reached this particular spot, whether it had been adrift in the sea, whether it was left unattended at the coast by some people who had fled from the spot. That is yet to be known. Whether this boat was facing any mechanical failure, that is also not known. Well, officials have reached the spot. They are verifying. A spot panchnama is being done. A spot verification is being done by police officials and officials from the district administration. More details are expected in some time as we trying to reach senior officials who are rushing towards the spot. Nabil.
Divyesh, any word on who may be behind this? We know that the police is just about its initial investigation has begun, and they're, of course, trying to understand who is responsible for this boat filled with ammunition, like AK-47 rifles and bullets. But do they have any suspicion as of now?
Nabila, as of now, officials are not revealing any more information regarding the boat because they've just reached the spot. It was been just moments ago that this boat was spotted and officials were alerted. They've just reached the spot. They are conducting spot panchnama. They are verifying the contents of this boat. This seems like a speedboat, high-end speedboat, which was being used, and it could be that it could have been adrift in the sea and was left unattended, after which people who were occupying this boat had fled from the spot. Local fishermen have been alerted. Local fishermen are being contacted by police to get more and more information where if they had spotted anyone roaming around this particular boat, or they had seen this boat sailing in the sea along the coast of Harihareshwar.
All right, Divyesh, is there an idea that you may have about the amount of arms found on that boat? Do you know that if this is a large quantity, a quantity that one must be worried of? In fact, even one AK-47 or one rifle is good enough to sound alarms. But do we know the size of this ammunition that's found on that boat?
Well, Nabila, the DIG Konkan range is also reaching the spot, and we are trying to get in touch with senior officials. We're trying to find out more details about the contents of this particular boat. The DIG Konkan range, along with senior officials of Maharashtra State ATS Anti-Terrorism Squad, will be reaching the spot and they'll be conducting a thorough investigation. As of now, the details regarding the boat and the people who had been using this boat is not known. Details regarding the ownership of the boat is not known. Details will be sought from the Maharashtra Maritime Authority. Other than that, if the boat is registered with any other state, that will also be checked. Over to you.
Right. A quick word on the locals who found the boat. What time did they manage to find this? How did they suspect that something was wrong? Maybe the police should be called. Did they venture into the boat themselves to check what was in there? Any word on that? If the locals actually tried to wade into that boat themselves to see what and who was there inside?
Like AK-47 rifle has been found, but we are trying to get more details from senior officials. Officials are rushing towards the spot. As of now, communication hasn't been established with senior officials like the DIG Konkan range and Maharashtra ATS officials. They are yet to reach the spot, yet to know more details about the contents of this particular boat, which was found at the Haryarishwar.
Right, Devesh, thank you very much for joining us. We know that this is initial investigation. Of course, at this point, there's not much revealed by the police, but it really raises alarm bells. 26/11 attack that took place in Maharashtra's Mumbai. We do not want to see a rerun of that. Of course, it raises a lot of concerns in security when we're seeing an unattended motorboat, speedboat, in fact, that has AK-47 rifles, bullets, all loaded inside that boat, left unattended on the shores of Raigad. Locals there spotted it and informed the police. Now, who's behind this? Who really has left this boat abandoned? All of that will be established in due course. But for now, this has really sent out high alerts by the police. In fact, they've kept a close vigil on this entire development here. At this point, we're looking at this matter echoing within the police departments and the political circles. We're looking at the Maharashtra Assembly as well, discussing this matter at this point. This boat that's been found on Raigad's shores, the ocean there that's been left unattended in Raigad, locals have spotted it and have managed to inform the police right in time. In fact, let me quickly cut across to the Maharashtra Assembly right now.
किमान 21,000 खर्च निघत 21,000 जरी देते खर्च निघत नाही अशी परिस्थिती आहे. त्यामुळे दिलासा मिळणार कसा हा त्यातला खरा विषय आहे. आपल्याला आठवत असेल की ही समोरची मंडळी ज्यावेळेस या बाजूला होती त्यावेळेस हीच मागणी केली होती की 15,000ची किमान मदत झाली पाहिजे. इथून मागणी होती. म्हणजे आपण म्हणले गोष्ट कधी इथून मागण्या येतात तिकडे गेला ती मागणी बदलते चालत राहते. हे काही लोकशाहीचा भाग आहे त्याच्यामुळे ते काही संपणारा विषय नाही आहे. परंतु अध्यक्ष महोदय आपण परवा एक मंत्रिमंडळ निर्णय घेतला शासकीय कर्मचाऱ्यांना महागाई निर्देशानुसार वाढीव महागाई भत्ता देण्याचा आपण निर्णय घेतला आणि कर्मचाऱ्यांच्या महागाई भत्त्यात 3% वाढ केली. म्हणजे त्यांना मिळणारा महागाई भत्ता 31%वरून 34%वर केला. आनंदाची बाब आहे. आमचे काही तक्रार नाही आमचा विरोधी नाही आणि आम्हाला त्याच्यामध्ये विरोधाचं कारण नाही. परंतु आपण शेतकऱ्यांच्या बाबतीत जर विचार जर केला तर 2015 पासून आजपर्यंत कर्मचाऱ्यांचे वेतन दुपटीने वाढले. त्याच न्यायाने शेतकऱ्यांना सुद्धा तशीच मदत 2015चा हिशोब जर आपण जसं इतर महागाई भत्ता देतोय मग शेतकऱ्यांनी काय पाप केलं आहे की त्यांच्या महागाई जे एकंदरीत विचार जर केला सर्व जे काही इनपुट आहे शेती लागणारं त्याचा विचार जर केला तर मग शेतकऱ्यांना मिळणारी मदत सुद्धा दुपटीने वाढवण्याच्या बाबतीमध्ये किंवा सरसकट देण्याच्या बाबतीमध्ये आपण निर्णय का घेऊ नये. स्वाभाविकपणे प्रत्येकाच्या मनामध्ये हा विषय येणं स्वाभाविक आहे. त्यामुळे मी काही तुलना दोन्हीची करत नाहीये पण सांगण्याचा उद्देश एवढाच आहे की महागाई लक्षात घेता याचा वेगळ्याने विचार निश्चित करण्याची गरज आहे. आणि अध्यक्ष महोदय मदतीसाठी जमीन धारण्याची मर्यादा 3 हेक्टरहून केल्याने 80% शेतकऱ्यांना
All right, that's of course echoing in the Maharashtra Assembly as well. We're looking at this boat which is now discovered by locals in Raigad. They've just alerted the police on how this boat, the speed boat, has been left unattended and there could be something suspicious in it. And while the police arrived there, they found this boat to contain AK-47 rifles along with bullets inside that speed boat that was abandoned on the ocean. And locals have managed to spot it and raise concerns, calling in the police. The police, of course, is not really commented on who may be behind this because it's just about initial investigation that's begun. And since this is issue of high security and at this point confidential, we're guessing that they will not reveal, even if they know something at this point, until it's confirmed and established to be true. But from what we see here, this boat contains arms and ammunition. The image that you see on your right-hand side of the screen shows AK-47 rifles and bullets containing this kind of ammunition that's been placed inside that speedboat, left unattended. We're only wondering where exactly this was headed to, who was this for, who was this left behind by. That clarity we'll get in just about a little while. The police not divulging details. Like I did mention, this could be highly confidential, and also this is a matter of top security and national security at this point. And considering that this is a serious matter, it's possibly going to take a little while before the police establish who really is behind this after they do find out the facts. But for now, this is all the information that we have of a boat, a speedboat that's been left abandoned on the ocean of Raigad in Maharashtra, where locals spotted it. They alerted the police after they felt something suspicious. And when the police arrived and reached the boat to find AK-47 rifles and bullets inside that speedboat, all left unattended. Not a single soul on that boat, but this was floating away on the ocean of Raigad. Where does it come from? Who's behind this? Again, details that need to be established in due course. But this is the abandoned terror boat that we show to you right here on India Today. Our first image is coming in on our channel that shows AK-47's bullets all recovered on that abandoned boat in the ocean of Raigad. Bikram Singh, former DGP, joining us on the phone line for a little understanding. Mr. Singh, here is this boat, which we are, of course, calling as a terror boat, that's been found abandoned on the ocean of Raigad. Police have found AK-47 and bullets on that boat. There is absolutely no clarity on where this could have come from, but how do you think the investigation will progress with this regard? Since there's not a single soul found on that boat, it was left right out in the ocean. What's the next step?
Nabila, you just termed the whole episode rightly, boat of terror. It is not fortuitous, it is not accidental, it is a deliberate design. Our neighbor Pakistan is up to its bundle of tricks, whether it is sending drones with AK-47s across Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir. You may recall that there have been 2 drone sightings and droppings in Kashmir itself in the last 4 days. And this boat, if you go to the pedigree of the AK weapons and the bullets, rest assured I can guarantee the pedigree can be traced back to our neighbors Pakistan. It is not accidental. In the backdrop of 15th August, all of us had intelligence inputs that something like this is likely to happen via the air route through the drones, via the tunnelings in Jammu and Kashmir, and also via the sea route also. This probably is one of those that went awry, and perhaps either those who were orchestrating it chickened out and abandoned the boat, or the rest is history. It is a matter of investigation and deep investigation to find out the pedigree of the boat, the pedigree of the AK-47 series and the bullets, and I'm sure our investigating agencies will get to the bottom of this.
Right. Mr. Singh, this boat is a speedboat, so clearly it's possibly abandoned by people who have enough money, not just to access that kind of ammunition, but also to purchase a sophisticated boat which really works mechanically in the sense it's a motor boat. It's possibly some kind of money that's spent on it to purchase it. But to be leaving this abandoned, is this only a sign that they want to threaten possibly the people there of the area or the country itself? Or is this a deliberate mishap on the part of those terrorists? They may have just, lost track of this boat by mistake?
Nabila, it is too premature to offer a conjecture or even a guess, but I suppose the possibility number one is that acquiring AK-47 series weapons and the ammunition is an incriminating act, and nowhere in the world, unless it is a state-sponsored crime, which in all probability it is, nobody should feel safe in acquiring AK series weapons and bullets. Two, you're very right, motor launch does not come cheap. Therefore,
पे जब मुंबई में बाहरी तरफ से जो कुछ हमला हो गया था, उसके बाद राज्य और केंद्र सरकार ने आपत्ति यंत्रणा वहाँ पे रखी है, ETS महाराष्ट्र की है। मुझे मालूम नहीं अभी कहाँ से क्या लाइसेंस है क्या नहीं, but both the government, state government and the central government, all the agencies should be rush over there. They should take over all this investigation and let the truth should come to the knowledge of the people of the Maharashtra, Raigad district and to the country also. ये लेकिन क्या चल रहा है अभी वो तो लोगों के सामने आना ही चाहिए जल्दी से जल्दी।
नहीं सर, वहां पर सरकार बदली है तो एक सवाल ये आ रहा है कि क्या इससे भी जुड़ी चीजें हो सकती है। कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं कि देखिए कोई बड़ा हमला प्लान हो सकता है। एक सवाल ये भी आ रहा है कि ये पहले से चल रहा था, क्योंकि बहुतेरे सवाल है। अब तो असेंबली में ही मामला उठ गया सर।
नहीं, मुझे तो इसके बारे में राजकीय टिप्पणी नहीं मैं करना चाहता हूँ। जब देश की सुरक्षा का सवाल आता है तब हम उसको कोई पॉलिटिकल कलर देना अच्छा नहीं। जब तक ETS और गवर्नमेंट की सारी दूर यंत्रणा जब तक उसका जो कुछ सत्य सामने नहीं लाती तब तक उसके ऊपर राजकीय टिप्पणी करना अच्छा नहीं।
कितना बड़ा थ्रेट मानते हैं सर, क्योंकि मेरे लिए मुंबई ने बहुत सारे आतंकवादी हमले झेले हैं।
या झेले हैं ना, हम तो महाराष्ट्र के हमने तो झेले ही हैं। इसके लिए आई एम वरीड। मैं वो उस एरिया का सांसद हूँ, वहाँ के भी 1993 में ऐसा ही हो गया। इसके लिए केंद्र और राज्य सरकार की जो कुछ यंत्रणा है उन्हें जल्दी से जल्दी जांच करना चाहिए और क्या क्या शक्ति इसके पीछे काम कर रही है, क्या क्या लापसेस हो गए थे, वो भी लोगों के सामने आने की जरूरत है।
जी,
मैं अपील करता हूँ केंद्र और राज्य सरकार को कि इमीडिएटली इसकी जांच हाई लेवल की तरफ से होनी चाहिए और सामने आना चाहिए सब।
सुनील जी, आपके पास क्या क्या इनपुट है, क्या क्या यहाँ पर चीजें बरामद हुई हैं संदिग्ध नाव से, क्योंकि कहा जा रहा है AK-47 तमाम हथियार यहाँ मिले हैं।
कुछ हथियार AK-47 वगैरह मिला है, इतनी मेरे पास इंफॉर्मेशन है। सारे रायगढ़ की पुलिस दल की यंत्रणा वहाँ पे गई हुई है, तो वो तपास कर रहे हैं, इंक्वायरी कर रहे हैं। इसके लिए मैं ज्यादा उनको तकलीफें नहीं देना चाहता हूँ। मैं खुद अभी वहाँ साइट पे जाने के लिए निकल रहा हूँ।
जी, आपकी
All right, that was the MP there who's just about speaking on what exactly is happening in Raigad. Let me quickly cut across to Ujjwal Nigam, who's the lawyer who fought the 2611 case. Mr. Nigam, here we're looking at a boat left abandoned, a speedboat on the ocean, Raigad. Locals have spotted it. Police have intervened to find AK-47 bullets all left abandoned on that boat. It raises a lot of concerns on security and a 2611 like rerun, which we do not want. How do you suspect, or what do you suspect of this case?
Indeed, this is a very serious thing, that a huge quantity of AK-47 rifles were smuggled. Now the ATS will be required to find out with the help of the National Investigating Agency as to who are the persons, what was their object, and etc. And secondly, you see, in 1993 also, the RDX and certain contraband weapons were also smuggled from Pakistan. And particularly this area, the coastal area, was earlier used by Dawood Ibrahim and his henchmen for smuggling gold and silver ornaments. But aftermath of 1993, particularly these people, Dawood's people, used to smuggle certain contraband weapons. And therefore, I think the investigating agency, police, will take a serious cognizance of it and they will go to the depth of the matter.
Right, sir. You know, we're looking at the situation very closely, considering that Maharashtra has seen a terror attack like 26/11 in the past. Do you see any kind of glimpses when you look at this particular case? An abandoned boat, a speed boat, which costs some amount of money. It does not come cheap. You have ammunition again, which costs a lot of money. And this has come on the shores of Raigad. So the vicinity there and the kind of ammunition found on the boat, does that tell you or remind you of something more? We're going to try and patch his connection there. Ujjwal Nigam, who was just speaking on the fears of this boat been found abandoned with ammunition like AK-47s and bullets on that speedboat that was left abandoned. Of course, raising a lot of concerns on another terror strike in Maharashtra, something like what we saw 26/11 that still leaves shivers down our spine. Of course, security has been put on high alert at this point. Police not divulging details on what exactly or who particularly has been behind this this boat left abandoned on the ocean with ammunition. Of course, the police now treading carefully. They're trying to understand what exactly happened here with this boat being found by locals. They claim that there was not a single soul on that boat. Was this a terrorist activity? Was it, in fact, locals involving in terror activities? All that will be established in due course. But for now, there's really very little information with this regard. But these are the first images that we bring to you on our screens, right here, only on India Today, that we have revealed to you the contents of that case inside that boat. And the images are very clear and alarming. AK-47s and bullets all found abandoned on that boat left on the ocean in Raigad, Maharashtra. Locals is said to have spotted that boat from a distance and were slightly suspicious on what may have happened or who is possibly there, if there is anyone there at all. Let me quickly cut across to Aditi Tatkare, Raigad MLA, speaking on the same.
इस पे होनी चाहिए, ये मैंने अभी विधानसभा हमारा सभागृह में भी ये मुद्दा मैंने उपस्थित किया पॉइंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन के अंतर्गत, और मुझे ऑनरेबल स्पीकर ने ये बताया है कि सम्माननीय जो चीफ मिनिस्टर है, आज डीसीएम साहब है, वो गृह मंत्री भी है, वो इस बारे में आज सेशन खत्म होने से पहले जो भी कुछ राज्य शासन की तरफ से अर्जेंट बेसिस पे जो भी कुछ अपॉइंटमेंट्स है या टीम्स है या फिर एटीएस स्क्वाड है, इनके बारे में या फिर इस पूरे मामले में जो राज्य शासन की भूमिका रहेगी वो वहाँ पर हमें उत्तर देंगे।
क्या लगता है आपको अभी तक जो इन्फॉर्मेशन मिली है उससे क्या?
इन्फॉर्मेशन इज वेरी प्राइमरी, बहुत ही प्राथमिक ये पूरी जानकारी है, तो उस बारे में ज्यादा अभी बोल नहीं पाएंगे। जो वहाँ पर इंक्वायरी शुरू है वो सिर्फ रायगढ़ जिले की जो पुलिस टीम है उनकी तरफ से अभी ये पूरी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन है वो मिली है, लेकिन एडवांस टीम्स जो हमारी एटीएस स्क्वाड्स रहते हैं या फिर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की जो एजेंसीज रहते हैं उनकी तरफ से भी एक स्पेशल अपॉइंटमेंट अगर हो तो इस वक्त ज्यादा से ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण ये है कि नागरिक सुरक्षित रहने चाहिए। अब अगर हम देखें तो कल जन्माष्टमी का उत्सव है, 10-12 दिन में ही गणेश उत्सव है, तो ये सब मद्देनजर रखते हुए जो नागरिक उनकी सुरक्षा है ये हमारी प्रायोरिटी रहनी चाहिए, और उस बारे में जो उपाय योजना है वो शासन उनकी तरफ से जो लोगों तक पहुंचनी चाहिए।
आदिति तटकरे हैं जो लोकल एमएलए है, जहां पर श्री हरिवर्धन में AK-47 पाई गई है, वहां की लोकल एमएलए है, उन्होंने मुद्दा लिया है और उसके बाद इस बारे में जानकारी दी। कैमरा समीर शानबाग के साथ मुस्तफा शेख, आज तक।
All right, Aditi Tatkare, who's a Raigad MLA there, speaking on the same. She says that the police have been informed. They're right now looking into the situation, AK-47s, bullets, and even suspected explosives that they may have found on that boat. All of that, of course, needs to be established. But a big development here, the SP of Raigad, Mr. Ashok Dude, has now confirmed about the AK-47s found on that boat near the Harihareshwar beach. He's not shared any other information, whether this boat was a speed boat or a regular boat. But from the images that we can see here, it clearly looks or resembles a speed boat, something that seems slightly expensive. Here on that boat is this box that was found, that the image that you see on your left-hand side of your screens, where you're looking at AK-47 rifles along with bullets that was found in a case, at least 3 of those AK-47s along with bullets, all found in a box, very professionally placed. It looks like this has been purchased or delivered on order. Looking at the way it has been placed in that box, fully made and fit for those rifles, alongside bullets kept very safely and packed up in this really secure case that was placed inside that abandoned boat. So it clearly looks like these rifles were given after an order was placed, or the fact that this looks so professionally done really raises concerns on the kind of planning that's gone behind a future terror attack. And that's, of course, a natural suspicion here that this could raise concerns over whether a plan is being hatched for a terror strike in any part of the country. It could be, but particularly since this has been found in Raigad, Maharashtra, of course, Maharashtra now on high alert. At this point, the police, the SP, claiming that they found this boat with AK-47 abandoned on the beach. In fact, we have a Maqsood Nasiri, who's a local journalist, joining us on the phone line. Maqsood, please go on. What do we know of this boat that was found abandoned on Raigad? In fact, we're very shocked to see this case, a very professionally packed AK-47 left abandoned on this speedboat that was found on Raigad beach. Give us more.
जी मकसूद, जरा ये जानकारी दीजिए कि फिलहाल वहां पर क्या रायगढ़ पुलिस केवल एक्टिव है या कोई एजेंसियां भी वहां पहुंची हैं?
जी सर, यहाँ पर अभी रायगढ़ पुलिस के वरिष्ठ अधिकारी लोग पहुंचे हैं, डीवाईएसपी पहुंचे हैं, पीआई पहुंचे हैं, और अभी यहाँ पे बड़े पैमाने पर पुलिस का ताफा जमा होता जा रहा है।
जी, केवल एक नाव है या उसके आसपास कुछ और भी चीजें मिली हैं, और फिलहाल उस इलाके में किस प्रकार से घेराबंदी या सर्च ऑपरेशन चल रहा है?
नहीं सर जी, अभी एक नाव मिली है। प्राथमिक पता चल रहा है कि ये नाव ऑस्ट्रेलिया से है, ऑस्ट्रेलिया से आई हुई नाव है सर।
कहाँ, आप एक बार नाव के बारे में जानकारियां थोड़ी अगर आप दे सके, कहाँ से नाव आई है ये और उसमें क्या क्या मिला हुआ है, जरा दर्शकों को बता दीजिए आप।
ये जो यहाँ पे जो ये बोट है, ये बोट अभी यहाँ पे टूटी हुई अवस्था में आई हुई है। इसमें कोई आदमी नहीं है, और ये बोट यहाँ पे किनारे पे पहुँचने के बाद में श्रीवर्धन के स्थानिक शोएब हमदुल्ले सबसे पहले स्पॉट पर पहुँचे, और हरेश्वर वाले सचिन गुरव, ये लोग, रुपेश महेकर लोग यहाँ पहुँचे, और पुलिस प्रशासन पहुँचा। प्रशासन ने इनको खबर दी कि इस तरीके की चीजें हुई है। प्रशासन के लोगों के बाद यहाँ पे लोग पहुँचे सर।
जी, आप फिलहाल अगर बात की जाए तो क्या प्रशासन की तरफ से अब तक कोई आधिकारिक बयान सामने आया है, कोई डिटेल इस पूरे मामले को लेकर?
जी सर,
प्रशासन की तरफ से क्या अब तक कोई आधिकारिक जानकारी दी गई? जानकारियां तो आप हमें भेज रहे हैं, लेकिन क्या आधिकारिक तौर पर कोई बात?
अभी तक कोई आधिकारिक जानकारी सामने नहीं आ रही है, लेकिन ये जो घटना है ये सही है।
ठीक है, आप ग्राउंड जीरो से लगातार इंफॉर्मेशन जुटाते रहिए, आप वहां मौजूद हैं। आज तक सबसे पहले आपको बता दें कि वो चैनल है जो यहां पर पहुंचा है, और ग्राउंड जीरो पर जिस जगह पर ये नाव मिली है वहीं से हमारे संवाददाता आपको पल पल की जानकारी दे रहे थे। फिलहाल वक्त यहां पर एक ब्रेक का, लेकिन इस बड़ी खबर।
All right, there you have a local journalist, Maqsood, who says that this looks like an Australian-make boat. Again, like we mentioned, this boat does not come cheap. It's obviously an expensive affair to get access to a boat like that, a speedboat like that, and over that, a professionally packed AK-47 rifle case that has been placed in that boat and left abandoned on the ocean of Raigad. Of course, a huge security threat, which the police is now probing into. But what really... how really did the police reach this boat? From what we hear, locals there have arrived while they saw a boat left abandoned for a while on the ocean. They were obviously concerned to try and understand what and who may be inside that boat, whether the person inside was safe or not. So they tried to they literally tried to draw that boat closer to the shore. and quickly informed the police that this boat was abandoned on the ocean. The police arrived and found that this boat had not a single soul on that boat, and shockingly had AK-47 rifles along with bullets found on that boat. There's a concern that there could be some explosives also found on that boat, and along with that, some people also likely were on that boat but managed to escape right in time. This is the suspicion that's been raised by locals around. Let me quickly cut across to the Raigad MLA who spoke on this regard. Listen in.
अभी का जो मुद्दा है वो जनता मतलब पब्लिक की सिक्योरिटी है, जो भी मैटर है उसका सब प्रॉपरली इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए। स्पेशल टीम्स रहते हैं, एटीएस रहता है या फिर केंद्र शासन के भी टीम्स रहते हैं, उनकी वहां पर अपॉइंटमेंट ये अर्जेंट बेसिस पे होनी चाहिए। ये मैंने अभी विधानसभा हमारा सभागृह में भी ये मुद्दा मैंने उपस्थित किया पॉइंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन के अंतर्गत, और मुझे ऑनरेबल स्पीकर ने ये बताया है कि सम्मान्य जो चीफ मिनिस्टर है आज डीसीएम साहब है, वो गृह मंत्री भी है, वो इस बारे में आज सेशन खत्म होने से पहले जो भी कुछ राज्य शासन की तरफ से अर्जेंट बेसिस पे जो भी कुछ अपॉइंटमेंट्स है या टीम्स है या फिर एटीएस स्क्वाड है, इनके बारे में या फिर इस पूरे मामले में जो राज्य शासन की भूमिका रहेगी वो वहां पर हमें उत्तर देंगे।
क्या लगता है आपको अभी तक जो इन्फॉर्मेशन मिली है उससे क्या?
इन्फॉर्मेशन इज वेरी प्राइमरी, बहुत ही प्राथमिक ये पूरी जानकारी है, तो उस बारे में ज्यादा अभी बोल नहीं पाएंगे। जो वहां पर इंक्वायरी शुरू है वो सिर्फ रायगढ़ जिले की जो पुलिस टीम है उनकी तरफ से अभी ये पूरी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन है वो मिली है, लेकिन एडवांस टीम्स जो हमारी एटीएस स्क्वाड्स रहते हैं या फिर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की जो एजेंसीज रहते हैं उनकी तरफ से भी एक स्पेशल अपॉइंटमेंट अगर हो तो इस वक्त ज्यादा से ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण ये है कि नागरिक सुरक्षित रहने चाहिए। अब अगर हम देखें तो कल जन्माष्टमी का उत्सव है, 10-12 दिन में ही गणेश उत्सव है, तो ये सब मद्देनजर रखते हुए जो नागरिक उनकी सुरक्षा है ये हमारी प्रायोरिटी रहनी चाहिए, और उस बारे में जो उपाय योजना है वो शासन उनकी तरफ से जो लोगों तक पहुंचनी चाहिए।
Let me cut across to Divyesh joining us on the phone line. Divyesh, we heard the Raigad MLA speaking. Of course, they're saying investigation is on, but we're shocked to see that this boat that looks like a speedboat is said to be an Australian make, has a very professional case filled with AK-47. In fact, there are 3 rifles from what we see in those images. Those 3 rifles very carefully packed along with bullets kept beside them, and it almost looks like made to order.
Nabila, as of now, police are trying to verify the ownership of this boat. Who does this boat, this particular yacht? It's a small yacht which has been found at the coast of Haryareshwar, and AK-47 rifles and ammunition of AK-47 rifles has been found. We spoke to the ATS chief, Vinit Agarwal, and he raised suspicion that this could be an official boat of some agency. It could be a foreign agency. But as of now, they are verifying whom does this boat belong to. But there are questions that the terror angle is not being ruled out, but they are also stating that it could be an official boat of some agency, official vessel or some agency which could have been abandoned in the sea, now lodged at the bank at the coast of Haryareshwar. Police teams are already there. ATS team has already left for the spot, and what we are hearing is Coast Guard teams have already sprung into action. They are helping the coastal police. They are helping the Raigad police in further action. They are helping in providing details of the boat and other details that they could find. But
all right, stay with us, Divyesh. I'm going to quickly cut across to Vinit Agarwal, Maharashtra's ATS chief, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Agarwal, this is really, of course, a matter of grave concern. An abandoned speedboat with AK-47 rifles and bullets found on the ocean of Raigad. Do you suspect terrorists behind this act?
The boat has been found in an abandoned condition. It appears that it is an official boat. Let us see. We are investigating. We are investigating the terror angle also. But prima facie, it appears that it is an official boat of some authority.
Official boat of, again, sir, please repeat that. It's an official boat of where?
Official boat of some authority, maybe some marine authority.
Hmm.
Because the yacht looks like an official yacht. The weapon also looks like these are official weapons. But we are investigating.
Right, Mr. Agarwal, what does this, the case with AK-47s really tell you? It looks like a box that's so professionally, neatly packed. 3 AK-47 rifles with bullets alongside, nicely wrapped in a case. It was almost as if someone's ordered for it and it's come very well packed and placed.
No, actually there are both the things. One is it can be for the purpose of terrorism also, and the second option, the second possibility is that it is an official boat which has just drifted away. So both these angles we are examining.
An official boat that could have drifted away. Please do dwell on that, Mr. Agarwal. Would you believe that this could belong to the government?
Some other government of some other country.
Okay.
Let us see. Yeah.
And which country do you suspect? I mean, what max is the neighboring?
We are investigating. We are trying to find out, because I have not reached the spot. I'll be reaching it in some more time. It will take some more time, but from the pictures which I have seen, it appears that these are official weapons. But we have not reached to a conclusion yet. We are investigating. Okay?
Right. Mr. Agarwal, a quick word on the locals there looking, they've spotted this boat, they've suspected some kind of activity, and therefore they reached out to the police. Prima facie, what does this look like? If you could give us some clarity.
Abandoned boat. It's a drifted boat, yeah.
It's just a drifted boat, but there's the terror angle that you're probing into, but you're not sure if it is.
Yeah. We are looking at both the possibilities. Let us see.
Right, sir. So in that case, any alert could have come from any government as such that if a boat like this is drifted away, I'm sure communication would have happened with authorities locally?
If it is an official boat which has drifted away, then, well, that is an accident which has taken place in high seas. And if it is something else, then we will issue alert. So far, we are just doing our investigation.
What we're surprised, Mr. Agarwal, is that this boat has reached Raigad coast. It's gone that far without any notification or communication.
Yeah, this is what you're saying is correct, and we will look into all aspects. Yeah, thank you.
Right, Mr. Agarwal, thank you very much. The ATS chief joining us there of Maharashtra, who says that they are suspecting on one hand the terror angle, of course. On the other, that this could be an official boat of another country that could have drifted away. Well, really hard for us to believe that this boat has managed to cross borders and reach all the way to Raigad without coming under scanner of any official authorities, be it of that country or our country. But of course, we're going to take the ATS chief's word face value. They're investigating the matter. They would know best at this point. What they say is that this boat it looks like an official boat of a country. Which country, again, no clarity on that. And also terror angle being probed at the same time. There is a suspected terror boat that was found on the Raigad coast. Of course, the ATS chief there saying they're looking into the terror angle. Also at the same time are also trying to understand if this could be a boat of another country, official boat of another country, which may have drifted away by chance. Now, a boat drifting away by chance, carrying AK-47 rifles along with bullets, very carefully packed and wrapped and placed in that boat. And if it is an official boat, then just one box of rifles placed in that boat and that one boat drifting away. Slightly hard to believe that scenario, but of course, best is to wait for the police to come with a statement, a formal statement on what really they suspect of this case. But for now, this has raised huge suspicion and concerns on safety and security around the Maharashtra region. Raigad beach, this beach here where this boat was found is in fact called the Harihareshwar beach in Raigad. And the SP of Raigad has, for now, confirmed that they found this boat and they found AK-47 rifles along with bullets on this boat. The matter has certainly raised concerns because it was also brought up in the Maharashtra Parliament as the session continues in the Assembly, beg your pardon, the Maharashtra Assembly there, where the MLAs have raised the issue and they have confirmed that the police have found this boat with AK-47 rifles and bullets, and also now investigation is underway into a terror angle connected to this case. So as of now, as far as what the Maharashtra ATS chief, Mr. Vivek Agnihotri, who just spoke with India today at this moment, has said there are two angles that they are probing into. One is, of course, the terror scare, and the other could be very well that this boat is an official boat of another country that has drifted away and come towards the shore of Raigad, Harihareshwar beach. In fact, here at this point, locals have spotted that boat from a distance and they have they've quickly reached the police. They've alerted the police to come by and take a look, and while the police arrived, they found this boat to have AK-47 rifles very carefully packed and placed in a very professional case, a box which seems like a professionally packed AK-47 with bullets placed inside that boat. While ATS chief tells us that this could be for official purposes of another country where they may have placed it on that speedboat and the boat has drifted away. That's what the ATS claims. Let me quickly cut across to Vineet Agarwal, who spoke to India Today right this moment. Here's what he had to say about the possible scenarios of this boat.
See, the boat has been found in an abandoned condition. It appears that it is an official boat. Let us see, we are investigating. We are investigating the terror angle also. But prima facie it appears that it is an official boat of some authority. The yacht looks like an official yacht, and the weapons also look like these are official weapons. But we are investigating. No, actually there are both the things. One is, it can be for the purpose of terrorism also. And the second option, the second possibility is that it is an official boat which has just drifted away. So both these angles we are examining. See, the boat has been found in an abandoned condition. It appears that it is an official boat. Let us see, we are investigating. We are investigating the terror angle also. But prima facie it appears that it is an official boat of some authority. The yacht looks like an official yacht, and the weapons also look like these are official weapons. But we are investigating. No, actually there are both the things. One is, it can be for the purpose of terrorism also, and the second option, the second possibility is that it is an official boat which has just drifted away. So both these angles we are examining. See, the boat has been found in an abandoned condition. It appears that it is an official boat. Let us see, we are investigating. We are investigating the terror angle also. But prima facie it appears that it is an official boat of some authority. The yacht looks like an official yacht, and the weapons also look like these are official weapons. But we are investigating. No, actually there are both the things. One is, it can be for the purpose of terrorism also, and the second option, the second possibility is that it is an official boat which has just drifted away. So both these angles we are examining. See, the boat has been found in an abandoned condition. It appears that it is an official boat. Let us see, we are investigating. We are investigating the terror angle also. But prima facie it appears that it is an official boat of some authority. The yacht looks like an official yacht, and the weapons also look like these are official weapons. But we are investigating. No, actually there are both the things. One is, it can be for the purpose of terrorism also, and the second option, the second possibility is that it is an official boat which has just drifted away. So both these angles we are examining. See, the boat has been found in an abandoned condition. It appears that it is an official boat. Let us see, we are investigating. We are investigating the terror angle also. But prima facie it appears that it is an official boat of some authority. The yacht looks like an official yacht, and the weapons also look like these are official weapons. But we are investigating. No, actually there are both the things. One is, it can be for the purpose of terrorism also, and option, the second possibility is that it is an official boat which has just drifted away. So both these angles we are examining.
Breaking news coming in, suspected terror boat found in the Raigad coast. That's the latest coming in at this point of time. We're bringing the latest coming in. Suspect boat found off Harihareshwar shore. AK-47, some rifles and bullets were found on board as well. This is in Raigad in Maharashtra. A high alert has now been issued in Raigad district. The district police is on spot at this point. ATS chief says the ammunition that has been recovered looks like AK-47. Listening to some reactions that are coming in.
47 पाना या फिर कारतूस मिलना ये एक अहम बात है। तो क्या ये सिक्योरिटी रिलेटेड बोट की ओमान सिक्योरिटी की कोई क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन है?
नहीं, जो इन्फॉर्मेशन अभी मिली है वो बहुत ही प्राइमरी है। जैसे मैंने यहाँ पे कहा कि वहाँ पर जितनी इंक्वायरी अभी शुरू है वो बहुत ही प्राइमरी बेसिस पे है। एक जो भी वहाँ पर इंक्वायरी शुरू है वो रायगढ़ की जो लोकल पुलिस टीम है या रायगढ़ डिस्ट्रिक्ट की जो पुलिस टीम है उनकी तरफ से शुरू है। बट वी हैव स्पेशल एजेंसीज विच कैन बी अपॉइंटेड फॉर दिस स्पेसिफिक मैटर। अगर हम देखे जाए तो ATS जो रहता है, एंटी टेररिस्ट स्क्वाड जो रहता है, वो स्पेसिफिकली इसी मुद्दे पर रहता है। इट इज़ अपॉइंटेड फॉर दिस स्पेसिफिक रीज़न। सो वो टीम की जो है स्पेशल टीम की अपॉइंटमेंट ये अर्जेंट बेसिस पे होनी चाहिए।
मेरे साथ
Today, a suspected boat found off Hareshwar shore. AK-47, some rifles, bullets have been found on board. ATS chief says terror angle not ruled out as yet. A high alert has been issued in Raigad district. District police is at the moment investigating this entire issue as well. There were bullets found on this boat too. Suspected terror boat has been found on Raigad coast. In fact, we spoke to the ATS chief a while back about what this looks like, because this boat looks like an official yacht. So we need to know more details, and this is what the ATS chief had to say. Mr. Agarwal, this is really, of course, a matter of grave concern. An abandoned speedboat with AK-47 rifles and bullets found on the ocean of Raigad. Do you suspect terrorists behind this act?
The boat has been found in abandoned condition. It appears that it is an official boat. Let us see. We are investigating. We are investigating the terror angle also. But prima facie, it appears that it is an official boat of some authority.
Official boat of, again, sir, please repeat that. It's an official boat of where?
Official boat of some authority, maybe some marine authority. Because the yacht is looks like an official yacht. The weapon also looks like these are official weapons. But we are investigating.
Right, Mr. Agarwal, what does this, the case with AK-47s really tell you? It looks like a box that's so professionally, neatly packed. 3 AK-47 rifles with bullets alongside, nicely wrapped in a case. It was almost as if someone's ordered for it and it's come very well packed and placed.
No, actually there are both the things. One is, it can be for the purpose of terrorism also, and the second option, the second possibility is that it is an official boat which has just drifted away. So both these angles we are examining.
An official boat that could have drifted away. Please do dwell on that, Mr. Agarwal. Would you believe that this could belong to the government?
Some other government of some other country.
Okay.
Let us see. Yeah.
And which country do you suspect? I mean, what max is the neighboring?
We are investigating. We are trying to find out, because I have not reached the spot. I'll be reaching it in some more time. It will take some more time, but from the pictures which I have seen, it appears that these are official weapons. But we have not reached to a conclusion yet. We are investigating. Okay?
Right. Mr. Agarwal, a quick word on the locals there looking, they've spotted this boat, they've suspected some kind of activity, and therefore they reached out to the police. Prima facie, what does this look like? If you could give us some clarity.
Abandoned boat. It's a drifted boat, yeah.
It's just a drifted boat, but there's the terror angle that you're probing into, but you're not sure if it is.
Yeah, we are looking at both the possibilities. Let us see.
Right, so in that case, any alert could have come from any government as such that if a boat like this is drifted away, I'm sure communication would have happened with authorities locally?
If it is an official boat which has drifted away, then, well, that is an accident which has taken place in high seas. And if it is something else, then we will issue alert. So far, we are just doing our investigation.
What we're surprised, Mr. Agarwal, is that this boat has reached Raigad coast. It's gone that far without any notification or communication.
Yeah, this is what you're saying is correct, and we will look into all aspects.
India Today exclusive news break. Abandoned boat registered in UK. Boat was distressed near Oman. Abandoned boat was rescued near Oman. That's the latest exclusive news break we can bring to you right now, that this abandoned boat was registered in the United Kingdom. This is the latest coming in at this point. As far as the breaking news on the abandoned boat is concerned, we're getting you many details. The ATS chief is speaking to us as well. We're in close contact with all the authorities to bring you up to speed with the latest. Divyesh, first up, is there anything that people in Maharashtra need to be worried about?
Well, alert has been sounded in districts like Raigad and Ratnagiri, which are the districts close to the spot where this abandoned boat has been found. And as we had earlier pointed out, that this could be an official boat of a marine agency of some foreign country, and that is why it was adrift and has reached the Maharashtra coast, reached the Harihareshwar coast. This is not the first time it is happening.
पायऱ्यावर उभं राहून घोषणा देणं हा प्रत्येकाचा अधिकार आहे, त्यांनी तसं ते करावं, पण त्याच्यामध्ये तुम्ही आमच्याच लोकांना सुद्धा बरोबर घेता. त्या लोकांच्याबद्दल तुम्हीच म्हणता की ही अनैसर्गिक युती आहे. मग ही अनैसर्गिक युती तुम्ही कायम का ठेवता हा प्रश्न असतो. आणि खरी गद्दारी महाराष्ट्रासाठी कधी होते की महाराष्ट्राचं राज्य आपण छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांच्या नावाने चालवतो आणि आपण तिथं शिवाजी महाराजांचं नाव वापरतो आपल्या पक्षाच्या ह्याच्यामध्ये, आणि त्यांचे वंशज जे असतात ज्यांच्याबद्दल आपण आदर ठेवला पाहिजे. अत्यंत
Politics, we'll go back to him in moments from now on Get You Maharashtra Politics. But let's go back to our main story. This is the boat and the terror alert that we're talking about. Divyesh is joining us. Divyesh, continue. You were telling us about whether there is any threat at all to the people in Maharashtra. Do they have anything to worry about?
Well, as of now, the information that we have received that this boat belongs to Neptune Maritime Security, which has its offices based in United Kingdom and Dubai, and this agency provides security to vessels sailing in international waters. This vessel was said to have been distressed, and officials on this boat were rescued by Coastal Maritime Agency, after which this boat remained adrift and has now reached the Maharashtra coast. So as of now, it seems that this boat was adrift and it was left unattended. That is why it has been adrift and has now reached Maharashtra coast. The concerned company will be issuing a statement shortly on how this boat had reached this particular spot, why this boat was left unattended, what was the rescue operation that had happened. But what our sources are telling us is that this company, Neptune P2P...
My question here, Divyesh, is, and you spoke to us about how your sources are indicating that the boat is belonging to Neptune Maritime Security Limited, that is providing security to vessels as well. For whatever reason, this boat, that was providing security to the vessel got abandoned. There was no communication whatsoever about a missing boat.
See, Chaiti, this is not happening for the first time in Maharashtra. In year 2011, which was just 3 years after the 26/11 attack, there was a huge boat, huge vessel named MT Pavitt, which got stranded on the Juhu beach. So this was in Mumbai that the vessel got stranded. when investigation was carried out that how did this boat end up at Juhu Beach, it was found by Navy and other coastal security agencies that this boat had been abandoned. This vessel, MT Pivot, had been abandoned near the Oman coast, near international waters, near Oman coast, and officials had been rescued. And after that, the boat had been adrift, the vessel had been adrift, and somehow it managed to reach the Mumbai coast, the Juhu Beach coast. And so this had happened earlier also, and the same could be the case. This is a smaller yacht compared to MT Pivot, which was a huge vessel, which was a huge container vessel. This is a smaller yacht, and it has it had been adrift after the rescue operation was conducted.
Yeah.
And officials had been saying that this could be an official boat, as Vivek Agarwal, the ATS chief, had also pointed out that this could be an official boat of a maritime agency or a security agency.
So we'll wait for that official statement also to come out, because that would give some more clarity in terms of what's going on. In the meantime, we're getting some reactions that are trickling in. Listen into what these reactions are. The priority right now, आज जो महत्वपूर्ण अभी का जो मुद्दा है वो जनता मतलब पब्लिक की सिक्योरिटी है. जो भी मैटर है उसका सब प्रॉपरली इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए. स्पेशल टीम्स रहते हैं, एटीएस रहता है या फिर केंद्र शासन के भी टीम्स रहते हैं, उनकी वहाँ पर अपॉइंटमेंट ये अर्जेंट बेसिस पे होनी चाहिए. ये मैंने अभी विधानसभा हमारा सभागृह में भी ये मुद्दा मैंने उपस्थित किया पॉइंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन के अंतर्गत, और मुझे ऑनरेबल स्पीकर ने ये बताया है कि सम्मान्य जो चीफ मिनिस्टर है, आज डीसीएम साहब है, वो गृह मंत्री भी है, वो इस बारे में आज सेशन खत्म होने से पहले जो भी कुछ राज्य शासन की तरफ से अर्जेंट बेसिस पे जो भी कुछ अपॉइंटमेंट्स है या टीम्स है या फिर एटीएस स्क्वाड है, इनके बारे में या फिर इस पूरे मामले में जो राज्य शासन की भूमिका रहेगी वो वहाँ पर हमें उत्तर देंगे.
जब देश की सुरक्षा का सवाल आता है तब हम उसको कोई पॉलिटिकल कलर देना अच्छा नहीं. जब तक एटीएस और गवर्नमेंट की सारी दूर यंत्रणा जब तक उसका जो कुछ सत्य सामने नहीं लाती तब तक उसके ऊपर राजकीय टिप्पणी करना अच्छा नहीं. इसके लिए आई एम वरीड. मैं वो उस एरिया का सांसद हूँ, वहाँ के भी 1993 में ऐसा ही हो गया था. इसके लिए केंद्र और राज्य सरकार की जो कुछ यंत्रणा है उन्होंने जल्दी से जल्दी जांच करना चाहिए, और क्या शक्ति इसके पीछे काम कर रही है, क्या क्या लापसेस हो गए थे, वो भी लोगों के सामने आने की जरूरत है.
It is not fortuitous, it is not accidental, it is a deliberate design. Our neighbor Pakistan is up to its bundle of tricks, whether it is sending drone with AK-47s across Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir. You may recall that there have been 2 drone sightings and droppings in Kashmir itself in the last 4 days. And this boat, if you go to the pedigree of the AK weapons and the bullets, rest assured I can guarantee the pedigree can be traced back to our neighbors Pakistan. It is not accidental. In the backdrop of 15th August, all of us had intelligence inputs that something like this is likely to happen.
Indeed, this is a very serious thing, that a huge quantity of AK-47 rifle were smuggled. Now the ATS will be required to find out with the help of the national investigating agencies as to who are the persons, what was their object, and etc. And secondly, you see, in 1993 also, the RDX and certain contraband weapons were also smuggled from Pakistan. And particularly this area, the coastal area, was earlier used by Dawood Ibrahim and his henchmen for smuggling gold and silver ornaments. But aftermath of 1993, particularly these people, Dawood's people, used to smuggle certain contraband weapons. And therefore, I think the investigating agency, police, will take a serious cognizance of it, and they will go to the depth of the matter.
I want to tell our viewers this is a developing story and we're getting you all the updates. We're on top of it. This is an exclusive news break. But for the moment, it is a developing story. Many conjectures floating around in terms of what this could be. It is the official line of the ATS and the investigative agencies that we will be going by with. Divyesh is with us. Divyesh, what have the officials in the ATS and the investigating agencies have said about this boat? Let's stick to that.
Well, the official version, as we'd spoken to, and Vineet Agarwal, the ATS chief of Maharashtra, exclusively spoke to India Today and clearly pointed out that this seems to be a boat of some official agency. And now it is clear that it belongs to agency named Neptune P2P, which is a UK registered agency providing security to vessels sailing in international waters. This boat seems to have been in distress in mid-sea while near the coast of Oman, and a rescue operation was conducted by maritime agencies, after which this particular boat had been adrift, and now this boat has reached the Harihareshwar coast, the Maharashtra coast, and weapons have been found. So when this boat went adrift, there should be a mechanism. There should be a mechanism to inform maritime agencies regarding such boats which have been left unattended and could be adrift in the international waters, could land at some place. And this vessel was carrying weapons, which was carrying ammunition. So there could be some message that would have been made. There could have been informed.
Yes, that is what I'm exactly coming to, Divyesh. There was just zero communication about this abandoned boat that was lying around. And for most people in Mumbai and Maharashtra, 26/11 still sends goosebumps. All over. But the very thought of 26/11 is very, very scary because we all remember the kind of tragedy the country went through at that point of time, and hence. Is there no mechanism for communication in case whether these private maritime security companies have their boats lying around, in case they're not being able to find, to alert the authorities about it?
Oh, well, Sethi, this is not the first time that this has been happening. 26/11 happened in the year 2008, and in 2011, the Mumbai coast had seen a boat, a huge vessel named MT Pavit, which had which had reached the Juhu beach, the coast of Mumbai, in 2011. And after that, when investigation was carried out by maritime agencies, by coastal security agencies, it was found that this was a boat which had faced a similar problem. The boat had been in distress due to engine failure near the Oman coast, and it had been abandoned. A rescue operation was carried out, and since then the vessel had been adrift, and somehow it managed to reach the Indian coast, the Mumbai coast, and had been lodged at Juhu beach. So this is not happening for the first time that a boat or adrift vessel has reached Mumbai coast, where we do have a 3-tier security. In high seas we have the Indian Navy, then towards the coastline we have Coast Guard, and then there is Coastal Police, which are the agencies who take care of coastal security across Indian waters. But these boats, these adrift boats, seem to have somehow...
What is the timeline when there will be an official statement that will be issued from Neptune Maritime Security Limited that provides security to these vessels, and what are we picking up on that front? Because there needs to be some sort of a conclusion to what was the real intention of this boat carrying vessels.
Well, there is an update that we are receiving now, that there is another dinghy which has been found at the Srivardhan coast. Another dinghy has been found at Srivardhan coast.
Go ahead, Divyesh.
And another dinghy that has been found at Srivardhan coast, and police from the Borli Coastal Police Station are investigating this particular boat, which is this particular dinghy, and it seems that some people had used this dinghy to reach the coast. But as of now, these are the basic details that we know.
No, so just give us the update once again, and what are you making of this update that is coming in? Just a little more clarity on this.
This is a huge update that is coming after a boat laden with AK-47 and ammunition. There is another dinghy that is spotted at Dive Agar coastline in Srivardhan Taluka, the same Taluka where the earlier yacht had been found laden with AK-47 and ammunition. Another dinghy has been found in the jurisdiction of Borli Coastal Police Station, and police are investigating this further. So this is the second incident within a day. There are two vessels, one a yacht, another a dinghy.
So this is the part that does not add up, Divyesh. This is the part. While on the sources are indicating that the first yacht that was found belongs to Neptune Maritime Security, and they are about to be issuing a statement because this is providing security to the vessels, etc. The second one that you just spoke about within the same day has been found, and that too lying abandoned. It's just not adding up. All right, hold on right there. My colleague Ankit Kumar has spoken to a maritime security representative. Listen in to that conversation.
Yeah, so this is regarding an incident that has happened in India. In Indian state of Maharasthra, the Coast Guard has seized a boat that belongs to Neptune Maritime Securities.
Yes, we're aware of the incident, and we're going to be releasing a...
So I just wanted to check if you are going to issue a statement or something, and if you can send us in, or any background information.
Yeah, if you keep an eye on our website, we'll be issuing a statement through there.
Under which section?
News.
News section. Is there anything that I can report on the background without quoting anybody?
Not at this moment, no.
Okay. How long should the statement take? How long should the statement take?
An hour or two, maybe.
An hour or two. Okay, thanks.
The big breaking news coming in. Home Ministry is now keeping a close eye on the Raigad situation. Officials of Home Ministry are now in communication with the authorities in Maharashtra over this situation. That's the latest coming in. Ministry of Home Affairs has now swung into action. Home Ministry now keeping a close watch on the Raigad situation. Officials of the Home Ministry in constant communication now with the authorities in Maharashtra over this suspected terror plot. It can be a suspected terror plot. We don't know at the moment. Investigation is on in full swing. But it looks like, from the looks of it, authorities are keeping nothing to chance at this point of time. And all the terror angles are now being investigated thoroughly. India Today also spoke to the company that owns this particular boat. We played that reaction out to you. They said in moments from now they will be putting out a statement too. But that's not enough. That's not enough. We'll also be getting you the latest when it comes to the investigative agencies, what the ATS has to say, most importantly. Because the anti-terror squad is right there investigating this matter. Police is on the spot investigating this matter. And we will keep updating you on every little information that we can get. At this point of time, Divyesh is with us, who's reporting on the story. Divyesh, Ankit got us that exclusive interview as well with the representative of the boat company, who said that, in moments from now, we will issue a formal statement soon. But at the same time, it is the ATS that is investigating this situation. And like you rightly mentioned, like you mentioned, I beg your pardon, in moments back, there was a second boat that was found.
Second dinghy has been found abandoned near the Dive Agar coast of Srivardhan Taluka. Police from Borli Coastal Security Police Station in Raigad are investigating this boat also. As remember, alert had been sounded after the yacht had been found at Harihareshwar, and since then all the coastline, all the landing points, all the coastal areas there was a patrolling being done in all the coastal areas, and now a dinghy, unattended dinghy on the coastline of Dive Agar coast at Srivardhan has been found, and Borli Coastal Security Police Station officials are investigating this particular dinghy as well. This is the second incident within a day where two boats or two vessels have been found abandoned with no person inside in the coastline of Srivardhan in Raigad Taluka of Maharashtra. Sheti.
Devesh, I was saying something just does not add up about this because there are 2 incidents in a day's time.
Well, Chethi, we are trying to contact Raigad police officials, but they are conducting investigation regarding the boat that has been found. They are conducting investigation regarding the boat with arms and ammunition. So this is not just a boat being abandoned or it has been left adrift unattended by some personnel. There were weapons inside this boat. There were weapons inside this vessel, which should have been informed to Maritime Security Agency, International Maritime Security Board, but no such information was provided, and now this boat has finally reached the Haryareshwar coast, which led to alert being sounded in the Raigad district, in the nearby Ratnagiri district as well. Maharashtra ATS teams are reaching the spot. Local police has already reached the spot, and other agencies like Coast Guard and Indian Navy are jointly working with the police to get further information.
There is a claim by the boat company that about when it comes to the weapons that were found on the boat as well. Is the verification of the claim also something that is on by the police and the ATS, given this looks like a suspected terror threat prima facie?
Well, as of now, the terror investigation is still going on. The terror angle is still being probed by ATS, by the local police, but with the new information coming in that this boat belongs to an official agency providing security to maritime vessels, to maritime trade vessels, it
this is indicating Mumbai NIA team has headed to Raigad as we speak. Mumbai NIA team, 3-member team, leaves for Raigad. Source-based information just trickling in at this point. So the Mumbai National Investigation Team also has swung into action after another dinghy has been found in Raigad. Some visuals coming in there from the Maharashtra Assembly too. Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis talking.
एका कोरियन युद्धनौकेने बोटीवरील खलासांची सुटका केली आणि त्यांना ओमानला सुपूर्द केले. समुद्र खवळलेला असल्याने लेडी हान या बोटीचे टोईंग करता आले नाही आणि समुद्राच्या अंतर्गत प्रवाहामुळे भरकटत ही नौका हरिहरेश्वर किनाऱ्याला लागलेली आहे.
The issue in the waves and the choppy water, that's how this came to the coast is what he's saying.
पोलीस आणि दहशतवाद विरोधी पथक हे दोघे मिळून करीत असून आगामी सणांच्या पार्श्वभूमीवर सर्व पोलीस घटकांना सतर्कतेचा आदेश देण्यात आला आहे.
We have instructed the police and all the investigative agencies to swing into action to go ahead and investigate this incident.
अध्यक्ष महोदय, या संदर्भात ही माहिती जरी प्राप्त झाली असली तरी कुठेही याबद्दल ऑथेंटिसिटी आहे, कुठेही कमी राहू नये या दृष्टीने.
As soon as we got to know about it, we have made sure there are no loose ends, and as soon as we got to know about it, we have made sure that everybody swings into action in terms of the investigative agencies.
लक्ष ठेवण्याकरता सांगितलेलं आहे आणि केंद्रीय यंत्रणा या संदर्भात आपल्या सोबत सातत्याने संपर्क ठेवून आहेत.
We are in touch with the central government also as far as this incident is concerned.
निवेदनार्थी.
Well, that's Rahul Narvekar, the speaker now. Let's listen in.
उद्या गोपाळकाला आहे श्रीवर्धन तालुक्यामध्ये हरेश्वर भरडखोल परिसरामध्ये झालेली हे प्रकरण आहे. गोपाळकाला असेल.
So you heard Devendra Fadnavis, the Deputy Chief Minister, going on to say that we have instructed all the investigative agencies to swing into action. We are in touch with the central government as far as this incident is concerned as well. Let's listen in. Let's listen in.
यातून अडथळा येऊ नये ही फक्त एक राज्य शासनाने आणि गृह विभागाने तेवढी फक्त एक खात्री घ्यावी एवढीच विनंती.
होय अध्यक्ष महोदय, म्हणूनच मी सांगितलं की जरी ही कन्फर्म माहिती मिळाली असली तरीही सगळ्या उपाययोजना केल्या जातील आणि पूर्ण काळजी त्या ठिकाणी घेतली जाईल. एटीएस देखील त्या ठिकाणी लक्ष घालत आहे आणि आवश्यक असेल तर ॲडिशनल फोर्स देखील.
If there is a requirement, additional forces will also be deployed. Right now, every agency is swung into action. We have instructed everybody to swing into action, and if need be, additional forces will be deployed too. That's the reassurance coming in from the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra.
केवळ 1.5 महिन्यामध्ये 137 आत्महत्या झाल्या आणि त्यामध्ये सुद्धा नांदेड
This is another topic. This is about some suicide story. So let's go back to our story on this suspected terror alert. Devendra Fadnavis, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, putting out that reassurance in the House, on the floor of the House, that all the investigative agencies have swung into action. We've informed the police, we've informed the ATS. He also went on to say that just in case there is need, we will deploy additional forces too. There is, the stay rest assured that the Maharashtra government will do so. The Maharashtra government, he says, is also in touch with the central government as far as this issue is concerned. So reassurance coming in from the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra right there as far as this boat is concerned, as far as the suspected terror threat is concerned. That is the latest coming in. The cops are currently investigating the second suspicious boat too. The first one already, the investigation is underway. We are also waiting for an official statement from the owner of the yacht company. We spoke to the representative, but the official statement is still not in. A 3-member NIA team has left for Raigad. This is the source-based information we are getting to you at this point. Something that has also been confirmed by Devendra Fadnavis on the floor of the House. Let's get our reporters for more on this. We'll get our reporters in moments from now, but there are two boats now. One is a yacht, the other one is a dinghy which is lying abandoned. Cops are also investigating the second suspicious boat that has been found. And as the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra just said, that he's in touch with the central government. If need be, there is no issue. There will be additional forces that will be deployed. For the moment, he says, the police is investigating, the anti-terror squad is investigating, and a thorough investigation will be conducted in this particular matter, he says. He also says that we're in touch with the central government and we are in close contact with them. We're communicating and letting them know all the latest updates. Now there are two boats. One we reported about earlier. The second one is a second suspicious boat, which is a dinghy. And currently both are being investigated thoroughly. Sources have also indicated that an NIA team is en route Raigad to take stock of the situation and investigate the situation. The Home Ministry updates coming in is that the Home Ministry now is keeping a close eye on the Raigad situation, and officials of Home Ministry are in communication with the authorities in Maharashtra over this situation. We're getting some more reactions coming in. Let's listen in.
Mr. Agarwal, this is really, of course, a matter of grave concern. An abandoned speedboat with AK-47 rifles and bullets found on the ocean of Raigad. Do you suspect terrorists behind this act?
See, the boat has been found in an abandoned condition. It appears that it is an official boat. Let us see. We are investigating. We are investigating the terror angle also. But prima facie, it appears that it is an official boat of some authority.
Official boat of, again, sir, please repeat that. It's an official boat of where?
Official boat of some authority, maybe some marine authority. Because the yacht looks like an official yacht, and the weapon also looks like these are official weapons. But we are investigating.
Right, Mr. Agarwal, what does this, the case with AK-47s really tell you? It looks like a box that's so professionally, neatly packed. 3 AK-47 rifles with bullets alongside, nicely wrapped in a case. It was almost as if someone's ordered for it and it's come very well packed and placed.
No, actually there are both the things. One is, it can be for the purpose of terrorism also, and the second option, the second possibility is that it is an official boat which has just drifted away. So both these angles we are examining.
An official boat that could have drifted away. Please do dwell on that, Mr. Agarwal.
All right, so there you go. Latest information coming in. Let me just encapsulate what is going on. One, there is a yacht that has been found. That yacht, according to the representative of the company that owns, is going to be issuing a formal statement as far as that particular yacht is concerned, which is Neptune Maritime Security Representative. Having said that, investigative agencies are investigating this yacht in which AK-47 and bullets were found, and there is a second dinghy that has been found right now. So that is also getting investigated. Mustafa is joining us on the phone line for more on this. Mustafa, 2 boats in one day itself. Something does not add up here.
Well, the statement which has just been given by the Deputy Chief Minister who has the charge of the Home Department, according to him, that the boat belongs to a lady in Australia. Lady Han is the name of the boat, and the owner of the boat's captain, the husband of the owner of the boat was the captain of the ship, and due to bad weather, they were rescued near the Gulf of Oman, and with the help of a Korean boat, the staff of that boat was rescued, including the captain, but they were not able to tow the boat because of the bad weather, and hence the boat came towards in the Arabian Sea towards Sri Hareshwar, and in that boat 3 rifles and live ammunition have been found. This is the information which has been given by Devendra Fadnavis, who has said that the Maharashtra Anti-Terrorism Squad and the Coast Guard is investigating this case, and it is important to investigate it thoroughly given the upcoming festival. But the background which has been given by the Home Minister, the Deputy Chief Minister, it looks like it was a boat in distress. It was not towed, and it came towards the Arabian Sea. Then it was intercepted by the agencies, and as ammunition was found, there was a panic on it. Back to you.
No, absolutely. So Devendra Fadnavis put out that reassurance on the floor of the House as well that, this case is being thoroughly investigated, and in case there are additional deployment that needs to be done of security, that will also be done. Enough reassurance coming in from Devendra Fadnavis at this point of time. Sources are revealing that the NIA is on its way to Raigad for this, to take stock of the situation and to investigate this. ATS is right there investigating it. Police is investigating at this point. We're also waiting for that formal statement to come out from the yacht company. In the meanwhile, if we could just play that reassurance out of Devendra Fadnavis on the floor of the House, let's listen into what he has to say. Can we play that out?
पोलीस आणि दहशतवाद विरोधी पथक हे दोघे मिळून करीत असून आगामी सणांच्या पार्श्वभूमीवर सर्व पोलीस घटकांना सतर्कतेचा आदेश देण्यात आला आहे. भारतीय कोस्ट गार्ड आणि केंद्रीय संस्थांशी सतत संपर्क चालू असून बारकाईने पुढील तपास करण्यात येतो आहे. अध्यक्ष महोदय, या संदर्भात ही माहिती जरी प्राप्त झाली असली तरी
So that's the reassurance from Devendra Fadnavis on the floor of the House about this boat that has been found. The second boat has also been found. We are getting you all sides of the story. We were waiting for a confirmation from the boat company as well, which is based in UK. In moments from now, Ankit, my colleague, also spoke to a representative of the boat company, and we'll play that out for you as well in terms of what he had to say. 2611 like terror suspected plot near Raigad, but all conjectures at this point. Investigation is on. No angle is being missed out. No loose ends anymore, because ATS, NIA, police all have swung into action right now. The ATS says the boat looks like an official yacht, and we're getting you Mustafa on the phone line for more on this. Mustafa, from the second boat that has been recovered, are there any arms, bullets, weapons that have been found?
Well, as per the initial information, only from one of the boats, the arms and ammunition have been found. There is no suspicion of being found. On the second boat, this was the information which has been given. And while referring to this entire incident, the Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has clearly said that given the background of this case, but still the security agencies like the ATS and there are some documents which have also been found on the boat. So those documents are also in touch with what we were hearing was from one of the Neptune security agencies who give security to the vessel, that they are going to release a statement soon on this regard, because one of their boats was in distress, and it's probably that boat which has reached near Hareshwar. So we'll have to wait for that Neptune agency's response also. But yes, Devendra Fadnavis has clearly laid out the boat which was found had given a distress call. The staff of the crew of the boat was rescued near Gulf of Oman, but given the bad weather, the boat was not towed away, and it seems like that boat has come towards Hareshwar. But we'll have to wait and see what the agencies give after investigating what is the real picture they are giving back to you.
Okay, we'll continue to keep a close watch on our story, and our battery of reporters are also tracking all these developments, getting you second-by-second updates of what's going on. For the moment, this looks like a suspected terror squad. Nothing is being ruled out at the moment. Maharashtra ATS is still saying that the terror angle is not ruled out, and all the investigative agencies at the moment are at it. They're investigating, who could be behind this. We are waiting for an official confirmation coming in from the boat company, an official word coming in there from the boat company as well. The suspected boat has been registered in UK. A distressed boat has been rescued from Oman. Maharashtra investigative agencies have swung into action to investigate this thoroughly. The boat had a UK sticker found, the one that was found in Raigad. Maharashtra ATS insists that the terror angle still not ruled out. We'll get you details in moments from now, but two boats now. One is, of course, the yacht and the other one is the dinghy. Home Ministry is in touch with Maharashtra ATS. The Ministry of Home Affairs has also swung into action. Devendra Fadnavis, Deputy Chief Minister Maharashtra, on the floor of the House, also reassured that all the agencies are currently and thoroughly investigating this incident. Divyesh is joining us. Divyesh, you have some updates?
Teams are yet to reach the spot. Teams of ATS have left. Team of NIA Mumbai has also left for the spot at Harihareshwar. This particular yacht is being investigated. The terror angle, as pointed out by Vineet Agarwal, the Maharashtra ATS chief, is not being ruled out, but the details that they have received as of now is that the details provided by MRCC, which is the Maritime Rescue Coordination Center, manned by the Coast Guard, is that this boat was rescued by another trade vessel along the coast of Oman, and the crew members were handed over at the Oman coast, after which this particular yacht had been adrift.
आज श्रीवर्धन में एक बोट स्ट्रैंडेड पाई गई, जिस बोट पर 3 AK राइफल और उसके साथ उसका एम्यूनेशन और बोट के कुछ कागजात पाए गए। तुरंत महाराष्ट्र पुलिस ने और ATS ने सभी जगह नाकाबंदी की और इसकी तफ्तीश शुरू की गई। हम लोगों ने तुरंत भारतीय कोस्ट गार्ड के साथ संपर्क किया और उन्होंने भी इसकी तफ्तीश शुरू की। तफ्तीश में यह ध्यान में आया है कि इस बोट का नाम लेडी हान है। इसकी मालिक एक ऑस्ट्रेलियन महिला है। उस महिला के पति इस बोट के कप्तान है और ये बोट मस्कत से यूरोप की ओर जा रही थी और करीब 26/6/2022 को इस बोट का इंजन ये खराब हुआ और बोट पर जो लोग थे उन्होंने एक डिस्ट्रेस कॉल दिया। कोरियन नेवी की बोट आसपास थी। उस कोरियन नेवी के शिप ने इन सभी लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया और रेस्क्यू करने के बाद उनको ओमान को सुपुर्द किया। उस समय हाई टाइड होने के कारण इस बोट को उसका टोइंग नहीं किया जा सका और हाई टाइड के कारण ये बोट ड्रिफ्ट होते हुए श्रीवर्धन की तरफ आई और श्रीवर्धन के किनारे पर आकर लगी। भारतीय कोस्ट गार्ड ने इस सारी चीजों की पुष्टि की है। फिर भी हमने अभी तक हाई अलर्ट रखा हुआ है और नाकाबंदी भी शुरू है, क्योंकि फेस्टिवल का सारा सीजन चल रहा है। ऐसे समय कोई भी रिस्क नहीं ली जा सकती, इसलिए सबको अलर्ट पर रखा है। किंतु अब बोट के बारे में पुख्ता जानकारी हमारे पास आ गई। एका वेळी जर एक जण विचारेल तर मी उत्तर देईल. मी मराठीच्या संदर्भात पूर्ण निवेदन केलेलं आहे. आपण सगळ्यांनी ते लाईव्ह दाखवलेलं आहे. त्याच्यामुळे म्हणून मी आता हिंदीत या ठिकाणी येऊन निवेदन केलं. आता तरी याच्यामध्ये टेरर अँगल दिसून येत नाही.
Till now we have not ruled out any terror angle in this.
या संदर्भात पूर्णपणे पुष्टी मी करणार नाही, कारण ही प्राथमिक माहिती आलेली आहे जी कन्फर्म झालेली आहे. पण अशा प्रकारचा कुठलाही इन्सिडेंट झाल्यानंतर कुठलाही अँगल हा तात्काळ रूल आउट करणं योग्य नाहीये. त्यामुळे सगळ्या
no angle should be ruled out at this point.
मात्र प्राथमिक माहितीमध्ये आपल्याला लक्षात येत है कि ड्रिफ्ट होने आलेली बोट है. देखिए, टेरर एंगल के संदर्भ में अभी कोई पुष्टि नहीं मिली है. अभी तक जो जानकारी मिली है उस जानकारी के अनुसार ये ड्रिफ्ट होकर ये बोट आई है, जिसकी पूरी जानकारी मैंने आपको दी है. किंतु ऐसे मसलों में कोई भी एंगल हम कभी रूल आउट नहीं करते. उसकी पूरी तफ्तीश हम करते रहेंगे. जो प्राथमिक हमारे जानकारी मैंने आपके सामने रखी है, उस प्राथमिक जानकारी में अभी तक इसका कोई ऐसा एंगल दिखाई नहीं पड़ता. तुम्ही दोघं आपापसात ठरवा, मी दोघांना उत्तर देतो. तुम्हाला एकच मिनिट तुम्हाला दोघांना उत्तर देतो. एक एक करून विचारा. तू आधी विचार, मग तू विचार. एवढा काय भानगड आहे आपली.
मुंबईमध्ये सर ज्या थंडी आहे अशामध्ये मोठ्या प्रमाणात लोक रस्त्यावर असतात. आजच अशी घटना घडल्यामुळे कुठेतरी सुरक्षेमध्ये अधिक वाढ किंवा त्याच्याबद्दलची खबरदारी.
या संदर्भात सुरक्षेच्या संदर्भातले सगळे आदेश दिले आहेत. मी पुन्हा सांगतो, अशी घटना झाली असली तर आपण कुठेही त्या संदर्भात कोताही करू शकत नाही. आपल्याला त्या संदर्भात लक्ष ठेवावंच लागतं. त्यामुळे मुंबईमध्ये सेन्सिटायझेशन हे करण्यात आलेलं आहे.
I am repeating myself that we are not ruling out any terror angle, and hence Mumbai is right now on alert, and there is sensitization that is being done in
अलर्ट हा प्रत्येक वेळी द्यावा लागत नाही. सेन्सिटाइज करावं लागतं. ज्या ठिकाणी हाय अलर्ट देण्याची आवश्यकता तिथे तो दिलेला आहे.
We have sensitized Mumbai right now. It's on alert.
जो एमिनेशन मिले हैं हिंदी में जानना चाहेंगे कि उसके बारे में कोई जानकारी मिली कि उसमें AK-47 और कार्ट्रिजेस क्यों थे.
देखिए, क्यों थे ये तो आज नहीं बताया जा सकेगा. अभी तो बोट किसकी है ये असर्टन हुआ है, कैसे बहते हुए आई है ये असर्टन हुआ है. अब बाकी चीजें भी तफ्तीश में असर्टन होगी.
सर, ये नेपच्यून सिक्योरिटीज क्या कंपनी का नाम सामने आ रहा है, ओमान सिक्योरिटीज का नाम आ रहा है, दो अलग अलग कंपनियां हैं क्या रोल था?
देखिए, इस बारे में ज्यादा डिटेल्स आज हम बता नहीं पाएंगे. मैंने जो हमारे पास प्राथमिक जानकारी आई थी वो इसलिए रखी है ताकि भय का वातावरण थोड़ा कम हो, क्योंकि इस प्रकार की घटना होती है तो भय भी बढ़ता है. तो इसलिए मैंने अभी प्राथमिक जानकारी आपके सामने रखी है. जिस प्राथमिक जानकारी में ये बहते हुए आई है, इसके मालिक भी असर्टन हुए हैं, उसको जिन्होंने रेस्क्यू किया है वो भी सारा असर्टन हुआ है. इसलिए मैंने प्राथमिक जानकारी दिया. इससे ज्यादा जानकारी मैं आज नहीं दे पाऊंगा. वो सारी जानकारी हम इकट्ठा कर रहे हैं. कुछ जानकारी हमारे पास आई है. पूरी जानकारी आने के बाद वो भी आपको दी जाएगी.
सर, कल त्योहार है, लोगों को क्या आश्वस्त करेंगे आप? बहुत भीड़ होती है मुंबई में, किस तरह से उनको लोगों को आश्वस्त करेंगे आप कल?
देखिए, ऐसा है कि चूंकि त्योहारों के दिन है, इसलिए त्योहारों के दिनों में कोई कोताही नहीं बरती जा सकती. ये इन्फॉर्मेशन आई है तब भी हम लोगों को अलर्ट ही रहना पड़ेगा. इसलिए जहां रेड अलर्ट की आवश्यकता है वहां रेड अलर्ट दिया गया है. जहां पर सेंसिटाइजेशन की आवश्यकता है वहां सेंसिटाइज किया गया है. और पूरे तरीके से पुलिस को सारी चीजों पर नजर रखने को कहा गया.
Devendra Fadnavis, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, briefs the media, answers all the questions. He says that first up information suggests that this boat has drifted due to a high tide. But in situations like this, nothing is left to chance, and all angles, including the terror angle, being investigated. Agencies have swung into action. reassured right there that Mumbai has also been sensitized at this point of time. On the visuals that are coming in at this point, we're taking a very short commercial break. This will remain our top focus. Stay with us on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
La main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi ? Parce que les aides-soignants aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients, et derrière on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel, où on demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes, et notamment de difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
Very good evening and thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula getting you all the top stories. Let's begin with the headlines. Big security threat sounded off in Maharashtra after boat laden with AK-47 and ammunition found on Raigad coast. Maharashtra government rules out terror angle. NIA team likely to reach Raigad. Escalating Savarkar showdown in South. BJP workers try to gherav Siddaramaya's car. Congress and Muslim groups protest after Kerala school kid dresses up as Hindutva ideologue. Islamist group PFI sees red over Ganesh Puja celebrations in Karnataka schools. Says move against Muslims since hijab is banned on campus. Worries over a lawless Bihar. Teen student critical after being shot from close range in Patna. War over wanted minister taking oath in Nitish government. China calls its spy ship misadventure in Lankan port as routine affair. India publicly raises concerns over security threat. India's biggest telecom player lauds clean and super fast 5G allocation process. Airtel boss Sunil Mittal says that he has never seen such efficiency in his 20 years career. Story that is defining the news agenda. A suspicious boat has been found in Raigad in Maharashtra and has triggered off a big security alarm. Raigad, remember viewers, is just 200 kilometers away from Mumbai, and a boat with 3 AK-47s and ammunition has sent the Maharashtra security establishment into a massive tizzy. A 3-member NIA team from Mumbai is now headed to Raigad. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has said that the boat named Lady Han gave distress call near Gulf of Oman. It broke in the middle of the sea and was rescued by a Korean boat. The boat in half-broken condition came towards the Konkan coast due to high tide and was found abandoned by the fishermen there. India Today has more details about this boat. It is registered in UK, belongs to Neptune Maritime Security, the company headquartered in UAE and has offices in UK and Paris.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की कि वो मुफ्त में राशन, दाल, पानी, चावल से लेकर बिजली से लेकर अब घर देने तक का काम रोहिंग्या मुसलमान के लिए करने की बात कर रहे हैं। शायद शराब के जो आरोप उनके ऊपर लगे और पहले उनके स्वास्थ्य मंत्री जो घोटाले करते हुए जेल में है, स्वास्थ्य मंत्री की तो याददाश्त चले गई, एक्साइज मंत्री एक्सक्यूज करने से बार बार नहीं हटते हैं, मुख्यमंत्री के पास कोई विभाग नहीं है, लेकिन रोहिंग्यास के लिए जो घुसपैठिए हैं उनके लिए सारी सुविधाएं देने का काम करते हैं। आखिरकार किसके कहने पर दिल्ली सरकार ने कहां पे कब ये चर्चा की, क्यों ये ईडब्ल्यूएस फ्लैट देने की बात अरविंद केजरीवाल जी और उनकी सरकार ने कही और उनके नीचे के अधिकारियों ने बात कही है। इस बात का जवाब अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को देना होगा। जब उनके स्वास्थ्य मंत्री के घोटाले पर बात की जाती है, जब उनके स्वास्थ्य मंत्री के घोटाले पर बात की जाती है, तब भी वो जवाब नहीं देते, कहते उनकी याददाश्त चले गई। उनके शराब नीति पर चर्चा की जाती है, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जवाब नहीं देते हैं। मुफ्त की रेवड़ियां बांटने से वो बाज नहीं आते और अब रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों को भी मुफ्त में फ्लैट देने चले थे। ये अपने आप में दिखाता है कि ये झूठे भी हैं और अपने वोट बैंक की राजनीति के लिए राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा के साथ खिलवाड़ करने के लिए भी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी और उनकी सरकार पीछे नहीं हटती। हमारे लिए राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा प्राथमिकता है और इसको लेकर हमने पहले भी कहा है, घुसपैठियों की पनाह और उनको जगह यहाँ पर नहीं होगी, उनको उनके देश में वापस भेजा जाएगा। विदेश मंत्रालय उसके लिए बातचीत कर रहा है, लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल जी डिटेंशन सेंटर क्यों नहीं, स्थान क्यों नहीं तय कर पाते, जगह क्यों नहीं तय कर पाते, ये उनसे मेरा आज भी सवाल है और उनसे पहले भी जितने सवाल पूछे गए आज तक कभी उस पर उन्होंने जवाब नहीं दिया है। तो दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री क्या जागेंगे और जवाब देंगे?
हालांकि मुख्यमंत्री तो नहीं, लेकिन उप मुख्यमंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके कह रहे हैं कि ये देखिए मुख्यमंत्री की तो जानकारी में नहीं था, एलजी के माध्यम से जो है इस तरीके से डिसीजन ले लिया जाता है और जो है मुख्यमंत्री और उप मुख्यमंत्री को पता भी नहीं।
दिल्ली सरकार के मंत्री हो या मुख्यमंत्री हो, इनको घोटालों से बाहर आने की आदत पड़ेगी तब कुछ कर पाएंगे। शराब नीति को लेकर आज तक जवाब नहीं दे पाए, शराफत तो छोड़ ही दी, झूठे आरोप लगाकर भागने का काम करते हैं, कीचड़ उछालकर भागने का काम करते हैं। सत्य तो कागज बोलते हैं। क्या इस मीटिंग को आज भी ये फिर कहेंगे, मैं फिर बार बार ये कागज दिखा रहा हूं, क्या दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री इस पर जवाब देंगे? अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, जवाब तो आपको देना होगा, चाहे वो सत्येंद्र जैन जी का घोटाला हो या आपका शराब का घोटाला हो। आप ये कहकर नहीं बच सकते कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के पास कोई विभाग नहीं लेकिन मुख्यमंत्री हैं। ये भी अपने आप में देश में एक ऐसा उदाहरण है, विभाग कोई नहीं लेकिन मुख्यमंत्री हैं, जिम्मेदारी कोई नहीं लेकिन 8 साल से मुख्यमंत्री हैं। कहते थे मैं राजनीति में नहीं आऊंगा, बच्चों की कसम खाता हूं, लेकिन राजनीति में आए, मुख्यमंत्री हैं लेकिन जवाब देने के लिए राजी नहीं है। तो जवाब दे कौन दिल्ली सरकार में हमारा सवाल ये भी है।
अनुराग सिसोदिया जी ने गृह मंत्री को एक चिट्ठी भी लिखी है। उन्होंने कहा है कि दिल्ली सरकार तो खिलाफ है और केंद्र सरकार भी कह रही है वो भी खिलाफ है। तो किसके इशारे पर दिल्ली के अधिकारियों ने मीटिंग की, जबकि न मुख्यमंत्री को बताया गया न उप मुख्यमंत्री को बताया गया?
मुझे लगता है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को अपनी बैठक बुला के पूछना भी चाहिए कि आखिरकार ये चिट्ठी क्यों लिखी गई। दिल्ली के किसी अधिकारी ने दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री के कहने पे चिट्ठी लिखी होगी, कैसे लिखी होगी जी? अमानतुल्लाह खान क्या अपने आप अनाज पानी राशन बांटता है कि दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री के कहने पे, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के कहने पे रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों को बांटते हैं, उनको स्थायी करने की बात करते हैं? मैं तो नहीं कहता, वो कहते हैं कि नहीं कहते हैं? आप सबके सामने कहते हैं, दिखाइए उनका वीडियो, दिखाइए कैसे सामान बांटते हैं। रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों को अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की शह पर उनके विधायक सामान बांटते हैं।
लेकिन सर एक और आरोप लगाया अनुराग जी, उन्होंने सिसोदिया जी ने, वो हरदीप पुरी जी के ट्वीट का हवाला देते हुए कहा कि ये तो एक तरफ वेलकम कर रहे हैं और सब इसके केंद्र सरकार।
मैं बड़ा स्पष्ट कर देता हूं एक बात को, गृह मंत्रालय ने बड़ा स्पष्ट करके कहा है कि रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों को जो पहले की स्थिति थी वैसे ही उनको ना यहाँ का नागरिक माना जाएगा, उनको वापस भेजा जाएगा। विदेश मंत्रालय के साथ बातचीत करके लगातार काम जारी है। और एक बात मैं और स्पष्ट कर दूं, सदन में भी कहा, बाहर भी कहा है, और जो गृह मंत्रालय ने स्पष्टीकरण देते हुए कहा, आखिरी स्टेटमेंट वही है।
अमित शाह को उन्होंने कहा कि जांच कराई जाए कि किसके कहने पे फ्लैट अलॉट करने वाली बात सामने है, क्या इसकी जांच होगी?
अरे जिस चीज की जांच होती है, सत्येंद्र जैन जी जो घोटाला करके करोड़ों रुपए खाने के बाद आज जेल में है, उस पे तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी उनको बाहर नहीं निकाल पाए। अगली जांच क्या मांगते हैं? जो शराब नीति में घोटाला करने के बाद 144 करोड़ रुपए का घोटाला करके आज भी दिल्ली के उप मुख्यमंत्री बने, उनके बाकी मुख्यमंत्री वहां पे बने हुए हैं, इनकी सरकार को जांच का कहाँ फर्क पड़ता है जी?
अनुराग जी, I have a question. Now the letter which you are citing, in this letter the last line says what Aam Aadmi Party government is saying, that in this letter FRRO, which comes under MHA, says they requested Aam Aadmi Party government to provide them shelter or those flats, and therefore they had written this letter.
आज तक शेल्टर क्या मिलता है? क्या शेल्टर मिलता है? क्या अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, हिम्मत है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, तो आकर बताइए आज तक रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों को क्या शेल्टर मिलता था? कैसे रहते थे वो? किन इलाकों में रहते थे? गृह मंत्रालय ने बार बार कहा वही 2 स्थानों पर उनको रिटेंशन करनी है, वहीं पर उनको रखना है, उससे बाहर नहीं करना है। उनकी घुसपैठियों को वहीं पर रखने की इजाजत वहीं तक ही थी। क्यों अरविंद केजरीवाल जी इतने दयालु हुए कि जो टेंट में रहते हैं उनको फ्लैट देने का काम अरविंद केजरीवाल जी रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों को करने की बात कर रहे हैं, लिख के दे रहे हैं उनके अधिकारी। तो ये कहां किसने लिख के दिया था कि उनको फ्लैट देने? अगर वो तंबू में पहले रहते थे तो क्या उनको फ्लैट देने का काम किया जा रहा है? अरविंद केजरीवाल जी इतने दयालु रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों पर क्यों, क्या जवाब देंगे? हम जब सत्ता में नहीं थे तब भी और आज जब सत्ता में है तब भी एक ही नीति है, राष्ट्र प्रथम, राष्ट्र सुरक्षा प्रथम। राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा को हम सबसे आगे लेकर चलते हैं, इंडिया फर्स्ट की नीति को लेकर चलते हैं। लेकिन कुछ लोग जो दिल्ली में अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जैसी लोग सरकार बनाते हैं, उनके लिए रोहिंग्या घुसपैठी प्राथमिकता हो जाती है। हमारे लिए राष्ट्र सुरक्षा आज भी प्राथमिकता है, आगे भी प्राथमिकता रहेगी।
जो यूट्यूब चैनल्स जो बैन किए हैं मंत्रालय ने, पहले भी ऐसे कदम उठाए गए थे, बावजूद इसके ऐसे यूट्यूब चैनल फिर से आ जा रहे हैं।
जब मैंने राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा की अभी बात कही तो मैं एक बात आपको और स्पष्ट कर दूं, चाहे घुसपैठियों की बात हो या बाकी बात हो, आतंकवाद की बात हो, हम कड़ी कार्रवाई भी करते हैं। जब यूट्यूब के माध्यम से या वेब पोर्टल्स के माध्यम से कोई देश के लोगों में भय भ्रम फैलाने का काम करता है और देश को बांटने का प्रयास करता है, इससे भी देश की सुरक्षा को खतरा होता है, तो सूचना प्रसारण मंत्रालय से हमने पिछले 4 महीनों में लगातार कार्रवाई करते हुए 102 से ज्यादा ऐसे YouTube चैनल्स को और बाकी पोर्टल्स पर रोक भी लगाई है, जिनके लाखों से नहीं करोड़ों लोग उनको देखते हैं, यानी कि वो गलत जानकारी देते हैं, देश को बांटने का काम करते हैं, भय भ्रम फैलाते हैं। हमने 8 चैनल्स पर रोक लगाई है और आगे भी लगाएंगे जो राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा के साथ खिलवाड़ करेगा। इस पे कोई भी समझौता नहीं होगा। धन्यवाद।
Anurag Thakur's scathing attack at the Aam Aadmi Party. It's a major showdown between BJP and AAP over the Rohingyas. Delhi government has slammed the government and said that BJP is conspiring to settle Rohingyas in Delhi. AAP government also said that Chief Secretary took decision at behest of the centre and LG. The BJP is hit back at AAP and called it Kejriwal government's appeasement politics. The Saffron Party also said that they will not compromise on national securities. Thakur says Rohingyas will be sent back. That's the breaking news coming in. Delhi government promised flats in writing, says Anurag Thakur. He's made a scathing attack on the Arvind Kejriwal government. He's questioning why is Kejriwal silent on Sisodia, and Satinder Jain also, he says that Rohingyas will never be Indian citizens. That's what the BJP is saying, taking on Aam Aadmi Party, alleging that Kejriwal is being unable to remove the illegal migrants and that the Rohingyas will be sent back. Latest coming in from the national capital, Anurag Thakur heading out at the Aam Aadmi Party, asking questions to the Delhi government. We'll wait and watch as to how the AAP reacts to this press conference, and Anurag Thakur going on to take on the Aam Aadmi Party, going on to say that Kejriwal unable to remove the illegal migrants, Rohingyas are going to be sent back, he assures. And this is a mega showdown between BJP and AAP over Rohingyas. We'll be joined by a reporter in moments from now to get you more angles to the story in terms of how the Aam Aadmi Party also reacts to the scathing attack that has been made by Anurag Thakur on the Kejriwal government, going on to say that Kejriwal is unable to remove the illegals. Just to give you a background of the story, the Delhi government also slammed the central government, saying BJP is conspiring to settle the Rohingyas in Delhi. Paulami joins us for the latest. Paulami, latest attack coming in from Anurag Thakur on the Aam Aadmi Party. Obviously, the AAP will react. Too soon for them to react. But what are you picking up on this front? What's going on?
Well, the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, of course, have been indulging in a war of words yesterday after first Union Minister Hardeep Puri announced that the centre had cleared for EWS flats, at least 240 of those for Rohingya refugees in Delhi, in Bakarwala. Then, of course, came the clarification from the Home Ministry that no such decision had been made. In fact, they had been pressing the Delhi government to declare the area where, in fact, in Madanpur Khadar, where, in fact, these refugees and illegal immigrants have been staying, for that area to be declared a detention centre. That was not done at that point of time by the Delhi government, so they have not notified for that area to be called a detention centre, and that was one of the big arguments that the centre had. And they said that as far as the plan about these illegal immigrants is concerned, the centre is absolutely clear that they are here without papers, they do not have the right to be here, and this is about national security, and the centre will not compromise on national security. This is also about the resources of the country. They're only for the citizens of the country, and hence the centre's decision is extremely clear that they will be deporting them as soon as possible as per the law. But what the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP have been engaging now is in a war of words, where they're producing documents to prove that it was one or the other's decision, in fact, to provide for these 240 EWS flats in Bakarwala, Delhi, for these Rohingya illegal immigrants. The centre, of course, producing the letter, which was dated 29th of July from this year, where in a meeting chaired by Delhi Chief Secretary, he asked for the NDMC to immediately allot these 240 EWS flats, in fact, for these illegal immigrants, to provide for facilities over there, including toilets, etc. as well. So the centre is, of course, and the BJP is, of course, relying on that document, saying why was the Chief Secretary doing this? And it is the Aam Aadmi Party Delhi government which is responsible responsible for, in fact, giving shelter to these Rohingya illegal immigrants and trying to legitimize their presence here in India. The centre's position is absolutely stated and categorical that they're here illegally and they will have to go back, so they will be deported, and there is no plan to provide them any sort of EWS flats. In fact, the Delhi government should be declaring the area where they are.
What is the direction
right
of
now,
the stance that is coming from the United Nations Human Rights Commission on this front?
Well, as far as India is concerned, India has maintained a position that it is for India to, of course, look at its own interests first, as far as, the presence of illegal immigrants is concerned in the country, whether we can in fact provide for them. If it is a question of national security, if it is a question of who do these resources go to, then India will in fact look at its own interests first. And they are stating, the centre is stating, the Ministry of Home Affairs, which is the nodal ministry in this matter, is stating very categorically that these refugees, these illegal immigrants are here without any sort of papers. They're here illegally, and hence they will have to be deported back. But as far as the situation on the ground is concerned, yes, they're there in a particular area at the moment, and only as per the law, as per the convention, they will be deported back, but their presence here in India will in no way be legitimized.
But Polami, as far as the BJP is concerned, they clearly have taken a U-turn on this after what Hardeep Puri had also put out, right?
Well, Mr. Puri, of course, put that tweet out, which in fact led to a lot of controversy and a lot of, a lot of conversation, really. And then, of course, there were right-wing organizations like the VHP, that the RSS as well, that we spoke to, who came out very categorically stating that this is not the position that the centre has otherwise taken with the CAA. This goes against the grain of the CAA. What about the detention centres that exist in states like Assam, for instance? There are 6 detention centres in Assam. So why are we following one policy in Assam, and in Delhi we are providing for EWS flats for Rohingya illegal immigrants? So that, of course, created a lot of confusion. It was embarrassing for the central government, which is why the central government then, via the nodal ministry, the Home Ministry, in fact, issued that clarification and a categorical statement saying there is no plan to rehabilitate Rohingyas in India. There is no plan to allot them any sort of EWS flats in Delhi, in Bakarwala, or anywhere else for that matter, and they will be deported back. In fact, the Delhi government should have declared the area where they're staying in a detention center, which is what they've not done. But if you go through the documents, Chaiti, you will hear both kinds of language as far as this debate is concerned. So there is the reference to detention center, there is the reference to restriction center, all of that. But now both sides over here in Delhi, of course, the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP pointing fingers at each other after, of course, this row, which in fact was triggered by Mr. Hardeep Puri's tweet.
All right, thanks, Polami, for joining us with that update. Mega showdown between BJP and AAP over Rohingyas. Delhi government slammed the central government, saying that BJP is conspiring to settle Rohingyas in Delhi. The AAP government said the chief secretary took decision at the behest of the centre and the LG. BJP has hit back at AAP, called it Kejriwal government's appeasement politics. The Saffron Party also said that they will not compromise on the national security. Making their stance clear, BJP said that Rohingyas will be deported. Meanwhile, India Today has also accessed the crucial meeting note that was chaired by the Delhi Chief Secretary on the issue of flats for detention of the Rohingyas. In the meeting chaired on 29th of July, the Delhi Chief Secretary cleared 240 detention flats for the Rohingyas. The proposals were kept before the Delhi LG by the AAP government. The Home Ministry issued clarification on the issue on Wednesday. The ministry said that AAP government proposed to shift Rohingyas to Delhi's Bakarwala area. The MHA also distanced itself from Hardeep Puri's statement that welcomed Rohingyas.
This controversy is created for another reason. This controversy is created because they want to divert the main issues. When they get exposed on every front, you need to ask the CM of Delhi this question. And I've been saying it for last 3 years. In last 7 years, how many school, colleges, hospitals have been opened in Delhi? How much money has been invested on the infrastructure of Delhi? How many new buses have come out on the roads of Delhi? What about the liquor policy? When he gets exposed on the excise policy, he wants to divert that. So the problem is that you people do not ask him that question. He doesn't come out and open, and that is exactly why he's trying to create this politics and this cheap politics what he's playing, so that he can divert the main problem, and then he can focus and people can focus on this Rohingya issue. Our stand has been made very clear by the Honorable HM. It is time for him to make his stand very clear, not us. As a party, the Home Minister had made it very clear. Now does he have the courage and the guts, the CM of Delhi, to come out and open and clear his stand?
अब सवाल उठता है कि अगर केंद्र सरकार का स्टैंड ये है और दिल्ली सरकार बार बार अपना रुख साफ कर चुकी है कि किसी भी तरह के अवैध प्रवास को, रोहिंग्याओं के किसी भी तरह के प्रवास को दिल्ली सरकार दिल्ली की सुरक्षा के लिए, देश की सुरक्षा के लिए खतरा मानती है, वैसे में उनको फ्लैग देने की किसी योजना का तो सवाल ही नहीं उठता। केंद्र सरकार का गृह मंत्रालय कह रहा है कि हम नहीं कर रहे, फिर ये कर कौन रहा था? और अगर दिल्ली में आवास दिए जा रहे हैं और केंद्रीय आवास मंत्री उसको अपलॉड करके कह रहे हैं केंद्र की ये शानदार योजना है, और केंद्र सरकार के अफसर और दिल्ली सरकार के अफसर मीटिंग करके और दिल्ली पुलिस के ऑफिसर मीटिंग करके कुछ डिसीजन ले रहे हैं, और फिर उनको बिना चुनी हुई सरकार को दिखाए एलजी के अप्रूवल के लिए भेज रहे हैं, तो फिर ये करा कौन रहा है? अगर केंद्र सरकार इसके खिलाफ है तो फिर कौन करा रहा है?
Breaking news coming in. Savarkar showdown has escalated now after Go Sita Go slogans. Now eggs were thrown at Siddaramaya's vehicle. Congress BJP workers come face to face near Thimaya Circle in Kodagu. Black flags were shown to Congress leader Siddaramaya in Kur. BJP workers shout slogans against Siddaramaya while Congress workers rally for him. Sagai Raj is now joining us from Bengaluru. Sagai, what is going on? Black flags being shown to Siddaramaya. All this happening on the back of the Savarkar row.
Absolutely, because he had criticized the BJP government, saying that they are creating all these issues and they are allowing through Hindu organizations to spread hatred in the society. Following that, today he had visited Kodagu, where pro-Hindu organization had protested against his visit to Kodagu, and they initially blocked his vehicle and tried to heckle the vehicle when he was entering Kodagu. And while going outside Kodagu district, there was a large number of protests which has happened, where both Congress workers and BJP workers came face to face, and even eggs were pelted on the Siddaramaya vehicles as well as the supporters. As of now, the police have tried to bring the crowd under control, and what we get to learn through Kodagu is the law and order is under control and peace is being maintained.
Right, and you know, who are the miscreants? Who are the miscreants right there? It is the BJP workers, but you know, going on to take law into their own hands like that and throwing eggs at a former chief minister. What have the authorities done about this?
This was unplanned protest. There was no permission taken by these protesters. They have blocked the vehicle when it was heading towards Kodagu, and that's when they also shouted sloganeering against Siddaramaya, asking him to go back. And they had also started a campaign on social media. But definitely, as you pointed out, it is a failure of intelligence to take care of these kind of issues. They should address and alerted the police to be cautious on when these kind of protests happen.
All right, leave it at that. Thanks so much, Sagai, for joining us live. Savarkar poster showdown has intensified, as you can see on your screens right there. Clearly, BJP cadre attempted to gheraw the former Chief Minister Siddaramaya's car in Karnataka's Kodagu district. The cadre heckled the former Karnataka minister's vehicle and threw Savarkar photo and flag at his car. BJP Kodagu chants, "Go back Siddaramaya," and called him student of Tipu Sultan. This incident comes after Congress leaders slammed the BJP for attempting to install Savarkar's photo in Shivamogga. Political blame game is also now on in full swing. BJP leader K. Ishwarappa attacked Siddaramaya and said worms will fall into his mouth if he takes Siddha's name. Meanwhile, after Savarkar flags were ripped off by miscreants in Tumakuru district, 2 new posters of Savarkar have been put out by pro-Hindu activists near Ganesh temple in town hall area.
ಯಾವಾಗ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಫೋಟೋ ಇಟ್ಟರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರು ಈ ಮನುಷ್ಯನ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬಾಯ ಹುಳ ಬೀಳುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ನಂಗೆ ಅನಿಸ್ತು. ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ವೀರ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಹೆಸರನ್ನ ಅವ್ರ ಫೋಟೋನ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರೋಂಥ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಇಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಇಂಥ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ್ರೋಹಿ ನನ್ನ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಕಂಡಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ಏನೋ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗೌರವ ಇತ್ತು ನಂಗೆ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಂಥ ನೀಚ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರ ಓಟಿಗೆ ಏನು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಬಗ್ತೀನಿ ಏನಂತ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಬಂದೋಯ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ದುರ್ದೈವ, ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ದುರ್ದೈವ. ಇಂಥ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಪಡೆದಿದ್ವಲ್ಲ.
As far as this protest or whatever that was staged in front of Siddaramayaji's car, first BJP will have to answer what happened in Mangalore after the death of Praveen Nettura. Lakhs of people almost, blocked the car of Nalin Kumar Patel, their president, and it was almost toppled. That is the anger amongst their own workers. The BJP workers did that. BJP has nothing more to do other than Hindu, Muslim or communal issues. What is the development happening there? Let's discuss that. See, every time they bring up such silly issues and they try to get reactions on this and change the mood. It's basically to divert the mood of the people. That's not going to happen. These emotional things are not going to have any effect on the voters. That is very evident. On developmental front, the BJP is zero or rather minus, and communal tensions are the highest. So let's talk about these things. If somebody wants to respect Veer Savarkar, they're free to do it. Let them do it. We have no problem.
Meanwhile, BJP leader and National General Secretary of OBC Morcha, Yashpal Savarna, had submitted a request letter to Udupi City Corporation to install a statue of Veer Savarkar at Brahmagiri Circle. Listen in.
So many contributions to the India. Udupi is a highly educated area. Imagine knowing there are more than 50 engineering and medical colleges in and around Udupi district. So that Udupi is a highly educated area. It's not a communal area. Violence is in place till now. But today, Veer Savarkar is our ideology. Simply the Congress people started blaming the local authority for some of the Hindu characters putting the wanted photos and banners of Veer Savarkar. They directly came to remove, and they are against the ideology of Savarkar. That means they don't know what is Savarkar, what is the contribution of the Veer Savarkar. He is a freedom fighter who was imprisoned for more than 26 years. He has given the life for 2 times. In the history of India, only one people can give only 1 time life. But he has given twice because he was a great freedom fighter. They could not survive. Congress the British.
Savarkar poster showdown spreads across South India. After Shivamoga and Tumakuru, Savarkar war now in Kerala. The row erupts over student dressing up as Savarkar for Independence Day at a Kerala school. On Tuesday, Congress and Muslim groups held protest marches towards government schools seeking action against those who dressed up the child as Savarkar. However, the name of the board of Savarkar was removed before the procession. Meanwhile, school authorities chose to remain silent over this controversy. Remember, Savarkar showdown began in Shivamoga, where prohibitory orders remain in place after the stabbing of 20-year-old Prem Singh. Here goes Savarkar row spreading over south of India. Now the latest coming in is from Malappuram in Kerala as well. Kerala school facing protests. Show cause notice also has been sent. Ishwarappa continues to provoke. The child you can see on your screens dressed up as Savarkar on your screens. These are visuals from Malappuram in Kerala. We're slipping into a break. When we return, a war of words erupts between filmmakers Anurag Kashyap and Vivek Agnihotri over the film The Kashmir Files. Details in just about a bit.
You are watching India Today.
I'm the early bird who gets the news. The fresh morning air is my energizer. With me around, there are no dwindled dawns. only bright, action-packed mornings. Rise and shine with me every single day, and you'll never hit that snooze button.
Good morning, India. Why wake up any other way when you can witness magic every single day? Watch First Up with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today TV.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
are watching India Today.
Welcome back. A war of words has now erupted between two filmmakers, Anurag Kashyap and Vivek Agnihotri, over the film The Kashmir Files. Filmmaker Vivek Agnihotri has lashed out at Anurag Kashyap after Kashyap said that he does not want the Kashmir Files to be India's official selection for the Oscars. Vivek Agnihotri slammed Anurag Kashyap and also accused Bollywood of starting a campaign against his film for the Oscars. This comes in after Anurag Kashyap in an interview spoke about India's Oscar entry this year. Anurag Kashyap lauded SS Rajamouli's RRR and said that Junior NTR and Ramcharan Stara has a quote-unquote, according to him, 99% chance of getting an Oscar nomination in the Best International Feature Film category if it is selected as India's official entry to the Academy Awards. He later added that he hopes that the Kashmir Files is not picked, which did not go down well with the film's director, Vivek Agnihotri. So, with Kashmir Files again in the eye of the storm, India Today's Rajdeep Sardesai spoke exclusively to filmmaker Vivek Agnihotri. Listen in.
And joining me now is someone who's never far away from controversy, the Kashmir Films director, Vivek Agnihotri joins me. Appreciate your joining us, Vivek. The latest controversy is which Indian film will be sent to the Oscars. Anurag Kashyap coming out openly and saying that I don't know what film anybody is going to pick. I hope not Kashmir Files. And you've responded by saying the vicious genocide denier lobby of Bollywood has started their campaign against the Kashmir Files. It seems that Bollywood is torn between left and right, between various political divisions. Am I right or not?
No, I don't agree with this. Bollywood, there have been ideological differences. Amitabh Bachchan was in Congress, Dharmendra was in BJP, Jaya Bachchan was Samajwadi Party, Hema Malini BJP. Everybody has worked. Javed Akhtar, communist, and but still people have worked beautifully with each other. But here the problem with the Kashmir Files is that first a certain section of Bollywood, and obviously in media and whole lot of other places also, first, they didn't want this film to be made. Once it was made, they didn't want it to be released. Once it was released, they didn't want it to be successful. Once it was successful, they were saying, no, it's not successful, or it's because of this and because of that. And now they are coming out and saying it shouldn't go for Oscar. So I'll tell you where is the problem. I don't have a problem anybody criticizing a film. Anybody wishing one film to go for Oscars. In every interview, I say I'm a greatest fan of Rajamouli. Vijendra ji is a very dear friend of mine, like an elder brother. Any film can go for Oscar. How does it matter? It's a jury which is going to decide. So wishing this film goes is fine, but then pinpointing a certain film with which you also had problems in the past and you have tried to sabotage it, and now you are running a campaign that it should not go for Oscars, I thought was ethically and morally wrong. And I make my films, Rajdeep, very passionately, so I can also protect my film also very passionately.
You know, you said that the Hindi film industry has been divided over the years, but the fact is it's now got much more polarized. Would you agree that the polarization we are seeing in society or in our politics is reflecting in the Hindi film industry? Calls for boycotts, calls, the latest being Lal Singh Chaddha, the manner in which right-wing social media armies targeted the film, called for its boycott. Now, these are all new elements adding to a certain viciousness that perhaps didn't exist before.
No, again, you are making exactly the same mistake which Bollywood has been making. It's the arrogance of Bollywood which says that the people are wrong. And first they assume that audience is stupid. They can just package anything and sell it to them. Then slowly they stopped caring about audiences because their films were going to OTT, but now the test has come back to theaters. So instead of blaming the audience, it's like somebody manufactures a toothpaste, a Colgate, and then they start ridiculing all those people who brush their teeth with toothpaste in the morning. How long the audience, the customers are going to buy that toothpaste, I don't know. Similarly, I mean, you cannot ridicule the audience and then believe that audience is going to watch your film. Boycott is an individual's right. If people are boycotting it, there must be a reason. I don't know how much you are in touch with reality, but go to any Indian middle-class household.
But Vivek, is the boycott? Vivek, is the boycott because of the film or because of ideological differences with the maker? Just a minute. No, I'll let you complete. Just, I want to understand this. Is it because, say, let's say an Amir Khan is seen by a section to be anti-BJP, therefore they want the film boycott, or you are seen to be pro-BJP or Modi, so the anti-Modi lobby wants to boycott your film? Is that what it's been reduced to?
No, that is your conclusion. You are trying to bring everything to Mr. Modi. This is exactly where you are wrong, and everybody is wrong. And this is why Bollywood is suffering today. Because you are trying to pass on your own failure to one individual because that works and everybody picks up that as news. Go to any middle class, urban, semi-urban Indian household. Ask them, conduct an interview, do a research. You will find people hate the arrogance, the lifestyle, the disconnect of Bollywood with the real lives. This is the problem. When your student is going to not look like a student of India, if your mothers, if your families, nothing is going to be relatable. If your hero is not coming from the common, it's not a common man who's fighting the social evil. Instead of your hero's problems are all first world problems. This kind of, and on top of that, you comment on every social issue and national issue which suits you. You stand up for CAA, but you do not come out in defense of Nupur Sharma, or you don't criticize the beheading of a person in Udaipur. People say you are political, but you have an agenda. So tell us what's your agenda. Then you say, no, we are humanitarian. So all this kind of hypocrisy, arrogance, and the flashy, flamboyant lifestyle, paid, organized PR campaigns, all these things people have seen through in last 2 years during COVID, and now they are not willing to accept it, and which is a good thing. This will also help Bollywood or Hindi film industry, whatever it is, Bollywood, not the Hindi
No, but
film
the
industry,
arrogance,
to reform
the
themselves,
arrogance and the hypocrisy. But Vivek, the arrogance and the hypocrisy that you refer to could easily be used also about, the other side will say Vivek Agnihotri is close to the establishment, so his film gets the support of the establishment. They will accuse your film of being a propaganda film. You in turn will say that they are arrogant. That's the point I'm coming to. There seems to be no dialogue, no conversation at the moment. For example, when Kareena Kapoor appealed to not boycott Lal Singh Chadda, you wrote on Twitter, when good content, small films are sabotaged, boycotted by the dons of Bollywood, when their shows are taken away by multiplexes, when critics gang up against this film, nobody thinks of 250 poor people working hard on these films. It seems almost that there are all these battles taking place within Bollywood.
Yeah, Bollywood is run like a very professional mafia, and it's controlled by few people. And they generally, this is if people talk about nepotism and if people say they don't allow outsiders and destroy careers, which is truth. It must be based on truth. And this is not coming only from Vivek Agnihotri. You can ask anybody. I mean, 95% of the people here are not stars. Ask anybody who does it, right? When people sabotaged the Tashkent files, nobody cared about those 250 people. When the entire industry tried to sabotage Kashmir Files, nobody cared about 250 people. Why should 250 people of one unit should be cared about? Why should we have sympathy for them when they're all paid? So it's not about 250 people. Whether film works or not, they are paid. So their livelihood is not in danger. The problem is the livelihood of all these semi-god kind of stars whose livelihood is in danger because they have just receiving the love and respect from the audience without giving anything in return. And like I told you, if a company like Colgate or Close Up, if they start ridiculing their own customer base, then the problem arises. Why, tell me one thing, why a film on Hindu genocide,
Vivek,
why a film on Hindu genocide should not be sent to Oscar? I mean, what kind of ridiculous campaign is that?
Because here is a filmmaker from Canada, the maker of Bad Boys, billionaire maker Dylan Mohan Gray, who's saying it should not be sent because it is hate-mongering garbage. So you've got
no. You have been
sharp views on either side.
Here, let's be fair, right? Let's be fair. I expect you to come out in my defense, in the defense of so many Hindus who were killed. You have been a journalist all your life. You know what happened in Kashmir. Can you deny that why no Hindus live there when 100% Hindu population used to live in Kashmir? You want to care about some sundry Canadian filmmaker, then I can show you quotes and tweets of hundreds of Indian filmmakers, Jews, blacks, people of all ethnicity from all over the world, senators, congressmen, members of parliament, who have said that this film should be made compulsory for people to see. Then what about that? Why are you picking up somebody who hates me writing something? Come on, let's not pick up trolls and decide what is right and wrong.
I'm sure. No, I'm picking up. Look, I'm picking up, Vivek, a sense that every film now is being in some way put in some box or the other. Either it is seen as a film which is propagandist, it is seen as a film anti-establishment. Every film is being put in boxes. Because your film was promoted by BJP governments, you were accused of
hang on,
and being protected by it. Now when other films are... the point I'm making is, I want to know, where does creative freedom, will creative freedom as a result be lost because of these battles that are taking place within Bollywood, and audiences also are getting polarized as a result?
Okay, first let me just correct. You have very beautifully inserted a nuance saying that Kashmir Files is BJP promoted. I am surprised you are doing my interview as a journalist who did not do any research. We started promoting the film in the month of November. Before even it came to India on 11th of March, before anybody knew, even within the BJP, what I have made, more thousands of people had seen that film. Our hoarding was put on Times Square by donations of common people of America. Then in Europe, it was seen by thousands and thousands. Before even it came to India for release, the film had more than 30 screenings all over. Do you even realize that it had already become such a huge hit on WhatsApp, on social media? There was nothing which could have stopped you. Despite all that, the film released only in 600 screens. It's only on when Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, when the film really bounced and became one of the all-time blockbusters, then the media, politicians, everybody in India started noticing my film. But do you even know how kind of attacks, ridicule, humiliation, isolation, deplatforming I have gone through? Did I crib about it? Do I play a victim card anytime? But why these people play victim card? Your films are being boycotted. Tell me one thing. If BJP could support any film, then Mr. Modi's, the film which was on his biography, would have been a blockbuster. Prithviraj would have been a blockbuster because everybody was promoting that film from the right wing. Prithviraj, the Samrat Prithviraj. Now films don't work like that. Tell me, have you seen these films who have not worked? Are they good films? If they were good films, nobody can stop them. So please, what they are doing is playing a victim card. Stop playing this victim card. Face the challenge. Make a film which basically caters to the aspirations and the problems of the common people instead of all the time ridiculing common people.
So my final question to you, are you still confident, therefore, that Kashmir Files will be sent to the Oscars? Do you believe that the film is worthy enough in terms of its production values, content, to be sent to the Oscars?
No, it's not in my hand. There will be a jury, and Oscars are in March next year. There will be finally a jury, I'm sure, of eminent people, working people who are credible people. They will decide which film should go. If they think it's worthy of sending, they will send. If they think it's not, they won't. It's not a big deal. If RR goes, I will be very happy. In fact, if you ask me one film I would want to pick up to go for Oscars, it is R. Madhavan's Rocketry. I think that film should also go. Because the world should also know it's not just the Hindus who are being persecuted in this country. Even some of the greatest scientists are also persecuted. So then the question of human rights for Hindus becomes global.
But then we come back to it, and that again is my final question. We are now looking again, as I said, at every film through a political prism, through whether a film is reflecting a Hindu viewpoint or whether a film is not. I mean, surely a film should be seen for its creative worth rather than being seen for the politics that a particular film may represent.
No, this is, in fact, blaming the poor audience for this is absolute. I think it's a cardinal sin. We should not make it. If the media picks up everything based on religion, if they report, some media report Hindu deaths, some report Muslim deaths, and they keep blaming each other, if that becomes the grand narrative of the country, you can't expect people not to participate because that is the agenda, that's the idea. I think we should start respecting the people of this country rather than all the times telling them that you don't know and we know better. So if they become part of the grand narrative, you tell me the percentage of news which you have on your channel, how much is without religion? If everything has politics and religion, people are going to fall prey to that.
So let me ask you, you have a final message for Anurag Kashyap or not?
I wish him all the best for his release, which is, I believe, is tomorrow. And I hope that people go and watch that film and make it maybe more successful than the Kashmir Files, and his film goes for the Oscars.
So no film should be boycotted, whether it's Anurag Kashyap's film or whether it's Vivek Agnihotри's film. Let the viewer decide, is what you're saying. The viewer or the watcher is the king. Am I right?
But it's the viewers who are boycotting film. I don't think any political party or media house is boycotting.
Okay. Let's leave it there, Vivek Agnihotri. Thanks very much for joining me
Thank you.
here on the news today. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Rashmi. Thank you.
Slipping into a very short commercial break here on India Today. News for the hearing impaired on the other side. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
In a move that's likely to further anger China, a bipartisan delegation of Japanese lawmakers are now all set to visit Taiwan. And this visit comes weeks after the visit of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and the recent visit of a bipartisan delegation of US lawmakers, both Democrats and Republicans. What's the message here? Whether it's the United States in the West or Japan in the East, democracies are standing with a democratically elected government in the Republic of China or Taiwan. And China clearly unlikely to be all too pleased with these developments. After Nancy Pelosi's visit, China announced a series of military drills and exercises around Taiwan Straits, in a way blockading Taiwan. But then another delegation came and China intensified those exercises. Now, when a Japanese delegation comes, will China further escalate these exercises? And that's the apprehension. The democratic world appears to be pushing back against an expansionist force. There is also a massive air power exercise that's being carried out in Australia. This is called Exercise Pitch Black. 100 fighter jets and other aircraft are likely to participate in this exercise starting in a couple of days.
$25 lakh new voters will be added to Jammu and Kashmir voter list after Jammu and Kashmir's Chief Electoral Office announced that non-locals living in Jammu and Kashmir can enlist their names in the voting list and cast vote in the elections in the Union Territory. He has also said that armed forces personnel from other states who are posted in Jammu and Kashmir can also get their names added to the voters list. Slamming the centre's move to settle Rohingyas in Delhi, Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia wrote a letter to Union Home Minister Amit Shah on Thursday. Sisodia said that Delhi Chief Minister was kept in the dark with some officials of the central and Delhi government hatching a conspiracy and taken a decision on the issue without proper consultation. Savarkar poster showdown intensifies in the state of Karnataka after BJP cadre attempted to gherav former Chief Minister Siddaramaia's car in Kodagu district. The cadre heckled the former Karnataka minister's vehicle and threw Savarkar photo and flag at his car. BJP workers raised "Go Back Siddaramaiya" slogans and called him a student of Tipu Sultan. The incident comes after Congress leaders slammed BJP for attempting to install Savarkar's photo in Shivamogga. A suspicious boat with 3 AK-47 rifles and bullets was found off the Raigad coast in Maharasthra. Locals alerted security forces and agencies after spotting that boat had no crew members on board. Raigad SP Ashok Dhude and other senior officials rushed to the spot. An investigation is currently underway.
political potboiler heats up. Big rumblings ahead of 2023 polls. Karnataka over Karnataka CM face gets bigger. Will Bommai survive the quake? India Today, big political news quake.
What is happening in Karnataka? The BJP said the Congress was in a mess and now all attention is on the Karnataka within the ruling party, the BJP. The rumblings have become louder, the tremors have become sharper, the whispers have become more prominent and brazen. Are the days numbered for Chief Minister Bommai? What is afoot? What are all these rumblings really about? I'm going to be decoding those for you here on 5 Live. I'm Shiv Arur. These are the headlines. Big security alert sounded in Maharashtra after a boat laden with AK-47 rifles and ammunition is found on the Raigad coast. Maharashtra government rules out the terror angle. NIA team likely to reach Raigad. Escalating Savarkar showdown in Karnataka. BJP workers try to gherao Siddaramaia's car. Congress and Muslim groups protest after Kerala school kid dresses up as Savarkar. China calls its spy ship misadventure in Lankan port a routine affair. India publicly raises concerns over the security threat. Islamist group PFI sees red over Ganesh Puja celebrations in Karnataka. School says move against Muslims since hijab is banned on campus. India's biggest telecom player, Airtel, lauds clean and super-fast 5G spectrum allocation process. Airtel boss Sunil Bharti Mittal says he's never seen such efficiency in his 30-year career. There's been a fresh twist in the Karnataka Chief Minister face Nataka concerning the BJP. As Chief Minister Bommai's chair quakes and shakes and tremors, posters projecting Murugesh Nirani as the next Chief Minister have come up in Bagalkot in Karnataka. Posters greeting Nirani on his birthday in Bagalkot, reading, "Happy 57th birthday." Nirani, remember, had lobbied hard to become Chief Minister after Yediyurappa's exit. I apologize, this is yesterday's. His followers have now called him the next Chief Minister. The 2023 assembly polls in Karnataka are knocking at his door, but there's endless speculation over Basavaraj Bommai's fate. Does he get to go into this election as the Chief Minister, or is he going to have to step aside? Will he be shown the door or remain the Mukhyamantri till the elections? Endless political huddles and statements from within the BJP has sparked big talk of a change of guard.
Is he staying or is he on his way out? There's quite frankly no bigger question in Karnataka's turbulent politics today. The fate of the Chief Minister a year into his tenure looks shaky, with murmurs of discontent escalating into full-bodied rumbles. Whether or not Bommai survives, the current turbulence over his position is one thing, but the tremors are no speculation. Amidst phone taps of ministers,
ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನಡೀತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ಸರ್
ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಕ್ಕೆ 8 ತಿಂಗಳು ಅಂತ
ಸರ್
ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಕಣಪ್ಪ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಾವು.
to ministers endorsing the opposition party's tallest leader.
ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಕೂಡ ಆಸೆ ಇದೆ. ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಅವರು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆದಂಥ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ, ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರೇ ನೀವು ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ದೇವರಾಜರ ಸಾಗಬೇಕು, ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ದೇವರಾಜರ ಸಾಗಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ ನಾನು.
To hush-hush meetings between a supposedly beleaguered chief minister and the RSS, hoping for immunity against marching orders.
Is the party ready to change Mr. Basavaraj Bommai as the chief minister? That's the big question. But however, it's unlikely at this point of time, because at what cost? It would be a second Lingayat leader who would be replaced. Just now today we saw how Yediyurappa has been elevated to the parliamentary board, accommodating the Lingayat community once again. They are the backbone of the BJP. Will the BJP have the political will and courage to replace another Lingayat? That's the big question. But things are not looking fine for the Karnataka government as for BJP here.
To the BJP High Command's man in charge of Karnataka, flying down for a high-level huddle. At the very least, indications are that all is not well. What's more, posters of other BJP leaders projecting them as future CMs have sprung up. A clear sign of blood in the water. The posters coming days after former BJP CM Jagdish Shettar arrived in Delhi, possibly to lobby for a role in the Karnataka Game of Thrones. Even a divided Congress trying to quell a public feud between Siddaramaiah and State Chief D.K. Shivakumar has now found an opportunity to divert from its own internal battles.
Mr. Bommai is going to be replaced as the chief minister before the election, sir?
I don't want to involve with their political activities. Let they keep him or let they change him. It is left to them. We are least bothered about it.
D.K.
But we are very
Shivakumar
sorry that Karnataka is taking a very bad shape.
Whether the chips land, there is little time for political maneuver with only 8 months to go for elections. With Nagarjun Dwarkanath in Bengaluru, Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's go straight across to India Today's Sagai Raj joining us live from Bengaluru. Sagai, what are the rumors and the buzz that you're getting today? Lots of meetings taking place involving the chief minister. Arun Singh, who is the BJP in charge in Karnataka, is also there. What's going on?
See, from past few days, all is not well within BJP, especially after Amritsar birthday celebration of Siddaramaiah. BJP feel that Congress is trying to get grounds in the state of Karnataka. And the other side, if you notice, there are communal violence which has been reported in several parts of the state. Keeping all these things in mind, many of them have escalated the issue with the High Command, and even High Command feel that they should address this issue much before 2023 election in the state of Karnataka. And we know very well that they're going to change the state president as well. Nalin Kumar Katil will be changed anytime now. The Arun Singh, who is in Karnataka, will be discussing all possible ways to how to take this forward, because they cannot change the chief minister, which can have a major impact on the BJP ahead of 2023 elections. Because last time when they were in power, there was 3 chief ministers, and subsequently they lost the next assembly election where Siddaramaiah was the chief minister. And even this time, there are a lot of infighting within Congress, where they believe that if they try to do anything with the BJP, definitely it is going to be a disaster. And they should also keep their vote bank in place, where especially when it comes to Lingayat community, because they cannot take a chance of changing the second Lingayat chief minister in the state of Karnataka ahead of crucial elections.
Thanks, Sagai, for joining us on that. We've got more breaking news coming in now. Slow. The Savarkar showdown has escalated. After Go Siddha Go slogans, now eggs have been thrown at former Chief Minister of Karnataka Siddaramaiah's vehicle in Kodagu. Congress and BJP workers have come face to face near the Thimmaya circle in Kodagu in southwestern Karnataka. Black flags have been shown to the Congress's #1 man in Karnataka, former Chief Minister Siddaramaya in Kodagu. BJP workers have shouted slogans against Siddaramaya, while Congress workers have been defending him and rallying around him. Of course, this is over Siddaramaya's overt support for Tipu Sultan and the celebration of Tipu Jayanti. This entire controversy now has become a Savarkar versus Tipu Sultan political fight, with Savarkar being held up by the BJP and Tipu Sultan perceived to be held up by the Congress party. And it has manifested now in Siddaramaya facing an attack by eggs, slogans, his car being gherawed in Kodagu by BJP members. Let's go across to India Today's Priyanka Rudrappa joining us live from Shimoga, where the entire Savarkar politics actually originated a few days ago. Priyanka, what do you think is going on? This entire Savarkar fight appears to be escalating, and now Siddaramaya is under attack in Kodagu.
So it looks like the controversy over the posters featuring Savarkar, which started in Shimoga, is now spreading to other states, other districts in the state as well. It's now escalating and gaining momentum with each passing day. Earlier in the day, Karnataka leader of opposition Siddaramaya's car was gherawed by right-wing groups. The protesters also threw Savarkar's photo into Siddaramaya's car while the police tried to control the situation. The BJP workers attacked him in Kodagu earlier in the day. They also started a trend called Go Back Siddaramaya and called him a student of Tipu Sultan as well. Now remember, it all started after the row erupted over a poster of Damodar Savarkar put up in Amir Ahmed Circle on Independence Day in Shimoga. Now it has spread to Udupi, Mangalore and in Tumukuru as well. In Tumukuru on Monday night, a flex was torn down by miscreants. However, two more posters have erupted. They have come up today as well in the circle in Tumukuru, which is being monitored by the police, and security has also been beefed up. Meanwhile, in Mangalore, on the outskirts of Mangalore, a poster featuring Savarkar and Govt has also come up on the occasion of Krishna Janmashtami. Now, in Udupi, there were posters featuring Savarkar and Subhash Chandra Bose, which had come up, and which had led to protests between Congress. SDPI workers had objected to this, which had been put up by the right-wing groups there. Now today, the right-wing groups are also urging the local administration to install a statue of Savarkar in Udupi. So it doesn't look like an isolated incident anymore. It's spreading to other districts in the state and gaining momentum with each passing day.
Thanks very much, Priyanka, for that. No end to the showdown over Savarkar's posters in Karnataka, while the flames have also spread to schools and even in neighboring Karnataka. The pot simmers with the Congress's Siddaramaya facing the wrath of angry protesters. Here's a report on what happened.
Congress leader Siddaramaya facing the wrath of protesting BJP workers during a bid to gherao his vehicle in Kodagu amid the escalating Savarkar face-off. Go Back Siddaramaya and student of Tipu Sultan chants rented the air. Many protesters even egged Siddaramaya's car a day after pamphlets were thrown at his car. The protesters upset over the Congress leader earlier slamming them over installing Savarkar posters.
ಸುಳ್ಳು ಸಮರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಗೂಬೆ ಕೊಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಇದನ್ನ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಿತವಾಗಿ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಅವ್ರ ಫೋಟೋ ಹಾಕಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗಿರೋದು ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರು ಏರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ನಮ್ದು ತಕರಾರಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಯಾವ ಫೋಟೋ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
The BJP versus Siddaramaya war escalating after this jibe by Shivamoga BJP MLA Ishwarappa.
ಯಾವಾಗ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಫೋಟೋ ಇಟ್ರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರು ಈ ಮನುಷ್ಯನ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬಾಯ ಹುಳ ಬೀಳುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ನಂಗೆ ಅನಿಸ್ತು. ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ವೀರ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಹೆಸರನ್ನ ಅವ್ರ ಫೋಟೋನ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರೋಂಥ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಇಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಇಂಥ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ್ರೋಹಿ ನನ್ನ ಜೀವನದ ನಾನು ಕಂಡಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಏನೋ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗೌರವ ಇತ್ತು ನಂಗೆ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ಅದು ಇಂಥ ನೀಚ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರ ಓಟಿಗೆ ಏನು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಬಗ್ತೀನಿ ಏನಂತ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಬಂದೋಯ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ದುರ್ದೈವ, ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ದುರ್ದೈವ. ಇಂಥ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಪಡೆದಿದ್ವಲ್ಲ.
In Tumakuru, several new Savarkar posters came up near the Ganesh temple in Town Hall area. Earlier, miscreants had ripped off similar Savarkar posters put up in the location. Shivamoga had witnessed clashes between two groups after a 20-year-old man, Prem Singh, was stabbed in the face-off between Savarkar and Tipu Sultan posters. BJP leader Yashpal Suvarna is now seeking a Savarkar statue in Udupi.
They don't know what is Savarkar, what is the contribution of the Veer Savarkar. He is a freedom fighter. He was imprisoned for more than 26 years. He has given the life for 2 times in the history of India.
The Savarkar face-off spread to Kerala's Malappuram after a school student dressed up as Savarkar during the Independence Day celebrations. Congress and Muslim groups staged protest against the school, which was even show-caused. With Priyanka Rudrappa and Sage Raj in Bengaluru, Bureau Report, India Today.
And in the midst of the Veer Savarkar versus Tipu Sultan politics, here's what Savarkar's #1 biographer, Dr. Vikram Sampath, said about the Tipu Sultan aspect of it. Take a look.
I think it's comparing apples and oranges because these were two different men in two different eras. Tipu was in the 18th century and Savarkar was in the 19th and 20th century. Different circumstances. Tipu was a ruler, a medieval ruler who was actually fighting for, not for the cause of a nation or freedom and so on. It was more of a fight for his own kingdom, for his own personal honor and survival. No doubt a brave soldier, but then someone who was killed and martyred in the 4th Anglo-Mysore War. But then his social report card is also not something that that many can hold him to account, considering the kind of bigotry, the mass murders, the conversions of Syrian Christians in Mangalore, and also the Mandyam Iyengars, the Kurgis, the Nayars in Malabar, the thousands and thousands of temples that he desecrated, churches that he broke. These are that's a different era. You need to judge a person by the standards and yardsticks of that era. So that was a different time and space. So to compare him with someone like Savarkar, who was a modern day leader, just because he propounded the theory of Hindutva, you posit these two people, next to each other, which is, historically it has no basis whatsoever. Yeah. And it's very unfortunate that political parties start taking sides. BJP takes sides with Savarkar, Congress takes sides with Tipu Sultan. In the past, they have also, in my state, commemorated Tipu Jayanti and so on, much to the chagrin of many of the people here. People in various parts of Karnataka came out in protest, not inspired by BJP or RSS or anybody else. It was the genuine anger that still exists. The Mandyam Iyengars to this day do not celebrate Deepavali because 600 of their family, men, women and children, were hung to trees and killed by Tipu on Deepavali. So even today, Diwali is celebrated as a day of Shraddh and mourning by them. So these are also live histories, folk tales, which still abound. In spite of that, for political reasons, for appeasement politics, just to ensure you get the support of a particular community, you don't have to get a icon from that same community. Certainly not a bigot. The same Karnataka also has a Santa Shishunal Sharifa, who's a saint who could be used as an icon for any community. Tipu is probably the Aurangzeb of the South, and he need not be posited as a leader for any community just to get their support or votes. So what we are seeing in Karnataka, I think, is an ugly, misuse of history for contemporary political purposes and for electoral gains. And that is extremely unfortunate. We are doing disservice to the legacies of, I think, both Tipu Sultan as well as Veer Savarkar.
Meanwhile, a big controversy has broken out in Karnataka over Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations in educational institutions. State Education Minister B.C. Nagesh, who had fought hijab in educational institutions tooth and nail, has allowed Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations in schools and colleges, saying that there won't be any restrictions because the celebrations will unite people. But the Campus Front of India, the student wing of the radical Islamist organization PFI, which was at the forefront of the hijab showdown, has now slammed the Karnataka government. The Campus Front is now asking, if hijab was not allowed on campuses because it was seen as a religious practice, then how is celebrating Ganesh Chaturthi on campus okay? The organization has also accused the state government of trying to get political mileage and called it unilateral discrimination against Muslims.
ಖಂಡಿತ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರ ಇದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಇದೆ. ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಮಾಡೋದಾದ್ರೂ ನಾವು ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ನಾವೇನು ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಇದು ಸಮಾಜವನ್ನು ಜೋಡಿಸುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರಾಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
They are trying to divide the people, communalize the people, polarize the people. The anger against the government on so many issues. So they are trying to divert. So now their new agenda in their communal aspect, it is the Vinayak Chaturthi festival.
And coming up next, we've got a special ground report from Taiwan with the only channel in Taiwan at this point of time reporting on the Chinese aggressions. Unprecedented aerial provocations by China has triggered one of the biggest counter measures from the tiny island, and we're going to show it to you firsthand when you come back from Taiwan.
Will the falling rupee badly impact the Indian economy? Should India ban trade in cryptocurrencies? To know the answer of several such other questions, read the latest edition of India Today's exclusive Mood of the Nation poll. Subscribe to India Today magazine now.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Black holes. Did you ever worry that Earth could get sucked into one of them? Black holes do have a massive gravitational pull that allows it to swallow anything that gets in its way. Let's find out more about them. Black holes have been lurking in the galaxies for billions of years. The most powerful known forces in the universe, their gravitational field is so strong that nothing, not even light, can escape from them. They're actually packed full of space matter, so they're not really holes. There are at least 2 types of black holes. Stellar mass black holes form when a huge star, more than 10 times bigger than our Sun, burns up all its fuel and collapses in on itself. Scientists say there could be billions in our galaxy, the Milky Way alone. They grow by gobbling up other stars or merging with other black holes to become a supermassive black hole, millions to billions of times bigger than the Sun. Humans can't even see black holes, but we can observe their effect on matter close by. When normal stars are sucked in, they accelerate and heat up, emitting X-rays which are detected by orbiting space telescopes.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
There is unprecedented aerial provocation and activity by China against Taiwan at this point of time, and it's been escalating with each passing day. As the Chinese Air Force ups the tension with its intrusions, Taiwan has responded by flexing its own air combat strength. Take a look at this exclusive ground report by the only Indian editor in Taiwan at this point of time, Gaurav Sawant.
August 17th, 21 Chinese aircraft. August 16th, 17 Chinese aircraft. August 15th, 30 Chinese aircraft. August 14th, 22 Chinese aircraft. Those numbers are Taiwan's record of Chinese aerial provocations and intrusions just so far this week. The intimidatory actions by the Chinese People's Liberation Army Air Force has heightened temperatures to fever pitch. The flight paths of the Chinese jets, carefully crafted to buzz Taiwanese airspace, its air defense identification zone and the surrounding areas, triggering defensive measures from the tiny island, forced to respond by getting its own fighter jets airborne, its air defense systems primed, and its radars positively blaring about the threat. The Chinese jets leading the campaign of intimidation are formidably armed frontline assets. Taiwan says the most commonly detected Chinese fighter in the intrusions is the Shenyang J-11, an air superiority fighter. These jets carry long-range air-to-air and air-to-ground weaponry. The other Chinese fighter commonly cited by Taiwanese censors are the Chinese J-16s, designed as multi-role strike assets capable of standoff bombing missions. While there is no confirmation, there has been speculation that China is also testing its newest jet, the purported 5th generation J-20 stealth fighter, in contested airspace near Taiwan. Apart from fighter jets, China's Air Force has also thrown other combat aircraft into this game of scares. These include the H-6 long-range bomber aircraft, Y-8 electronic intelligence gathering aircraft designed to soak up electronic data about Taiwanese ground defenses and sensors, and KJ-500 airborne early warning radar aircraft designed to control the air battle while keeping tabs on the enemy air force. China has a giant air force and managed to set a record last year in domestic production of combat aircraft, leading to a huge acceleration in training and pilot inductions and the expansion of available aircraft to bring to any fight. Taiwan has a vastly smaller air force but won't be alone in the event of an air battle. But be that as it may, the tiny island has begun to flex its own air combat strength. But as China continues to buzz the island, keeping its defenses on high alert, could things spiral out of control? With Gaurav Sawant in Taipei, Taiwan, Bureau Report, India Today.
And let's just show you the 10 key weapons that China has been using in this campaign of intimidation over the last couple of weeks against Taiwan. This is what they're flaunting, this is what they're using, and these are live weapons. The Dongfeng DF-17 is a short-range ballistic missile. These are being fired across the Taiwan Strait. The Dongfeng DF-17 is a medium-range ballistic missile. These are being fired all around the island. The Shandong and Liaoning aircraft carriers, these are the two big aircraft carriers of China. These have been deployed as well, in an intimidatory fashion. Type 055 stealth guided missile destroyers of the Chinese Navy. They're there in large numbers. The Shenyang J-11 is one of the most common air superiority fighters that has been cited by the Taiwanese ground defenses, along with the Shenyang J-16, which is a multi-role strike fighter. The Chengdu J-20 is a fifth-generation stealth fighter, which some reports suggest has also been deployed in this, this campaign of mind games against Taiwan. The Jian H-6 is a long-range bomber, I beg your pardon, which is also been flying over the Taiwan Strait and around the island. PHL-03 long-range rocket artillery have been fired from the eastern coast of China, into the Taiwan Strait as an intimidatory gesture. The Jian Y-20 heavy military transport aircraft have also been flying missions and creating this atmosphere and aura of threat around the island of Taiwan. Now, we've shown you what Chinese weapons are being used. We've shown you how the Chinese air combat activity has escalated quite dramatically over the last few days. Now let's tell you what's happening with the Taiwanese counter force. Taiwanese F-16 fighters have been roaring into the sky in a show of strength to demonstrate the island's own military determination to defend in the face of Chinese intimidation. Take a look. Gaurav Sawant sends us this report from Taipei in Taiwan.
Advanced Taiwanese F-16V fighters roaring into the night sky. A show of force and a mega muscle flex in the face of China's uninterrupted campaign of intimidation. Seen here at the Hualien Air Base on Taiwan's mountainous east coast, weapons are slung onto these F-16Vs, Taiwan's most up-to-date combat jets, including Harpoon anti-ship missiles capable of long-range hits on Chinese naval vessels. The Hualien base, which has hangars cut out of the side of a mountain, has two pilots on duty at any point of time, sitting in their flight suits to be airborne in 6 minutes flat. That means the base exists on scramble alert to swoop up and engage any Chinese aerial threat at super short notice.
The tension between the Taiwan Strait is getting higher, and it's obvious in knowing that. But that's still what we're training for, and it's what we're preparing for. So they come and we rise, and so our scramble jet will never stop, and we will stop their offender and outside our defense outside our ADIZ. I won't say there's a lot of change, but our frequency to scramble is getting higher, and so I think the tension from the in the Taiwan Strait is definitely higher.
Taiwan has been converting its 141 F-16AB jets to the much more advanced F-16V type, and is boosting fleet strength by ordering 66 new F-16Vs from the United States. These jets will have more advanced avionics, weapons and radar systems to better face down the Chinese Air Force, including its J-20 stealth fighters that have been busy buzzing Taiwanese air defenses. One of the key weapons wielded by Taiwan's F-16V is the AIM-9X Sidewinder air-to-air missile capable of hot pursuit and kill of Chinese jets at visual range.
We condemn the Chinese Communists' continued provocative actions in the Taiwan Strait, disrupting peace within the region. But we must say, maintaining the intensity of our combat readiness training, ensuring the task of combat training is our force's responsibility.
In the face of nearly 100 air intrusions in the last 4 days alone, Taiwan's Air Force is also displaying some of its most powerful anti-aircraft weaponry. Swiss-made GDF 006 anti-aircraft guns, and the Tiankum-3 anti-aircraft system, a complex surface-to-air weapon that can hit both aircraft and missiles. Also remember that Taiwan has formidably armed Apache and Black Hawk helicopters for any ground support. Taiwan may not be alone if a battle truly begins courtesy China, but the tiny island, for its size, is formidably armed and capable of giving the aggressor a bloody nose. The muscle flex is designed as a counter-reminder to Beijing of this precise fact. With Gaurav Sawant in Taipei, Taiwan, Bureau Report, India Today.
And let's go straight across to Gaurav Sawant, who's live with us from Taipei in Taiwan, the only Indian editor reporting from there during this extended, uninterrupted, escalating campaign of intimidation by China. Gaurav, last year in March, the Chinese Air Force had conducted what was at that time the biggest aerial transgression of, Taiwanese air defense space. But that was only a precursor to what we're seeing now. And you are there on the island. You've seen the levels of Chinese aggression. About 90 aircraft have conducted missions in just the last 4 days. The Taiwanese are also hitting back and flexing muscle, aren't they, Gaurav?
Indeed, they are, Shiv. In fact, when you look at Taiwan's operations, they're very carefully, in a way, orchestrated to respond to the Chinese aggression. They've watched over several days what China has done, what China intends to do, and their exercises are to counter China's maneuvers. And extremely interesting, the fact that you mentioned they're acquiring the latest F-16 Vipers up and mounting. That's what Taiwan's defense ministry has just said about this latest exercise when the Vipers took off with the Sidewinders. So air-to-air missiles that can fire beyond visual range. While it's a medium-range air-to-air missile, it's a very clear message to Chinese fighters, including the J-20 stealth fighter. We see you, we spot you, we can take you down. That's the message that's going on. With the Harpoon A-84 anti-ship missile, the message is we're looking at the Chinese ships, the warships that are coming into the transgressing the median line. In case they come into territorial waters, they will be taken down. The Harpoon missiles, as you well know, Shiv, are extremely accurate. And a large number of these aircraft are taking off to carry out these exercises. Apart from the F-16 Vs, and they are still coming in, additional 66 will come in the next couple of years. They also have their own indigenously designed fighters.
Yes.
As some argue, quite similar to the F-16s, almost as capable as the Taiwanese would want you to believe, and they have sizable, fair numbers. So they have the numbers, they design the aircraft themselves, they design their own corvettes, they make their corvettes almost like frigates. It also goes on to show with their anti-ship and anti-submarine missiles, Taiwan insists it's a formidable force. China will get a bloody nose in case it tries. And what Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen very clearly said, we are not looking for a fight, but we are not shying away from it either.
Gaurav, it's one thing to watch this escalating tension from the outside. It's another thing I can imagine being right there, speaking to the Taiwanese people. You are in Taipei. The air bases are, quite a distance away from there. So I'm not guessing you're going to be able to see the actual fighters from where you are right now. You will a little later in the week. But what's the general buzz you're getting? Is this, does this seem like a critical survival point? Are the Taiwanese feeling like something is going to snap soon?
Something major snap, but not soon. Remember, it's the same stock. People, whether they're in the Republic of China or Taiwan, or the People's Republic of China or mainland China, they understand the mindset of those in the PRC and the Communist Party of China, and they're making one thing very clear. These are bullying tactics being adopted by China. China does not have the wherewithal for a fight, at least not just as yet. China will continue to build, it will continue to intimidate and bully. Shiv, you recall what the US 7th Fleet Commander, Vice Admiral Carl Thomas, just said a couple of days ago. He said, don't let this become the new norm. Don't let it become the new normal. Because if China can get away by firing missiles on top of Taiwan today, it'll escalate next time. It'll up the ante even further next time. This is exactly what the White House said, and you and I discussed. It's like boiling the frog. That is why Taiwan's also responding with its own exercises to send across a message to China. We can counter to defend our territory. And remember, what China says is take territory, even if it's by force. What Taiwan is saying is defend our territory. And it's not just the fighter jets and the Apaches or the ships. It's also the very formidable, very vast web of the surface to air missiles. And as an expert was explaining to me here, Taiwan is like a porcupine. If China tries to come in, it will be stung at every level. There are so many surface-to-air missile batteries in different islands, very strategically located. Neither the Chinese ships, nor their amphibious attack vehicles, nor their aircraft or their submarines. And remember, shallow waters as far as China is concerned. China's submarines cannot dive deep and come into this area. So anti-submarine warfare helicopters and aircraft of Taiwan and of course American assistance, they are watching every move. They are not intimidated. They are very clear. There is a determination shift. There is also a fact that Taiwan now realizes they will have to invest a lot more in their defense hardware procurement, whether it's unmanned combat aerial vehicles, longer range missiles, and those missiles will be to strike deeper, to send across a message: you try to hurt us, we can hurt you, and worse. So longer range missiles and unmanned combat aerial vehicles is what Taiwan is looking for in its next budget.
It's going to be a long drawn-out affair. It's not going to be something that happens soon, but this is clearly a point from which China has committed itself to really, fulfilling its own objectives. Can it really back away from this without having the world call out its bluff is the real question to be seen. Gaurav continues to report from Taiwan and bring us an unparalleled first-hand view of what is one of the biggest military crises in the world today. Gaurav, thanks very much for joining me on this special broadcast. Now, China continues to torment Taiwan after Nancy Pelosi's visit at the beginning of this month to the island, with Chinese fighter jets inching closer to the Taiwan mainland. The question remains, if China will attempt to capture Taiwan using air power, how will that actually play out? Well, very broadly, this report tries to construct what that could look like. Take a look.
Can China capture Taiwan using air power? With such a giant air force, what would such an air campaign look like? Let's get one thing totally clear. Any air battle between China and Taiwan will be a seriously bloody affair, and we'll tell you why. For starters, if military air combat is already a difficult and risky affair, it is exponentially more so over ocean. And since Taiwan is an island about 200 kilometers off China's coast, China's air power campaign will have to be a maritime affair. In March 2021, in a demonstration flight that shadowed the current crisis, China conducted an aerial mission specifically focused on aerially surrounding Taiwan and cutting it off entirely from the eastern side. The mission showed Chinese H-6 bomber fleets escorted by fighters flying through the Bashi Strait that separates Taiwan from the Philippines and arriving on the vulnerable eastern side of Taiwan, the key to debilitating the island. Of course, in a real combat scenario, a high-tech Taiwanese air force wouldn't let the bombers fly so easily. Plus, China has limited experience in over-ocean flights. But these are broad simulations. That China is even practicing such flights means it is in the realm of its warfare plans. It's crucial to remember that in any potential air battle, Taiwan wouldn't be alone. The US Navy's 7th Fleet remains deployed in the Pacific east of Taiwan with heavy-duty aerial combat assets. Alongside Japanese and American fighter assets stationed in Japan, committed to protecting Taiwan from China. Which means any Chinese air combat plans to encircle Taiwan will be met with brutal high-tech resistance. If China attempts an aerial encirclement of Taiwan, it will have to contend with America's F-18 Super Hornets of the USS Ronald Reagan aircraft carrier, and formidable F-22 Raptor stealth fighters stationed in Japan, among others. There will likely be heavy losses on both sides, but one thing remains certain. The invasion and control of Taiwan may be a difficult, logistically nightmarish prospect for China, but everything that China is now doing around Taiwan points to the reality of the possibility. With Gaurav Sawant in Taipei, Taiwan, Bureau Report, India Today.
Keep watching. Coming up on the other side, trouble mounts for actor Jacqueline Fernandez in the Bollywood con scandal extortion case in which she's just been named and accused. Details coming up.
The air we breathe inside an airplane is continuously renewed during a flight. It's captured from outside. 30 to 50% of the fresh air, depending on the plane, is mixed with air already inside the cabin. Air from outside is collected near the engines. It then passes into an air conditioning pack where it is heated to about 20 degrees and pressurized to a level close to atmospheric pressure at sea level. The air is then filtered by HEPA, high-efficiency particulate air filters, which eliminate 99.9% of 0.3 micron particles, including viruses and bacteria. Once it's mixed with ambient air, the flow is then distributed inside the aircraft, moving up the fuselage towards the cabin ceiling before passing through vents situated above passenger seats. Meanwhile, a pressurization valve at the rear of the aircraft continuously sucks in air from the cabin at the floor level near passengers' feet and blows it out of the aircraft, thereby creating a continuous airflow. This makes it possible to maintain a constant pressure inside the aircraft and to renew air inside the cabin every 3 minutes.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari. In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart.
Mehbooba Mufti and Omar Abdullah are angry, very angry, that the laws of equality that apply to all Indian citizens irrespective of caste, creed, religion will now be also allowed in Jammu and Kashmir, which became a union territory since 5th August 2019. 25 lakh new voters are likely to be allowed in the new voting list. Who will be eligible? At 6 p.m. prime, I tell you exactly about what and who were permitted and eligible to vote in 2019, who were disqualified, not allowed, and who will now become equal citizens in J&K. That and more at 6 p.m. on India Today with me, Pooja Shali. Do not miss.
And I wanted to get you a breaking update on India Today's big news break from yesterday, a day after Jacqueline Fernandez, the actor, was named and accused in the 215 crore rupee Sukesh Chandrasekhar con scandal. Jacqueline's lawyers have made an explosive claim. Jacqueline's lawyer says that he's shocked that the actor has been named as an accused. The lawyer says Jacqueline Fernandez did not know Sukesh Chandrasekhar's real identity when she was introduced to him, and that Sukesh had posed as a businessman and owner of Sun TV, the DMK-owned Sun TV of Tamil Nadu. That's what Jacqueline's lawyer now claims the actor has now said. Take a look at what the lawyer of Jacqueline Fernandez has said. First, an exclusive to India Today.
We're being joined by Advocate Prashant Patil, who's the lawyer for Jacqueline Fernandez, the actor who is currently in the news for all the wrong reasons. She has been charge sheeted by the Enforcement Directorate, and we're speaking to her lawyer, Mr. Prashant Patil. So, first question to you would be that was there any indication? Was there any indication that she would also be made an accused in this case? Till now, when the Enforcement Directorate is...
Well, honestly, if you look at the matter, you have to first understand what are the facts of the case. What is the sequence of the matter? This is a case wherein there is an accused who is being charge sheeted and investigated by the Delhi police and who has nothing to do with my client. The main accused has been charge sheeted by the Delhi police because this man, allegedly, in handing blows with the Tihar jail officials, conned a lady who is apparently an owner of a leading pharmaceutical company. Now, when he cons her, he uses a modus operandi wherein he uses modular phone technology to make spoof calls, which prima facie reflects that it has been made by the Union Home Ministry. And this is how it has conned many victims. Out of this, he has allegedly procured some 200 crores as proceeds of crime. And the Delhi police has invoked the charges under MCOC against this man and charge sheeted him along with other 9 accused. Now, in the entire investigation, you will see that Jacqueline has not been identified, neither as a witness, neither as an accused. The Delhi police has filed a charge sheet. When the Enforcement Directorate called my client, she has attended the summons. Each and every summons she has attended, she has given all the information possible. She has cooperated with the investigating agencies. And like her, many other celebrities were conned by this man using the same modus operandi. If at Delhi police, the victim, the lady victim can be a conned lady victim for the FIR to be registered by Delhi police, the same modus operandi has been used against Jacqueline. If that is the case, then why Jacqueline has been arrested as an accused? We never saw this coming. It's a total surprise. We are shocked. Be that as it may, we have complete faith in the judiciary. According to the latest guidelines of the Honorable Supreme Court, we will challenge these proceedings before the court and we'll seek justice.
Sir, just one question, but you're saying that there was no indication that Jacqueline has completely cooperated with the investigation, but the ED is alleging that Jacqueline Fernandez also was a beneficiary of the proceeds of crime. She received gifts worth over 10 crore. So why is it that she had no indication that she could also be implicated in this, particularly since the ED has been saying that she received gifts from Sukesh Chandrasekhar and was a beneficiary?
See, you have to first understand the facts. These facts are not true. There are no gifts which are received by her by the amount of 10 crores. Absolutely wrong. Okay. It is not even the case of the ED. Having said this, ED has not been able to identify any amount, forget 7 crores or 10 crores or whatever amount, not even a single paisa as proceeds of crime in Jacqueline's accounts. Okay. Whatever is available in Jacqueline's accounts, everything is in white and black. It's her hard-earned money, it's her tax-paid money. Not even 1 rupee she has received as proceeds of crime. Now, there are WhatsApp communications and there is an evidence between Jacqueline and other witnesses, which clearly indicate that Jacqueline says that I do not want these gifts. She denies accepting these gifts. And there are other witnesses who coerce and force her saying, listen, I know this guy, you can accept it. So these WhatsApp messages are retrieved by the Enforcement Directorate. They are the part of the charge sheet. If that is the case, relying upon their evidence, as in ED's evidence, she's innocent.
Okay. So, but sir, one question that has to be asked, and is actually also being asked in the public domain is that if she was aware that this person has criminal antecedents or that Sukesh Chandrasekhar is somebody who is under investigation or is a criminal person, why was she in continuous contact with him at all?
Okay, see, we have evidence which has been procured by the Enforcement Directorate that reflects that she absolutely had no knowledge about this man. Forget the name Sukesh Chandrasekhar, she thought she was introduced as Shankar Vela, as a nephew of one of the leading political leaders of Tamil Nadu, and he projected himself as an owner of Sun TV. So it was a completely fictitious image that he created. And which common man on the face of the planet would believe that this man is sitting at Tihar jail and video calling her? You know, he used to wear expensive clothes sitting at one corner of the jail. So it is for the Tihar jail officials to answer this.
Well, could Jacqueline Fernandez be arrested is the question. She's been named and accused. Her lawyer there giving the other side. As always, first and exclusive to India Today's Anisha Mathur. That's a wrap on 5 Live. Thanks for watching. 6 p.m. Prime with Pooja comes up next. Jammu and Kashmir is likely to get around 25 lakh additional voters, including outsiders, after the special summary revision of the electoral rolls being held for the first time after the abrogation of Article 370. Pooja does a deep dive on 6 p.m. Prime.
la main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi ? Parce que les aides-soignants, aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel, où on demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment de difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari. In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart.
Mehbooba Mufti and Omar Abdullah are angry, very angry, that the laws of equality that apply to all Indian citizens irrespective of caste, creed, religion will now be also allowed in Jammu and Kashmir, which became a union territory since 5th August 2019. 25 lakh new voters are likely to be allowed in the new voting list. Who will be eligible? At 6 p.m. Prime, I tell you exactly about what and who were permitted and eligible to vote in 2019, who were disqualified, not allowed, and who will now become equal citizens in J&K. That and more at 6 p.m. on India Today with me, Pooja Shali. Do not miss.
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com in association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ, अमृता हॉस्पिटल फरीदाबाद।
A major overhaul in Jammu and Kashmir's electoral list. 25 lakh new voters likely to be added in J&K. After abrogation of Article 370 as per the Indian law, Centre allows the non-locals to also register as voters. But Modi's reform riles the National Conference and the PDP. It is but Naya Kashmir, Naya voters. Top focus at 6 p.m. prime. On 5th August 2019, Article 370 was abrogated from Jammu and Kashmir. The state became a union territory. It appeared to be a new era. And now, in a fresh announcement that has come, as Modi's Naya Kashmir promises, electoral rolls are going to be revised. All those who were marginalized, discriminated, not allowed to be equal citizens in Jammu and Kashmir will now have the permission and will be eligible to vote for the government, as they've been a part of that society for years. That is my special telecast today. I'll clear all your doubts. Let's begin first with the headlines. It's a big security alert sounded in Maharashtra after a boat laden with assault rifles and ammunition was found on the Raigad coast. Maharashtra government, though, rules out the terror angle. National Investigation Agency team likely to reach soon. But it is the continued escalation of the Savarkar showdown in the south. The Bharatiya Janata Party workers trying to now gherao Siddaramaya's car. Congress and Muslim groups are protesting after the Kerala school kid dresses up as a Hindutva ideologue. Meanwhile, it is the radical Islamist group, the Popular Front of India, seeing red over the Ganesh Puja celebrations now in Karnataka schools, saying the move is against Muslims since hijab is also banned in the campus. There are now concerns over a lawless Bihar, a teenager girl student critical after she was shot from point-blank range in Patna. War over wanted minister taking oath in Nitish government. Horrific visuals caught on CCTV. In some international news, China calls its spy ship misadventure in Lankan port as a routine affair. India publicly raises the concern over a security threat. India's biggest telecom player lauds clean and superfast 5G allocation process. Airtel boss Sunil Mittal says he has never seen such efficiency in 20-year career. Jammu and Kashmir is likely to get around 25 lakh additional voters after the special summary revision of the electoral rolls since the abrogation of Article 370 in 2019, where also J&K from a state was turned into a union territory, thereby meaning that all laws applicable to Indian citizens across the country, irrespective of caste, creed, religion, and specifically with regard to voting rights, will now also be allowed for those living in Jammu and Kashmir. But this announcement by the Chief Electoral Officer drew an angry reaction from former Chief Ministers Omar Abdullah and Mehbooba Mufti. They're attacking the government at the centre now. What exactly is the political outrage about? Take a look at this report. In Naya Jammu and Kashmir, new voting rights now for all. In a major decision announced, approximately 25 lakh new voters will now possibly be added to Jammu and Kashmir voter list. This comes after J&K's Chief Electoral Officer announced that any Indian citizen, including non-locals living or working in Jammu and Kashmir, can now enlist their names in the voting list and also will be eligible to cast vote in the assembly and local body elections in the Union Territory. Hridesh Kumar has announced that non-locals, including employees, students, labourers from outside who are staying ordinarily in Jammu and Kashmir can register their names in the voting list. Even marginalised communities now, like the Valmiki Dalits, West Pakistani refugees, despite living in J&K since more than 3 decades, had no rights, are now eligible to vote. Also, armed forces personnel posted in peace stations can also get their names added in the list. Even non-domicile holders are now eligible.
Of 370. उसके बाद काफ़ी ऐसे लोग हैं जो पहले असेंबली में वोटर नहीं होते थे, लेकिन अब उनका नाम वोटर लिस्ट में आ सकता है। उसके लिए सिंपल है, जो रूल है पूरे कंट्री में, रिप्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ पीपल्स एक्ट में रूल है कि यहाँ पे इसकी नौकरी हो सकती है, वहाँ पे वो एजुकेशनल पर्पज़ के लिए भी रह सकता है, लेबर पर्पज़ के लिए भी रह सकता है, बिजनेस पर्पज़ के लिए भी रह सकता है, यानी परमानेंट रेजिडेंट होने की आवश्यकता अब नहीं।
ये हमारे लिए बड़ी सौभाग्य की बात है कि हमारे भाई बहन जो हमारे जम्मू कश्मीर से बाहर रहते हैं, जम्मू कश्मीर में आके रह रहे हैं, उनको वोटिंग का अधिकार दिया गया जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर। तो हम सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करते हैं।
बहुत ही बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण फैसला था और हम इसका स्वागत करते हैं, क्योंकि पूरे भारतवर्ष में जो पूरे भारत के जो भी जनता है उनको मताधिकार होना चाहिए। और जो जम्मू कश्मीर में पिछले 50 साल से 60 साल से 10 साल से 20 साल से वो रह रहे थे, यहाँ पे उनको अधिकार क्यों नहीं था? ये जो यूटी में आने के बाद ये जो फैसला लिया है हमारी केंद्र सरकार ने और हमारी यहाँ पे एलजी गवर्नमेंट ने, हम इस फैसले का स्वागत करते हैं।
However, this announcement has irked the opposition parties. Former Chief Minister Omar Abdullah lashed at the BJP, calling the party insecure about support from genuine voters of Jammu and Kashmir for next elections. While PDP chief and former Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti claimed this is the last nail in the coffin of democracy.
किसी भी स्टेट में ऐसा नहीं हुआ आज तक कि आपने 25 लाख, 30 लाख, 1 करोड़, 2 करोड़ वोटर बाहर से लाए हैं। यहाँ क्यों करना चाहते हैं? बिकॉज वो एक डेमोग्राफी, एक लोकल जो एलिमेंट है यहाँ, उसको चेंज करना चाहते हैं। मुल्क में वो कहते हैं हम इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि हम जम्मू कश्मीर को मुख्य धारा में मिलाना चाहते हैं, और जम्मू में जब लोग सवाल करते हैं उनको बोलते हैं हम कश्मीरियों को सीधा कर रहे हैं। It's not about legality or illegality about it. It's more about the intention behind it.
25 लाख वोटर्स की एंट्री यहाँ पे करवाने जा रहे हैं और लोग महसूस करते हैं कि भाजपा क्योंकि जनाधार जम्मू कश्मीर में खो चुकी है, चुनाव से भाग रही है और इंपोर्ट करने की कोशिश यहाँ पे कर रही है। पोस्टल बैलेट तो हमेशा ऑप्शन है, पोस्टल बैलेट वाले कहीं पे भी अपनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में डाल सकते हैं। लीगली जो एंटाइटलमेंट जिसकी होगी वोटर्स की, वो डिबेटेबल इशू है, लेकिन जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों की ऑलरेडी कांग्रेस ने कहा कि हमें रियासत का दर्जा दो। लोकल लीडरशिप को न्यूट्रलाइज करने के लिए भाजपा ने ये हथकंडे अपनाए हैं, जिसका हम विरोध करेंगे।
However, being cautious of immediate outrage, to strategize further, National Conference Chief Farooq Abdullah has now called for an all-party meeting on Monday to discuss the recent announcement. The Bharatiya Janata Party, meanwhile, has lashed out at the Kashmir-centric political parties.
हम जब दूसरे क्षेत्र में जाते हैं पूरे भारत में तो कहीं भी हमारा वोट बनता है, हमारे छात्र छात्राओं का, हमारे जो सर्विस करने वाले एम्प्लॉइज़ हैं उनका वोट बनता है, तो जम्मू कश्मीर में क्यों नहीं? ये इनके सपने में आज भी धारा 370 आती है जो टूट चुकी है। यहाँ हिंदुस्तान का हर नागरिक बराबर है, उसको वोट का अधिकार क्यों ना हो? सवाल तो इनसे होना चाहिए कि आपने 70 साल उन लोगों को अधिकार क्यों नहीं दिए। जब ये इस सवाल का जवाब देंगे उसके बाद हम भी टिप्पणी करेंगे।
When Article 370 was abrogated on 5th August 2019 and Jammu and Kashmir was turned from a state into a union territory, all central laws automatically were brought into J&K as well, where now all Indian registered citizens are considered equal and eligible to vote and contest in this mega electoral democracy. With Sunil Ji Bhatt and Pooja Shali, Bureau Report, India Today. So let me explain to you what was the eligibility earlier to be a voter for Jammu and Kashmir. What is the eligibility now? Who is also now eligible to vote in J&K? Let's begin. Now remember earlier, and I mean this is primarily before 2019, you had to be a permanent resident. So there was a permanent resident certificate that was given that was allowed to then vote. Now, any Indian citizen living, working in Jammu and Kashmir is eligible to vote. So what is applicable to all of us across India is applicable to J&K also now. What does it mean with regard to before and after? State subjects were also eligible. It's similar to the PRC, which means during the Maharaja times, there was a certain set names that were made of these are the permanent residents and their generations continued to be. So anyone, even after 47, before, after, if they tried to enter, have been living there for decades in Jammu and Kashmir, have absolutely no stake in the government, even if they have been a part of the society. So there has to be, whether you are a non-local, now you can apply. What does that mean? Anyone living or working, staying ordinarily, according to the Jammu and Kashmir Election Commission, you can be an employee, a student, a business person. You are permitted just like any other Indian. Now here's where it gets very important with regard to society as well. Valmiki Dalits in 1957 were brought from Punjab to Jammu and Kashmir. Since then, they have only been Safai Karmcharis. They were a part of society, never a part of the government. They were never allowed to vote for J&K government assembly elections. Now they can. Even the West Pakistan refugees have been living since 1947 in Jammu and Kashmir, had no voting right. Including Gorkhas and also other marginalized groups are now eligible to vote as part of the government, that they can now even contest a vote. Now, importantly, let's go across to armed forces personnel. Armed forces personnel deployed in peace stations can now also vote. Peace station, according to the Jammu and Kashmir CEO, meant, for example, Jammu region, where there is not active patrolling or defending the nation or borders. There, the peace station armed forces personnel are eligible. You don't have to be now a domicile holder. You don't need to have a domicile certificate. So remember, this is nothing new or extraordinary that has been done to J&K. All of these are applicable to all the citizens across India, and therefore that is now applicable to J&K as well. Specifically, it was a part of abrogation of Article 370. Let me go across to my colleague Sunil Ji Bhatt to help us understand even more. Sunil, so there are definitely people who are appreciating it, specifically if they have been from the marginalized groups and have been discriminated since the 1950s at least. Politics has grown over it. So why is Mehbooba Mufti and Omar Abdullah alleging that this is unfair, this is discriminatory against J&K? And what is the ground sentiment both in Jammu and Kashmir? Take us through, Sunil.
Well, Pooja, as you said, a massive political controversy has erupted here in Jammu and Kashmir over the new, electoral rules in the Union Territory of J&K. As we know that now, any citizen of the nation who is staying in Jammu and Kashmir is eligible to vote. He or she can enlist himself as a voter here, and it's a normal procedure. This procedure is applicable in other states also. Suppose somebody from Jammu and Kashmir goes to Noida for work purpose, and he starts working there, he gets a job there, he gets registered as a voter there. Similarly, if there is somebody from Noida or from any other part of the country, if he wants to come to Jammu and Kashmir for, say, study purpose, for pursuing education, or for, he gets a government job, then he or she should also be allowed to vote. This is a normal procedure, and that is what has happened now, and that is going to happen here in Jammu and Kashmir. But we know that the Kashmir-centric parties like the National Conference and the PDP feel that their political ground, is at stake. They may lose their political ground here in Jammu and Kashmir because they have an apprehension that the people of other states who are living currently in Jammu and Kashmir may be more sympathetic towards the BJP rather than to the National Conference and PDP, because both these regional parties, they are regional parties, they don't have a pan-India appeal, so they have this apprehension. But Pooja, it's a normal procedure. And this, as I said, that it has happened. It happens in the rest of the country, so it is going to happen here in Jammu and Kashmir also.
Sunil ji Bhatt telling us exactly from what's been happening in Jammu and Kashmir, but politically this has become a big controversy. Sunil, thank you for getting us all the updates. Keep tracking the latest. We are being told that about 25th November or end of November is when that revised electoral list from J&K is going to surface. Let me help you understand about what does the Election Commission guidelines say about voting rights and what does it apply to Indian citizens. If you are an Indian citizen, resident here in the country, if you're above 18 years of age, you are considered as a general voter. You have to be a resident likely of the constituency. This is also, remember, revised with regard to the electoral registering officer who will then deduct your name from the list. Importantly, you shouldn't be disqualified to enroll, which usually means either a criminal background or any other controversy. You have to be qualified to enroll in the list. Now, with regard to Jammu and Kashmir, also what is applicable to the rest of the country. In case of state transfer, whether you have to study, work, have a business where you have to shift temporarily, you can surrender your old voting card and then you can apply afresh in the new state or city that you are in. So this is the procedure as per the Election Commission, and any of us, whether we transfer from one city to another, are eligible to change as per state with regard to our voting rights. Let's go across to Aishwarya Paliwal, because Aishwarya, you also keep tracking the Election Commission very closely. How is this being seen as a procedure with regard to Jammu and Kashmir?
Well, Pooja, let me tell you one thing, and which is something which I feel that the viewers must know, especially the people of Jammu and Kashmir must know. It's not as if a person can vote in two places. That is not the case. Just in case, like you were giving an example, if I stay in Delhi and say I move to Jammu for work and I've been staying there for 3 years, and I think I will stay in Jammu for the next 3 years and I want to vote, I will have to get my name deregistered from Delhi, and then only I can get myself enrolled in Jammu. So this means there is one person and one vote. It does not in any way mean that one person can vote in two states. This is what has been happening in the country in many states, and this rule is now applicable. The other thing which the CEO said was that there will be 20 to 25 lakh people who will now be added. Let me tell you, the last revision of the electoral roll was done on 1st January 2019, which means for the past 3 years the revision has not happened. Once the revision happens, then we will see at least 20 to 25 lakh people getting enrolled. So those names will also be added. So as far as the political, we talk about the war, in no way does it mean that people will come there and start voting. They will have to cancel the names from their old places, and then only they'll be given the right to vote in Jammu and Kashmir.
Thank you so much, Aishwarya Paliwal, to putting it in perspective, because the hysteria that some of the Kashmir-centric politicians are trying to raise as per Election Commission, that's the procedure. Aishwarya telling us all about it. I'm heading into a very short break. That's a wrap on this special segment. But when I return, there is still now a war of words. Not between netas this time, but filmmakers. Filmmaker Anurag Kashyap and filmmaker Vivek Agnihotri of the Kashmir Files have got into a massive political war of words. What is it about? We get you the latest.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Now, the face-off over the blockbuster film The Kashmir Files continues even now. Now there's a war of words erupting between directors Anurag Kashyap and director Vivek Agnihotri over his film The Kashmir Files. Filmmaker Vivek Agnihotri lashed out on social media, specifically at Anurag Kashyap, after he apparently had said that Anurag Kashyap does not want The Kashmir Files to become India's official selection for the Oscars. Vivek Agnihotri slammed Anurag Kashyap and also accusing the Hindi film industry of again starting a campaign against the film, and this time with regard to if at all it is even considered for the Oscars. This after Anurag Kashyap in an interview had spoken about India's Oscars entry. Anurag Kashyap lauded S.S. Rajamouli's RRR, which is another blockbuster, and said that Junior NTR and Ram Charan Stara has a 99% chance of getting an Oscar nomination in the Best International Feature Film category if it is selected as the official entry to the Academy Awards. He later, in fact, had decided this time that when this controversy broke out and is now in eye of the storm, India Today's Rajdeep Sardesai spoke exclusively to filmmaker Vivek Agnihotri over this war of words. Listen in to this exclusive conversation.
And joining me now is someone who's never far away from controversy, the Kashmir Films director, Vivek Agnihotri joins me. Appreciate your joining us, Vivek. The latest controversy is which Indian film will be sent to the Oscars. Anurag Kashyap coming out openly and saying that I don't know what film anybody is going to pick. I hope not Kashmir Files. And you've responded by saying the vicious genocide denier lobby of Bollywood has started their campaign against the Kashmir Files. It seems that Bollywood is torn between left and right, between various political divisions. Am I right or not?
No, I don't agree with this. Bollywood, there have been ideological differences. Amitabh Bachchan was in Congress, Dharmendra was in BJP, Jaya Bachchan was Samajwadi Party, Hema Malini BJP. Everybody has worked. Javed Akhtar, communist, and but still people have worked beautifully with each other. But here the problem with the Kashmir Files is that first a certain section of Bollywood, and obviously in media and whole lot of other places also, first, they didn't want this film to be made. Once it was made, they didn't want it to be released. Once it was released, they didn't want it to be successful. Once it was successful, they were saying, no, it's not successful, or it's because of this and because of that. And now they are coming out and saying it shouldn't go for Oscar. So I'll tell you where is the problem. I don't have a problem anybody criticizing a film. Anybody wishing one film to go for Oscars. In every interview, I say I'm a greatest fan of Rajamouli. Vijendra ji is a very dear friend of mine, like an elder brother. Any film can go for Oscar. How does it matter? It's a jury which is going to decide. So wishing this film goes is fine, but then pinpointing a certain film with which you also had problems in the past and you have tried to sabotage it, and now you are running a campaign that it should not go for Oscars, I thought was ethically and morally wrong. And I make my films, Rajdeep, very passionately, so I can also protect my film also very passionately.
You know, you said that the Hindi film industry has been divided over the years, but the fact is it's now got much more polarized. Would you agree that the polarization we are seeing in society or in our politics is reflecting in the Hindi film industry? Calls for boycotts, calls, the latest being Lal Singh Chadda, the manner in which right-wing social media armies targeted the film, called for its boycott. Now, these are all new elements adding to a certain viciousness that perhaps didn't exist before.
No, again, you are making exactly the same mistake which Bollywood has been making. It's the arrogance of Bollywood which says that the people are wrong. And first they assume that audience is stupid. They can just package anything and sell it to them. Then slowly they stopped caring about audiences because their films were going to OTT, but now the test has come back to theaters. So instead of blaming the audience, it's like somebody manufactures a toothpaste, a Colgate, and then they start ridiculing all those people who brush their teeth with toothpaste in the morning. How long the audience, the customers are going to buy that toothpaste, I don't know. Similarly, I mean, you cannot ridicule the audience and then believe that audience is going to watch your film. Boycott is an individual's right. If people are boycotting it, there must be a reason. I don't know how much you are in touch with reality, but go to any Indian middle class household.
No, but Vivek, is the boycott? No, Vivek, is the boycott because of the film or because of ideological differences with the maker? Just a minute. No, I'll let you complete. Just, I want to understand this. Is it because, let's say an Amir Khan is seen by a section to be anti-BJP, therefore they want the film boycott, or you are seen to be pro-BJP or Modi, so the anti-Modi lobby wants to boycott your film? Is that what it's been reduced to?
No, that is your conclusion. You are trying to bring everything to Mr. Modi. This is exactly where you are wrong, and everybody is wrong. And this is why Bollywood is suffering today. Because you are trying to pass on your own failure to one individual because that works and everybody picks up that as news. Go to any middle class, urban, semi-urban Indian household. Ask them, conduct an interview, do a research. You will find people hate the arrogance, the lifestyle, the disconnect of Bollywood with the real lives. This is the problem. When your student is going to not look like a student of India, if your mothers, if your families, nothing is going to be relatable. If your hero is not coming from the common, is not a common man who's fighting the social evil, instead of your hero's problems are all first world problems, this kind of, and on top of that, you comment on every social issue and national issue which suits you. You stand up for CAA, but you do not come out in defense of Nupur Sharma, or you don't criticize the beheading of a person in Udaipur. People say you are political, but you have an agenda. So tell us what's your agenda. Then you say, no, we are humanitarian. So all this kind of hypocrisy, arrogance, and the flashy, flamboyant lifestyle, paid, organized PR campaigns, all these things people have seen through in last 2 years during COVID, and now they are not willing to accept it, and which is a good thing. This will also help Bollywood or Hindi film industry, whatever it is, Bollywood, not the Hindi film
the
industry,
arrogance,
to reform
the arrogance and the hypocrisy. But Vivek, the arrogance and the hypocrisy that you refer to could easily be used also about, the other side will say Vivek Agnihotri is close to the establishment, so his film gets the support of the establishment. They will accuse your film of being a propaganda film. You in turn will say that they are arrogant. That's the point I'm coming to. There seems to be no dialogue, no conversation at the moment. For example, when Kareena Kapoor appealed to not boycott Lal Singh Chadda, you wrote on Twitter, when good content, small films are sabotaged, boycotted by the dons of Bollywood, when their shows are taken away by multiplexes, when critics gang up against this film, nobody thinks of 250 poor people working hard on these films. It seems almost that there are all these battles taking place within Bollywood.
Yeah, Bollywood is run like a very professional mafia, and it's controlled by few people. And they generally, this is if people talk about nepotism and if people say they don't allow outsiders and destroy careers, which is truth. It must be based on truth. And this is not coming only from Vivek Agnihotri. You can ask anybody. 95% of the people here are not stars. Ask anybody who does it, right? When people sabotaged the Tashkent files, nobody cared about those 250 people. When the entire industry tried to sabotage Kashmir Files, nobody cared about 250 people. Why should 250 people of one unit should be cared about? Why should we have sympathy for them when they're all paid? So it's not about 250 people. Whether film works or not, they are paid. So their livelihood is not in danger. The problem is the livelihood of all these semi-god kind of stars whose livelihood is in danger because they have been just receiving the love and respect from the audience without giving anything in return. And like I told you, if a company like Colgate or Close Up, if they start ridiculing their own customer base, then the problem arises. Why, tell me one thing, why a film on Hindu genocide, Vivek, why a film on Hindu genocide should not be sent to Oscar? What kind of ridiculous campaign is that?
Because here is a filmmaker from Canada, the maker of Bad Boys, billionaire maker Dylan Mohan Gray, who's saying it should not be sent because it is hate-mongering garbage. So you've got
no. You have been
two sharp views on either side.
Ajdeep, here let's be fair, right? Let's be fair. I expect you to come out in my defense, in the defense of so many Hindus who were killed. You have been a journalist all your life. You know what happened in Kashmir. Can you deny that why no Hindus live there when 100% Hindu population used to live in Kashmir? And you want to care about some sundry Canadian filmmaker? Then I can show you quotes and tweets of hundreds of Indian filmmakers, Jews, blacks, people of all ethnicity from all over the world, senators, congressmen, members of parliament, who have said that this film should be made compulsory for people to see. Then what about that? Why are you picking up somebody who hates me writing something? Come on, let's not pick up trolls and decide what is right and wrong.
I'm sure. No, I'm picking up. Look, I'm picking up, Vivek, a sense that every film now is being in some way put in some box or the other. Either it is seen as a film which is propagandist, it is seen as a film anti-establishment. Every film is being put in boxes. Because your film was promoted by BJP governments, you were accused of propaganda and being protected by it. Now when other films are... the point I'm making is, I want to know, where does creative freedom as a result be lost because of these battles that are taking place within Bollywood, and audiences also are getting polarized as a result?
Okay, first let me just correct. You have very beautifully inserted a nuance saying that Kashmir Files is BJP promoted. I'm surprised you are doing my interview as a journalist who did not do any research. We started promoting the film in the month of November, before even it came to India on 11th of March, before anybody knew, even within the BJP, what I have made. More thousands of people had seen that film. Our hoarding was put on Times Square by donations of common people of America. Then in Europe, it was seen by thousands and thousands. Before even it came to India for release, the film had more than 30 screenings all over. Do you even realize that it had already become such a huge hit on WhatsApp, on social media? There was nothing which could have stopped you. Despite all that, the film released only in 600 screens. It's only on Friday, Saturday, Sunday and Monday when the film really bounced and became one of the all-time blockbusters. Then the media, politicians, everybody in India started noticing my film. But do you even know how kind of attacks, ridicule, humiliation, isolation, deplatforming I have gone through? Did I crib about it? Do I play a victim card anytime? But why these people play victim card? Your films are being boycotted. Tell me one thing. If BJP could support any film, then Mr. Modi's the film which was on his biography would have been a blockbuster. Prithvi Raj would have been a blockbuster because everybody was promoting that film from the right wing. Prithvi Raj, the Samrat Prithvi Raj. Now films don't work like that. Tell me, have you seen these films who have not worked? Are they good films? If they were good films, nobody can stop them. So please, what they are doing is playing a victim card. Stop playing this victim card. Face the challenge. Make a film which basically caters to the aspirations and the problems of the common people instead of all the time ridiculing common people.
So my final question to you, are you still confident, therefore, that Kashmir Files will be sent to the Oscars? Do you believe that the film is worthy enough in terms of its production values, content, to be sent to the Oscars?
No, it's not in my hand. There will be a jury, and Oscars are in March next year. There will be finally a jury, I'm sure, of eminent people, working people who are credible people. They will decide which film should go. If they think it's worthy of sending, they will send. If they think it's not, they won't. It's not a big deal. If RR goes, I will be very happy. In fact, if you ask me one film I would want to pick up to go for Oscars, it is R. Madhavan's Rocketry. I think that film should also go. Because the world should also know it's not just the Hindus who are being persecuted in this country. Even some of the greatest scientists are also persecuted. So then the question of human rights for Hindus becomes global.
But then we come back to it, and that again is my final question. We are now looking again, as I said, at every film through a political prism, through whether a film is reflecting a Hindu viewpoint or whether a film is not. I mean, surely a film should be seen for its creative worth rather than being seen for the politics that a particular film may represent.
No, this is, in fact, blaming the poor audience for this is absolute. I think it's a cardinal sin. We should not make it. If the media picks up everything based on religion, if they report, some media reports Hindu deaths, some report Muslim deaths, and they keep blaming each other, if that becomes the grand narrative of the country, you can't expect people not to participate, because that is the agenda, that's the idea. I think we should start respecting the people of this country rather than all the times telling them that you don't know and we know better. So if they become part of the grand narrative, you tell me the percentage of news which you have on your channel, how much is without religion? If everything has politics and religion, people are going to fall prey to that.
So let me ask you, you have a final message for Anurag Kashyap or not?
I wish him all the best for his release, which is, I believe, is tomorrow. And I hope that people go and watch that film and make it maybe more successful than the Kashmir Files. And his film goes for the Oscars.
So no film should be boycotted, whether it's Anurag Kashyap's film or whether it's Vivek Agnihotri's film. Let the viewer decide, is what you're saying. The viewer or the watcher is the king. Am I right?
But it's the viewers who are boycotting film. I don't think any political party or media house is boycotting.
Okay. Let's leave it there, Vivek Agnihotri. Thanks very much for joining me here on the news today. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Rashid. Thank you.
It is a Mega India Today exclusive news break that's now become a fresh talking point. Taapsee Pannu and Anurag Kashyap mocking the boycott trend that has been trending now on social media for months now on different films, specifically against Lal Singh Chadda. Now, Taapsee Pannu says, I feel left out in this boycott trend. She's asking, who is this boycott brigade? Anurag Kashyap, the director, is also questioning the boycott trend and who's initiating it. They're asking, do they even go to the theatres to watch films that they are boycotting it or trending it? Listen in to this mega viral reaction coming in from Taapsee Pannu.
People on Twitter have been the boycott calls and the cancel culture that we see in Bollywood. It's been
मुझे पता है, पर आजकल तो ऐसा लग रहा है हमारी पिक्चर अगर बॉयकॉट नहीं करी तो विल फील आउट ऑफ प्लेस. तो प्लीज बॉयकॉट करते रहना. हमारी पिक्चर भी करना थोड़ी बॉयकॉट. हमें भी लगना चाहिए. वी शुड बी इन द लीग ऑफ लाल सिंह चड्डा, इन द लीग ऑफ रक्षा बंधन, इन द लीग ऑफ all the films that are getting boycotted, because all the films are getting boycotted. So we also be in that.
The only boycotter knows Jeffrey Boycott, the best cricketer ever. So if you're saying my film like boycott, that means like हम लोग क्या बैटिंग करने वाले हैं बॉक्स ऑफिस पे, देखो.
No, but on a serious note, I want to know what do you take of this thing, because obviously, like you mentioned, every film is getting boycott.
तो अच्छी बात है ना. We don't want to feel out of place यार. हम भी बॉलीवुड का हिस्सा है, हमारे को भी बॉयकॉट करो.
सबसे कमाल की चीज़, मैं तो बोलता, ये जो लोग पिक्चरें बॉयकॉट करने की बात करते हैं वो पहले पिक्चर सिनेमा हॉल में देखने आते थे क्या? सवाल है जनरली वो लोग डाउनलोड करके पिक्चर देखते थे.
So was it confidence, defiance, or fun strategy to promote the film that could have now backfired because it's leading to even more trolling against the actor and the director? I'm wrapping up this section for now. When I return after a very short break, on the other side, there's been a mega showdown between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP over the Rohingyas. Remember yesterday, the flip-flop, and now politics over it.
Are people in China under house arrest? As of noon on Friday, Hainan had registered a total of 2,814 confirmed cases and 2,340 asymptomatic carriers. They cannot enter public buildings, use public transport or cross city boundaries. And they cannot go to banks to withdraw their money. Recently, China has deployed its military campaigns in Taiwan. And last month, people's bank accounts were frozen. Are these related? Is the Chinese government using COVID regulations as an excuse to keep its people from their money? People are using a health code app which is turning red whenever they enter a building, shop, or use public transport. So the health code app informs if a person is COVID-19 infected or is suspected to have COVID and must quarantine for 14 days. Therefore, the red sign informs about the health status of that person, or rather affirms the quarantine status. These cases are particularly happening in villages and towns of Henan province and its capital city of Zhengzhou. So if a person leaves Henan, every building allows them to enter. This lapse has caused severe damage to thousands of people. More than 39 billion yuan, that is nearly 5 billion pounds and $6 billion from people's accounts has been frozen. The China Banking and Insurance Regulatory Commission has put the entire blame on a company called Henan New Fortune. They have been blamed for using public funds. The company is currently under investigation. The question that arises is, how can China delay such a serious issue for over a month? Is the delay a deliberate move to amass funds to sponsor a war against Taiwan?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Over the Rohingyas now, there has been a mega political showdown between the Bharatiya Janata Party government at the centre and the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi. Union Minister Anurag Thakur accusing Arvind Kejriwal government of distributing reveries or freebies to the Rohingyas and asking why is Kejriwal, who could not even agree to the detention centres for them. Making BJP stand on Rohingyas clear, Anurag Thakur says the Rohingyas will be deported to their country. Aam Aadmi Party is ready to compromise national security for vote bank politics. This after, remember, the Delhi government slammed the government at the centre, saying BJP is conspiring to settle Rohingyas in Delhi and that the Chief Secretary took a decision at the behest of Centre and Lieutenant Governor. Meanwhile, India Today has accessed a crucial meeting note which was chaired by Delhi Chief Secretary on the issue of flats that could be given with regard to the Rohingyas. In this meeting that was chaired on 29 July, the Delhi Chief Secretary cleared 240 detention flats for Rohingyas. Proposals were kept before Delhi Lieutenant Governor by the Aam Aadmi Party government. Home Ministry issued clarification on this issue on Wednesday. Ministry said Aam Aadmi Party government proposed to shift Rohingyas to Delhi's Bakarwala area. The Ministry of Home Affairs has now distanced itself, remember, also from Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri's statement, which had earlier decided to welcome the Rohingyas.
घुसपैठिए के रूप में ही गिने जाएंगे। उनको वापस भेजने की बात विदेश मंत्रालय के माध्यम से संबंधित देशों से की जा रही है और दिल्ली सरकार को डिटेंशन सेंटर बनाने के लिए कहा गया था, स्थान तय करने के लिए कहा गया था, लेकिन दिल्ली की सरकार ने पिछले 1-2 सालों में वो भी काम करने का काम नहीं किया है। अपने वोट बैंक की राजनीति के लिए राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा के साथ खिलवाड़ करने के लिए भी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी और उनकी सरकार पीछे नहीं हटती। घुसपैठियों की पनाह और उनको जगह यहाँ पर नहीं होगी, उनको उनके देश में वापस भेजा जाएगा। विदेश मंत्रालय उसके लिए बातचीत कर रहा है, लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल जी डिटेंशन सेंटर क्यों नहीं, स्थान क्यों नहीं तय कर पाते?
This controversy is created for another reason. This controversy is created because they want to divert the main issues. When they get exposed on every front, you need to ask the CM of Delhi this question, and I've been saying it for last 3 years. In last 7 years, how many school, colleges, hospitals have been opened in Delhi? How much money has been invested on the infrastructure of Delhi? How many new buses have come out on the roads of Delhi? What about the liquor policy? When he gets exposed on the excise policy, he wants to divert that. So the problem is that you people do not ask him that question. He doesn't come out and open, and that is exactly why he's trying to create this politics and this cheap politics what he's playing, so that he can divert the main problem, and then he can focus and people can focus on this Rohingya issue. Our stand has been made very clear by the Honorable HM. It is time for him to make his stand very clear, not us. As a party, the Home Minister had made it very clear. Now does he have the courage and the guts, the CM of Delhi, to come out and open and clear his stand?
अब सवाल उठता है कि अगर केंद्र सरकार का स्टैंड ये है और दिल्ली सरकार बार बार अपना रुख साफ कर चुकी है कि किसी भी तरह के अवैध प्रवास को, रोहिंग्याओं के किसी भी तरह के प्रवास को दिल्ली सरकार दिल्ली की सुरक्षा के लिए, देश की सुरक्षा के लिए खतरा मानती है, वैसे में उनको फ्लैट देने की किसी योजना का तो सवाल ही नहीं उठता। केंद्र सरकार का गृह मंत्रालय कह रहा है कि हम नहीं कर रहे, फिर ये कर कौन रहा था? और अगर दिल्ली में आवास दिए जा रहे हैं और केंद्रीय आवास मंत्री उसको अपलॉड करके कह रहे हैं केंद्र की ये शानदार योजना है, और केंद्र सरकार के अफसर और दिल्ली सरकार के अफसर मीटिंग करके और दिल्ली पुलिस के ऑफिसर मीटिंग करके कुछ डिसीजन ले रहे हैं और फिर उनको बिना चुनी हुई सरकार को दिखाए एलजी के अप्रूवल के लिए भेज रहे हैं, तो फिर ये करा कौन रहा है? अगर केंद्र सरकार इसके खिलाफ है तो फिर कौन करा रहा है?
Let's go across now to our Deputy Editor, Polami Saha, for all the latest. Polami, you've been tracking what the government is saying, in fact, its own flip-flop, and now with the showdown with the Aam Aadmi Party government, what exactly has happened? What does it look like? Is there a strategy at all with regard to Rohingyas, or it's just going to be a political talking flashpoint?
Well, it's obviously erupted into a war of words between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, but the clarification has come from the Home Ministry, which is the nodal ministry, yesterday itself, that there is no move to rehabilitate Rohingyas in Delhi or elsewhere. The centre's position is the same, that they are illegally here in this country, that they compromise national security and nothing of the sort will be allowed for, that the resources of the country are for the citizens of this country first, and that is the priority of the government of India. And as far as Rohingyas is concerned, they will be deported back as soon as provisions for the same are made as per the law. So they are illegally here and they will be sent back. At this moment, of course, the centre also pointing out that they did in fact tell the Delhi government to in fact designate the area, notify the area where they are currently staying as a detention centre, which is in Madanpur Khadar, but it was not done so by the Delhi government. So forget the fact that there was any move to rehabilitate them into 240 EWS flats in Bakarwala. There was no such move, and there was only they were going to stay in that area where they are currently. They're going to stay there until they're deported back. But of course the Aam Aadmi Party government is also washing its hands off, saying it was not our policy, and who is in fact was signing off on all of this.
So whose policy then there is at all? Remember, Rohingyas are right now residing across the country in several settlements or detention centres, as the Home Ministry wants to call it, but politics continues over it. Thank you so much, Polami Saha, for all the latest on that. Now, one development that we have not forgotten. Remember, Booker Prize winner Salman Rushdie last Friday was stabbed. He was critical, and days after that incident in Western New York, Hadi Matar has now said, the attacker who had stabbed him has now said he's surprised to see Salman Rushdie surviving the attack. The 24-year-old New Jersey-based individual has been charged with attempted murder and assault since his arrest. He, however, has pleaded not guilty to the charges. The Satanic Verses author Salman Rushdie had suffered damaged liver, severed nerves in the arm and his eye. The author's health has been improved right now, though he's not using a ventilator anymore. Leaders from across the globe have condemned the attack, remember, on the India origin writer. But remember, the attacker says he's surprised that Salman Rushdie survived. That's a wrap on 6 p.m. Prime for now. Thank you so much for watching. Coming up at 7 p.m, it's a mega showdown over Rohingyas between BJP and Aam Aadmi Party. Preeti Chaudhary gets you the latest at 7 p.m. Thank you for watching. Take care.
In a move that's likely to further anger China, a bipartisan delegation of Japanese lawmakers are now all set to visit Taiwan. And this visit comes weeks after the visit of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and the recent visit of a bipartisan delegation of US lawmakers, both Democrats and Republicans. Now, what's the message here? Whether it's the United States in the West or Japan in the East, democracies are standing with a democratically elected government in the Republic of China or Taiwan. And China clearly unlikely to be all too pleased with these developments. After Nancy Pelosi's visit, China announced a series of military drills and exercises around Taiwan Straits, in a way blockading Taiwan. But then another delegation came and China intensified those exercises. Now, when a Japanese delegation comes, will China further escalate these exercises? And that's the apprehension. The democratic world appears to be pushing back against an expansionist force. There is also a massive air power exercise that's being carried out in Australia. This is called Exercise Pitch Black. 100 fighter jets and other aircraft are likely to participate in this exercise starting in a couple of days.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
खेलेंगे होली घर वतन मुश्किल में है सरफरोशी की तमन्ना अब हमारे दिल में है कुछ भी हो जाए तिरंगा हम ही लहराएंगे.
Movies have been instrumental in bringing about social change and they equally evoke the feeling of patriotism with its strong and powerful content and great performances.
मराठा सिर्फ तो ही बात जानता है मारना या मरना.
सभी का सपना होता है कि कम से कम एक बार वॉर में जाने का मौका मिले.
तू सारे नु मार कट के वापस आ जाएगा.
कोई फिक्र न कर जानी, मैं तिरंगा लहरा कर आऊंगा, नहीं तो उसमें लिपट के आऊंगा, लेकिन आऊंगा जरूर.
Perhaps why the makers now time and again choose to highlight the valor and the courage of our war heroes.
ये दिल मांगे मोर्चा है.
पूरे इतिहास में कभी कोई भी जंग किसी और देश को आजादी दिलवाने के लिए नहीं लड़ी.
Peepa starring Ishan Khattar is one such movie based on war veteran Brigadier Balram Singh Mehta's book. Brigadier Mehta from the 47th Cavalry Tank Squadron fought on the Eastern Front during the Indo-Pakistan War of 1971. The makers shared the teaser of the film on the occasion of Independence Day, and it gives glimpses of several incidents that happened during the war and is a story of three siblings against the backdrop of the action-packed 48-hour Battle of Garipur, which was fought on the Eastern Front of India during the Indo-Pakistan War of 1971. The Raja Krishna Menon directorial, which is set to roll out in theatres on December 2nd, also stars Mrunal Thakur, Soni Razdan and Priyanshu Pinyoli in pivotal roles.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Is Chief Minister Bommai's chair quaking? Are Bommai's days numbered? Explosive buzz ahead of polls. Big political newsquake from Karnataka. Top focus on News Track.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. Refugees or illegal immigrants, Rohingyas, find themselves in the midst of a raging political controversy with national and global ramifications. How should the Indian government be treating the Rohingyas? Should they get housing or should they be kept in detention centers? That's going to be a big talking point on the news today. Also, a controversy sparked off over which film should be nominated to the Oscars from India. Should it be Kashmir Files or some other film? The film's director Vivek Agnihotri will tell us about the left versus right divide in Bollywood. All that and much more on the news today.
Co-powered by Buy, Sell, Rent on 99acres.com. Co-powered by 2022 Hyundai Kona Electric. In association with Lovely Professional University. Think big. Spotify. Download the music app for free.
Warm welcome, you're watching 7 at 7, the only news bulletin where I curate the day's top 7 stories for our viewers. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. These are the headlines. Big security alert sounded in Maharashtra after boat laden with AK-47s and ammunition found on Raigad coast. Maharashtra government rules out terror angle. NIA team likely to reach Raigad. Escalating Savarkar showdown in the south. BJP workers try to gherao Siddaramaia's car. Congress and Muslim groups protest after Kerala school kid dresses up as Hindutva ideologue. Islamist group PFI sees red over Ganesh Puja celebrations in Karnataka school. Says move against Muslims since hijab is banned in campus. Worries over a lawless Bihar. Teen student critical after being shot from close range in Patna. War over wanted minister taking oath in Nitish government. China calls its spy ship misadventure in Lankan port as routine affair. India publicly raises concern over security threat. India's biggest telecom player lauds clean and super fast 5G allocation process. Airtel bosses Sunil Mittal says he has never seen such efficiency in his 20-year career. Film Kashmir Files triggers new Bollywood fight. Filmmaker Anurag Kashyap does not want film to be India's Oscar entry. Agnihotri responds with genocide denier Jaya. All right, viewers, once again, a massive showdown is brewing between the centre and the Aam Aadmi Party. This time, the flashpoint is Rohingyas. Union Minister Anurag Thakur accused Arvind Kejriwal's government of distributing reveries to Rohingyas and asking why Kejriwal could not agree to detention centres for them. Meanwhile, BJP's stand on Rohingyas is clear. Anurag Thakur said that Aam Aadmi Party is ready to compromise national security for vote bank politics and Rohingyas will be deported. All of this after Delhi government slammed centre and said BJP is conspiring to settle Rohingyas in Delhi and that Chief Secretary took decisions at behest of centre and the LG. Meanwhile, India Today has accessed the crucial meeting note which was chaired by Delhi Chief Secretary on the issue of flats for detention of Rohingyas. In the meantime, chaired on July 29th, the Delhi Chief Secretary cleared 240 detention flats for Rohingyas. The proposal was kept before Delhi LG by the AAP government. The Home Ministry issued clarifications on the issue on Wednesday. The ministry said that Aam Aadmi Party government proposed to shift Rohingyas to Delhi's Bakarwal area. MHA also distanced itself from Hardeep Puri's statement which welcomed Rohingyas.
This controversy is created for another reason. This controversy is created because they want to divert the main issues. When they get exposed on every front, you need to ask the CM of Delhi this question. And I've been saying it for last 3 years. In last 7 years, how many school, colleges, hospitals have been opened in Delhi? How much money has been invested on the infrastructure of Delhi? How many new buses have come out on the roads of Delhi? What about the liquor policy? When he gets exposed on the excise policy, he wants to divert that. So the problem is that you people do not ask him that question. He doesn't come out and open, and that is exactly why he's trying to create this politics and this cheap politics what he's playing so that he can divert the main problem and then he can focus and people can focus on this Rohingya issue. Our stand has been made very clear by the Honorable HM. It is time for him to make his stand very clear, not us. As a party, the Home Minister had made it very clear. Now does he have the courage and the guts, the CM of Delhi, to come out and open and clear his stand?
घुसपैठिए के रूप में ही गिने जाएंगे। उनको वापस भेजने की बात विदेश मंत्रालय के माध्यम से संबंधित देशों से की जा रही है और दिल्ली सरकार को डिटेंशन सेंटर बनाने के लिए कहा गया था, स्थान तय करने के लिए कहा गया था, लेकिन दिल्ली की सरकार ने पिछले 1-2 सालों में वो भी काम करने का काम नहीं किया है। अपने वोट बैंक की राजनीति के लिए राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा के साथ खिलवाड़ करने के लिए भी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी और उनकी सरकार पीछे नहीं हटती। घुसपैठियों की पनाह और उनको जगह यहाँ पर नहीं होगी, उनको उनके देश में वापस भेजा जाएगा। विदेश मंत्रालय उसके लिए बातचीत कर रहा है, लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल जी डिटेंशन सेंटर स्थान क्यों नहीं तय कर पाते? ऐसी कौन सी मजबूरी है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की कि डिटेंशन सेंटर वो नहीं तय कर पाए? ऐसी कौन सी मजबूरी है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की कि वो मुफ्त में राशन, दाल, पानी, चावल से लेकर बिजली से लेकर अब घर देने तक का काम रोहिंग्या मुसलमान के लिए करने की बात कर रहे हैं?
अब सवाल उठता है कि अगर केंद्र सरकार का स्टैंड ये है और दिल्ली सरकार बार बार अपना रुख साफ कर चुकी है कि किसी भी तरह के अवैध प्रवास को, रोहिंग्याओं के किसी भी तरह के प्रवास को दिल्ली सरकार दिल्ली की सुरक्षा के लिए, देश की सुरक्षा के लिए खतरा मानती है, वैसे में उनको फ्लैग देने की किसी योजना का तो सवाल ही नहीं उठता। केंद्र सरकार का गृह मंत्रालय कह रहा है कि हम नहीं कर रहे, फिर ये कर कौन रहा था? और अगर दिल्ली में आवास दिए जा रहे हैं और केंद्रीय आवास मंत्री उसको अपलॉड करके कह रहे हैं केंद्र की ये शानदार योजना है, और केंद्र सरकार के अफसर और दिल्ली सरकार के अफसर मीटिंग करके और दिल्ली पुलिस के ऑफिसर मीटिंग करके कुछ डिसीजन ले रहे हैं और फिर उनको बिना चुनी हुई सरकार को दिखाए एलजी के अप्रूवल के लिए भेज रहे हैं, तो फिर ये करा कौन रहा है? अगर केंद्र सरकार इसके खिलाफ है तो फिर कौन करा रहा है?
All right, let's cut across right now to the politics of Karnataka. Tumultuous politics where the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned. The 2023 Karnataka elections practically knocking on the doorstep of Chief Minister Bommai. But will he continue to be the Chief Minister? That's the big question.
Is he staying or is he on his way out? There's quite frankly no bigger question in Karnataka's turbulent politics today. The fate of the Chief Minister, a year into his tenure, looks shaky, with murmurs of discontent escalating into full-bodied rumbles. Whether or not Bommai survives the current turbulence over his position is one thing, but the tremors are no speculation. Amidst phone taps of ministers,
ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನಡೀತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ಸರ್
ಸಲ್ಲಿಸೋಕೆ 8 ತಿಂಗಳು ಅಂತ
ಸರ್
ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಕಣಪ್ಪ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಾವು.
to ministers endorsing the opposition party's tallest leader.
ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಕೂಡ ಆಸೆ ಇದೆ. ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಅವರು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆದಂಥ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ, ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರೇ ನೀವು ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ದೇವರಾಜರ ಸಾಗಬೇಕು, ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ದೇವರಾಜರ ಸಾಗಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ ನಾನು.
To hush-hush meetings between a supposedly beleaguered chief minister and the RSS, hoping for immunity against marching orders.
Is the party ready to change Mr. Basavaraj Bommai as the chief minister? That's the big question. But however, it's unlikely at this point of time, because at what cost? It would be a second Lingayat leader who would be replaced. Just now today we saw how Yediyurappa has been elevated to the parliamentary board, accommodating the Lingayat community once again. They are the backbone of the BJP. Will the BJP have the political will and courage to replace another Lingayat? That's the big question. But things are not looking fine for the Karnataka government as for BJP here.
To the BJP High Command's man in charge of Karnataka, flying down for a high-level huddle. At the very least, indications are that all is not well. What's more, posters of other BJP leaders projecting them as future CMs have sprung up. A clear sign of blood in the water. The posters coming days after former BJP CM Jagdish Shettar arrived in Delhi, possibly to lobby for a role in the Karnataka Game of Thrones. Even a divided Congress trying to quell a public feud between Siddaramaiah and State Chief D.K. Shivakumar has now found an opportunity to divert from its own internal battles.
Mr. Bommai is going to be replaced as the Chief Minister before the election, sir?
I don't want to involve with their political activities. Let they keep him or let they change him. It is left to them. We are least bothered about it.
D.K.
But we are very sorry that Karnataka is taking a very bad shape.
As the buzz over Bommai explodes, the BJP is playing it cool.
If you say that the CM is doing very good, if hundreds and thousands of workers they are saying he is doing very good work for the poor, for the farmers, वो आपको ध्यान में आता नहीं है. हमारे मिनिस्टर सब एक वॉइस में बोलते हैं कि सीएम के नेतृत्व में बीजेपी की सरकार अच्छा काम कर रही है, वो ध्यान में आता नहीं है. एक कहीं से लकीर पकड़ करके उसको बहुत बड़ा बनाने का काम यह कांग्रेस पार्टी कर रही है.
Whether the chips land, there is little time for political maneuver with only 8 months to go for elections. With Nagarjun Dwarkanath in Bengaluru, Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, viewers, if one thought that the turmoil was only in the Bharatiya Janata Party, incorrect, because the Congress's house is way far away from being in order. The tussle for who will be the chief ministerial face continues, and the latest to add to the confusion is D.K. Shivkumar. Congress leader D.K. Shivkumar once again expressing his chief ministerial ambitions in Chitradurga. He says our community should make leaders. There will be many opportunities in the coming days. I leave it to your discretion. Not very veiled, to pretty much espousing his own chief ministerial ambitions, where he has said this many times over earlier as well, that he hopes to be the chief ministerial face for the Congress party.
ನಾಯಕರುಗಳನ್ನ ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಈಗ ಅನೇಕ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳು ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ನಿಮ್ ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು, ನಿಮ್ಮ ವಿವೇಚನೆಗೆ ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು. ಶ್ರೀಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಬೆಳಕು ಕಿಟಕಿ ಬಾಗಿಲು ತೆರೆದು ಮನೆ ಬಾಗಿಲಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಬರೋ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿನ ಮನೆಗೆ ಸೇರಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಕಲೀರಿ ಅಂತ ಇಬ್ರು ಶ್ರೀಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಕೈ ಮುಗಿದು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅವರು ಮುಚ್ಚಿಬಿಡ್ಲಿ, ಇಲ್ಲ ವಾಪಸ್ ಓಡಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ಲಿ.
All right, staying with the news in Karnataka, the showdown over the posters of Savarkar continues to fester. Here's more.
Congress leader Siddaramaiah facing the wrath of protesting BJP workers. during a bid to gherao his vehicle in Kodagu amid the escalating Savarkar face-off. Go back Siddaramaiah and student of Tipu Sultan chants rented the air. Many protesters even egged Siddaramaiah's car a day after pamphlets were thrown at his car. The protesters upset over the Congress leader earlier slamming them over installing Savarkar posters.
ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಗೂಬೆ ಕೂರಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಇದನ್ನ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಿತವಾಗಿ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಅವ್ರ ಫೋಟೋ ಹಾಕಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರು ಏರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ನಮ್ದು ತಕರಾರಿಲ್ಲ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಯಾವ ಫೋಟೋ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
The BJP versus Siddaramaiah war escalating after this jibe by Shivamoga BJP MLA Ishwarappa.
ಯಾವಾಗ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಫೋಟೋ ಇಟ್ರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರು ಈ ಮನುಷ್ಯನ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬಾಯ ಹುಳ ಬೀಳುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ನಂಗೆ ಅನಿಸ್ತು. ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ವೀರ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಹೆಸರನ್ನ ಅವ್ರ ಫೋಟೋನ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರೋಂಥ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಇಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಇಂಥ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ್ರೋಹಿ ನನ್ನ ಜೀವನದ ನಾನು ಕಂಡಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ಏನೋ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗೌರವ ಇತ್ತು ನಂಗೆ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಂಥ ನೀಚ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರ ಓಟಿಗೆ ಏನು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಬಗ್ತೀನಿ ಏನಂತ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಬಂದೋಯ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ದುರ್ದೈವ, ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ದುರ್ದೈವ. ಇಂಥ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಪಡೆದಿದ್ವಲ್ಲ.
In Tumakuru, several new Savarkar posters came up near the Ganesh temple in Town Hall area. Earlier, miscreants had ripped off similar Savarkar posters put up in the location. Shivamoga had witnessed clashes between two groups after a 20-year-old man, Prem Singh, was stabbed in the face-off between Savarkar and Tipu Sultan posters. BJP leader Yashpal Suvarna is now seeking a Savarkar statue in Udupi.
They don't know what is Savarkar, what is the contribution of the Veer Savarkar. He is a freedom fighter. He was imprisoned for more than 26 years. He has given the life for 2 times in the history of India.
The Savarkar face-off spread to Kerala's Malappuram after a school student dressed up as Savarkar during the Independence Day celebrations. Congress and Muslim groups staged protest against the school, which was even show-caused.
Kodagu police was quick enough to act and disperse the violent crowd in Timmaya circle. But the Siddaramaiah and Congress leaders claim that it is a failure of intelligence and law and order in the state of Karnataka. With video journalist Madhu Sagairaj reporting for India Today, Bengaluru.
Over to in Kashmir, viewers, another Kashmiri Pandit killed, his brother battling for life. Here's more.
Nestled in the apple orchards of Shopia in South Kashmir are two homes of Pandit families, living here for generations. Even the Kashmiri Pandit exodus of the late 1980s did not deter these families. But back-to-back attacks have left them wondering, why didn't we leave this place earlier?
हम जम्मू जा रहे हैं विदिन 24 आवर्स.
आपकी फैमिली?
हाँ, बस हमें अब यहाँ नहीं रहना है, क्योंकि पहले भी मेरे भाई को मारा, आज इन दोनों भाइयों को मारा, कल मेरी बारी है. इसका जिम्मेदार सबसे पहले डीसी साहब हैं, जिसको मैं 4-5 बार गया ऑफिस में, उसने कोई रेस्पॉन्ड, कोई बात ही नहीं की.
It was near this tree that 3 other laborers were working. These 3 laborers were locals from the village, Muslim Kashmiri locals, and they were told to move away from this place. The 2 armed men who came, they warned them and they said that you don't need to interfere and just get away from here. And that's when, in the other direction, when Sunil and his brother were coming, it was at this particular point, this location, their home is in that direction. We can see the tin shed. Behind the tin shed is where their home is. They had come from there, and this was the exact place where they were shot at.
Anil Kumar says after his brother Balkrishna, who was attacked in April, and now Sunil Kumar, it could be his turn. Attacks could be on suspicion of being close to BJP or being part of Tiranga rallies ahead of Independence Day. The attacks are being carried out by lesser-known groups that are just fronts for Pakistan-based LET.
झंडा नहीं, जब मेरे भाई को गोली मारी उसके बाद उन्होंने प्रेस रिलीज निकाली कि वो बीजेपी के साथ चल रहा था. किस पार्टी के साथ वो आज तक चला, मुझे प्रूफ चाहिए.
In the village, people are still coming to terms with what has happened. From inside the home, we can hear wailing and crying of close relatives, family members, and what this incident has done is it has created a lot of fear in not just the family but also other members of this village.
Local Muslims have come out in support of their Pandit neighbors.
मैं गुजारिश करता हूं हाथ जोड़ के और दिल के गहराइयों से जो हमारे डीसी साहब है इनका भरपूर मदद करें और इनका ख्याल रखें.
हम बिल्कुल मजम्मत करते हैं. ये तो दुख की बात है, ये खुशी की बात नहीं, ये दुख की बात है. उस पे सारा गांव दुखी है.
This is not the only targeted killing in the recent past. This year, 21 people, including policemen, Kashmiri Hindus, and laborers from outside Kashmir, have been killed. The police has launched a manhunt. Cordon and search operations continue.
Incident after incident, terror outfits have targeted not just civilians, including Kashmiri Pandits, but also several policemen. And now this is being seen as a bigger plot by Pakistan to ensure deniability, as these outfits are nothing but an extension of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. With camera person Ashok Bhanot and Ejaz Dar, in Shopian, Abhishek Bhalla for India Today.
Viewers, let's take you through some astounding news that came in from the courts today. Astounding because hear this big claim that has been made by the medical panel in the apex court, the Supreme Court. Freebies given to prescribe Dolo 650 during COVID. Freebies worth, hear this, 1,000 crore given to doctors. The plea in Supreme Court accuses farmers of bribing doctors. We're going to keep a keen eye on all developments taking place, but astounding, like I said, news coming in. With that, I want to quickly shift focus to the other story that we are following very closely. After a wait, viewers, of almost 2 years, the 12th Aaj Tak Hindi debate competition was organized at the Vasant Valley School in Delhi. 84 children from across 28 schools of the country participated in this debate. The topic of the debate was the lack of free public facilities from the government. Vasant Valley School won in the competition despite fierce competition from Dehradun's Doon School.
पहला स्थान है. एक ट्रेंड सा बना हुआ है कि हम जब टीवी में न्यूज देखते हैं तो वहाँ वाद विवाद होता है और इतना शोर, इतना हल्ला. क्या टॉपिक है, किस पे वाद विवाद हो रहा है, कुछ पता नहीं. आज अगर मैं एक शब्द में कहूँ कि कैसा लगा, बहुत मजा आया, तो इसके लिए जोरदार तालियां हो जाए.
बहुत अच्छा. और वसंत वैली स्कूल ने बहुत अच्छी तरह से आयोजित किया ये. आप सोचिए 28 स्कूल्स आए लगातार, उन्होंने निरंतर इस अलग अलग विषयों पर बहस की और उसके बाद वो आज पहुंचे. टीवी पर हम लोग अक्सर बहस करते हैं तो किसी की आवाज़ नीची करनी पड़ती है, किसी की ऊपर करनी पड़ती है, पर यहाँ पर बहुत ही संयमित तरीके से, क्योंकि आपके तर्क और दलील में अगर ताकत हो तो फिर आपको चीखने की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ती, और वही आज बच्चों ने साबित किया है. मुझे लगता है कि ऐसा विषय फ्रीबीज पर, जिस पर चर्चा देश में सड़क से लेकर संसद और सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक चल रही है, उस पर बच्चों ने जो कहा है बहुत स्पष्ट है और सत्ता में बैठे लोगों के कानों तक पहुंचे तो इससे अच्छा कुछ नहीं हो सकता.
I think freebies are important for when it's talked about basic necessities, because in our society there are many people who need help with these necessities, and of course they have all the right to get these necessities. That's why it is important, as long as it is taken care of, as long as there are rules along with it.
Organizing such event on a big scale in which 22 schools participated is a very appreciable task in itself. Moreover, it inculcates the property of debating, and debating is not only about oratory skills. Debating is more about critical thinking and how you are presenting your views. So I would say that it is very appreciable that school is like other schools too are coming forward to participate.
With that, viewers, I'm going to go into a quick break. Stay with me. On the other side is our fact check segment. I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching our fact check segment where we bust certain claims masquerading to be facts on social media platforms and WhatsApp group. Now, there's a claim which was actually floated by a parody account of the BCCI suggesting that Rohit Sharma was replaced by Hardik Pandya as the T20 captain. Incorrect. Like I said, this was floated as fake news by the parody account of BCCI. With that, a quick break. To stay with me on the other side is To the Point.
This controversy is created for another reason. This controversy is created because they want to divert the main issues. When they get exposed on every front, you need to ask the CM of Delhi this question. And I've been saying it for last 3 years. In last 7 years, how many school, colleges, hospitals have been opened in Delhi? How much money has been invested on the infrastructure of Delhi? How many new buses have come out on the roads of Delhi? What about the liquor policy? When he gets exposed on the excise policy, he wants to divert that. So the problem is that you people do not ask him that question. He doesn't come out and open, and that is exactly why he's trying to create this politics and this cheap politics what he's playing, so that he can divert the main problem, and then he can focus and people can focus on this Rohingya issue. Our stand has been made very clear by the Honorable HM. It is time for him to make his stand very clear, not us. As a party, the Home Minister had made it very clear. Now, does he have the courage and the guts, the CM of Delhi, to come out and open and clear his stand?
अब सवाल उठता है कि अगर केंद्र सरकार का स्टैंड ये है और दिल्ली सरकार बार बार अपना रुख साफ कर चुकी है कि किसी भी तरह के अवैध प्रवास को, रोहिंग्याओं के किसी भी तरह के प्रवास को दिल्ली सरकार दिल्ली की सुरक्षा के लिए, देश की सुरक्षा के लिए खतरा मानती है, वैसे में उनको फ्लैग देने की किसी योजना का तो सवाल ही नहीं उठता। केंद्र सरकार का गृह मंत्रालय कह रहा है कि हम नहीं कर रहे, फिर ये कर कौन रहा था? और अगर दिल्ली में आवास दिए जा रहे हैं और केंद्रीय आवास मंत्री उसको अपलॉड करके कह रहे हैं केंद्र की ये शानदार योजना है, और केंद्र सरकार के अफसर और दिल्ली सरकार के अफसर मीटिंग करके और दिल्ली पुलिस के ऑफिसर मीटिंग करके कुछ डिसीजन ले रहे हैं और फिर उनको बिना चुनी हुई सरकार को दिखाए एलजी के अप्रूवल के लिए भेज रहे हैं, तो फिर ये करा कौन रहा है? अगर केंद्र सरकार इसके खिलाफ है तो फिर कौन करा रहा है?
At 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. Refugees or illegal immigrants, Rohingyas, find themselves in the midst of a